walking the path of resolve. Leaving the patriarch's mansion, Shursui walked through the heart of the Uchiha district, his mind weighed down by heavy thoughts. The streets bustled with life. Clan members moved about, some in a hurry, others strolling leisurely, deep in conversation. Despite the undercurrent of tension that lingered in the air, there was still joy and peace. The ones who remained oblivious to the clan's turmoil were those without shinobi training. The elderly, the civilians, the young ones who had yet to awaken their Sharingan. Shursui sighed, his gaze drifting over the scene before him. If you don't make up your mind, only annihilation awaits the Uchiha clan. Kuroto's words echoed relentlessly in his mind. Shursui and I-san, will you play with us today? A young voice pulled him from his thoughts.
Baka, Itsuki.
Shursui and I-san has missions to do. He doesn't have time to play with us. Another child scolded. Nah, Shursui and I-san, see, can you help us with our shuriken practice? Please. I want to be a shinobi like you when I grow up. One by one, the children of the Uchiha clan surrounded him, their faces alight with excitement. Their innocence was a stark contrast to the dark reality looming over their futures. If you don't make up your mind, only annihilation awaits the Uchiha clan. Again, the words thundered in his thoughts. No. What am I thinking? I won't let these children die. They have nothing to do with this conflict. They are innocent. Shursui looked at their eager faces, some familiar, some less so, but all members of the clan he had sworn to protect. His heart clenched with a newfound resolve. I will protect them, no matter the cost. Even if I must stain my hands with guilt and betrayal, even if I have to abandon the ideals I once held sacred. This is my nindo, my ninja way. The last remnants of hesitation dissolved. Unbeknownst to him, his conviction stirred something deep within. His chakra flared momentarily, the yin energy surging through his body. His Mangekyo Sharingan pulsed, and for a fleeting moment, his perception sharpened, his insight deepened. Realizing the change, Shursui steadied his emotions, reining in his chakra. Just as he was about to respond to the children, a mocking voice interrupted. Oh? If it isn't Uchiha Shursui, the so-called prodigy of the clan. Shursui's expression darkened as he turned to face the newcomer. What do you want, Ryota-san? He asked, his tone edged with irritation. The lively atmosphere turned tense. The children, sensing the hostility between the two, exchanged glances and silently retreated. They weren't foolish enough to get involved. Everyone in the clan knew about the rivalry between Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Ryota. Uchiha Ryota, age 24, captain of the 3rd Division of the Konoha Military Police Force, and one of the clan's top talents. He had awakened his Sharingan at 11 and achieved full maturity with 3 Tomo by 16. His strength was undoubtedly among the top 5 within the clan, excluding Fugaku and Shursui. But more importantly, Ryota was the unofficial leader of the Uchiha clan's radical faction. Proud and arrogant, Ryota had always viewed Shursui, 10 years his junior, as an unbearable obstacle. When Shursui surpassed him, he had challenged him to a duel. The result was humiliating. Ryota hadn't even managed to land a single blow. Since then, he had made it his mission to provoke Shursui at every opportunity. Hearing the frustration in Shursui's voice, Ryota smirked. I heard a rumor, he drawled, that you were defeated by a bounty ninja? Shursui's patience was running thin. Yes. And what of it? Ryota clicked his tongue in mock disappointment. Come now, Shursui, aren't we comrades? What a shame I wasn't there with the patriarch to hunt him down. If I had been, well, he chuckled, the outcome would have been very different. Shursui ignored the taunt and moved to walk past him. He had no time for Ryota's games. But Ryota wasn't done. Just you wait, brat, he sneered. I will awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan soon, and then I will restore the honor of the Uchiha clan, something you have failed to do. Shursui froze mid-step. If he awakens the Mangekyo, the coup will be inevitable. The thought sent a chill down his spine. And then, another realization struck him. Ryota had an older brother. Uchiha Hideki, another prodigy, among the clan's top 10. Unlike Ryota, Hideki was more level-headed. But if both brothers were to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, Shursui clenched his fists. The situation was spiraling out of control. Hyuga clan, Kuroto's residence. Hyuga Yui sat beside Kuroto, her posture tense. She had just finished tidying up his home when he called her over, his expression serious. I heard you were assigned to patrol duty, Kuroto said, setting aside the scroll in his hands. Why wasn't I informed? Yui hesitated. It was a recent change. I didn't want to worry you, Kuroto-kun.
Kuroto's jaw tightened.
Well, you did worry me when I heard what happened. Yui lowered her gaze. The memory of her failure still burned in her mind. She had been powerless. If Suijin had intended to kill her, she wouldn't be sitting here now. Tears welled in her eyes, spilling onto her hands as she clenched them into fists. Seeing this, Kuroto sighed and gently pulled her into his arms, rubbing her back in slow, soothing circles.
It wasn't your fault, he murmured.
Even the Hokage himself had been unable to stop Suijin.
What could she have done?
She wasn't even a jonin yet. After a while, Yui's tears subsided, though her eyes remained red. Kuroto pulled back slightly, meeting her gaze.
Listen, Yui.
I can't tell you everything, but I need you to understand this. The next 10 to 15 years will be the most dangerous period in shinobi history. Yui swallowed hard, sensing the weight behind his words. One by one, people with the power of Suijin and Homusubi will emerge, Kuroto continued. When that happens, the value of ordinary shinobi, genin, chunin, even jonin, will diminish. They will become nothing more than cannon fodder. Yui's breath hitched. I won't always be there to protect you, Kuroto admitted. But I also know I can't stop you from walking your own path. You are a kunoichi, a talented one.
His voice softened.
And I don't want to lose you. Her fingers curled into his sleeve. I already lost my parents. You're all I have left.
He took a steadying breath.
So, if you want to survive, you have to train. Not just to jonin level, but to the level of a kage and beyond. I won't accept anything less. Yui met his gaze, determination flickering in her eyes. I won't give up. Kuroto smiled faintly. Good. I've spoken to Hayashi-sama. You'll be transferred to internal management while training under Himeji-sama in the main family's gentle fist techniques. I'll also teach you Fuinjutsu.
Yui nodded.
She would not fail again. Seeing her resolve, Kuroto kissed her forehead and cheek, making her blush. As he held her close, a single thought burned in his mind. To protect what I cherish. I must remain hidden, remain strong. I won't become another Namake's Minato. For Kuroto, failure was not an option. A new path forward. After ensuring that Yui was back to her usual self, the two separated. Yui busied herself with preparing a meal while Kuroto returned to his studies. The series of battles a few days ago had been fruitful for him. Beyond the 45 million ryo he earned from Watanabe's bounty, he had also made significant progress with his water clone body. The compatibility between the body and soul had improved considerably, bringing him closer to his goal. Additionally, Kuroto had gained a deeper understanding of water and wind chakra natures. His experience in battle had given him insight into their practical application, and most importantly, he had successfully wielded ice release in combat. This hands-on experience had pushed the water clone's strength to a level comparable to a kage. For now, this was acceptable. According to his plan, a perfect clone must meet two critical criteria before being deemed suitable for the chimera technique. Body and soul compatibility. The synchronization between the cloned body and his consciousness needed to be flawless. Strength. The stronger the clone, the better. The first requirement was steadily progressing, and Kuroto was confident that with time, compatibility would reach its peak. As for the second, he knew that while it was unrealistic to expect each clone to match the strength of his main body, it wasn't impossible for them to come close, excluding the Tenseigan chakra mode. After all, Tenseigan chakra mode was a temporary transformation, not a baseline strength. Through experimentation, Kuroto had also come to an important realization. The most effective way to enhance a clone's power was by mastering a Kekkei Genkai associated with its specific chakra nature. The water clone body had initially been underwhelming with just water chakra mastery. However, once Kuroto combined water and wind to create ice release, its strength skyrocketed. Now that he had solidified this theory, it was time to move forward. Which clone should I create next?
Kuroto muttered, deep in thought.
Unlike before, he wasn't rushing to select the next chakra nature. The decision required careful consideration, as he needed to determine which Kekkei Genkai he would cultivate alongside it. A secret meeting with Shursui. A few days later, Kuroto met with Shursui in secret. It didn't take him long to notice the change in Shursui's demeanor. His hesitation was gone. The young Uchiha had made up his mind. After a brief silence, Shursui finally spoke. Kuroto-san, I've chosen the targets according to the requirements.
Kuroto wasn't surprised.
Who did you pick? Uchiha Ryota and Uchiha Hideki, Shursui said firmly. They're brothers, just as you asked. Both are elite jonin. Kuroto narrowed his eyes. Uchiha Ryota and Uchiha Hideki? He was well aware of both men. As an Umbu, he had memorized the profiles of all notable Uchiha elites. Ryota's position was well documented, captain of the 3rd Division of the Konoha Military Police Force. In terms of rank, he was on par with an Umbu squad commander. His influence in the clan was undeniable, equivalent to leaders in Konoha's Censor, Barrier, and Medical Corps. And as an elite Jonin, his combat prowess was unquestionable. Hideki, on the other hand, was less impressive in comparison. While he was talented, he lacked the notoriety of his younger brother. After a moment of consideration, Kuroto asked, "Why did you pick them?" Shursui hesitated briefly before explaining, "Ryota isn't just one of the most radical supporters of the coup, he's also responsible for certain secret operations. His hands are stained with the blood of innocent people." He didn't need to finish the sentence.
Kuroto nodded.
So, he handles the dirty work for the Uchiha clan. It was no secret that various clans had individuals assigned to handle unofficial matters. Even the esteemed Hyuga clan had its own shadow operatives. The conflicts between the Hokage's faction and the major clans were deeply intertwined with political maneuvering and hidden power struggles. The surface remained calm, but beneath it, blood was constantly spilled. Shursue's expression darkened. "Ever since I awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Ryota has been different. He's become more violent, more unstable. At first, his provocations were nothing but a nuisance, but now, I'm beginning to sense something more dangerous." Kuroto absorbed the information and nodded. "And what about his brother, Uchiha Hideki?" "Hideki is more mild-mannered compared to Ryota," Shursui admitted. "But he's in charge of stockpiling war supplies. If we take him out, it will significantly delay the coup." Kuroto tapped his fingers against his arm. "I see. You chose your targets carefully. The elimination of these two would shake the Uchiha to its core. Ryota controlled the clan's underhanded operations, while Hideki managed their war logistics. Without them, the radical faction would be thrown into disarray." Shursui remained silent, his gaze troubled. Even after making his decision, the weight of betraying his own clan still hung heavily on him. Kuroto noticed this but said nothing. One must sacrifice something in order to achieve something. Instead, he shifted the conversation. "Shursui, you aren't the only pacifist in the Uchiha clan, are you?" Shursui looked up, caught off guard. "Most of the Chunin and above support the coup, but there are some genin and younger Chunin who don't." Kuroto raised an eyebrow.
"Only some."
Shursui sighed, running a hand through his hair before suddenly asking, "Do you remember Uchiha Itachi?" Kuroto's expression didn't change, but inwardly he scoffed. "How could I forget?" Seeing that Kuroto recognized the name, Shursui continued, "Itachi is also against the coup." Kuroto already knew that much. "Yes," Shursui continued, "Itachi wishes to resolve the conflict between the clan and the village peacefully."
Kuroto folded his arms.
"Then why not bring him into our plan?" Shursui stiffened.
"What?"
He immediately shook his head.
No, that's impossible."
"Itachi is the patriarch's eldest son. He's the future leader of the Uchiha clan. No matter what, he cannot betray the clan." Kuroto gave him a strange look. Shursui quickly elaborated, "Any other Uchiha might turn against the clan, but not Itachi. He is expected to lead them one day." Kuroto resisted the urge to sigh. Shursui was naive, dangerously so. He had placed too much faith in Itachi's role as the heir. The same Itachi who, in another timeline, massacred his entire clan. Shursui continued, his voice softening. "I've been helping train Itachi whenever I have time. I want to influence his mindset. If he becomes patriarch, he can guide the Uchiha down a different path." It was a noble goal. Admirable, even. But Kuroto couldn't help but wonder. Did the heavens feel guilty for putting Shursui in this situation? Is that why they gifted him Koto Amatsukami, a genjutsu that could rewrite another's will? Perhaps in some twisted way, fate had already decided the Uchiha's downfall.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
After a short silence, Kuroto said, "Actually you can try to talk to Itachi. You must have few helpers from the Uchiha clan that support you." Shisui was puzzled, but why does it have to be Itachi? As you said, Itachi is going to be the next patriarch of the Uchiha clan. If he agrees with what we are doing, I think you will also feel somewhat relieved, said Kuroto with a casual expression. This is obviously not the real reason. The main reason why Kuroto wants to do so is to recruit Itaki into a Matsukami. No one can deny that Itaki is the best candidate to be a member of a Matsukami, so how can Kuroto let go of Itaki? And recruiting Itaki is worth the effort. However, Shisui obviously doesn't share the same idea, and was insistent on his opinion. Kuroto-san, I think your idea is unrealistic, and this can expose our actions. Seeing Shisui's adamant expression, Kuroto sighed and didn't push too much. Maybe we will consider this topic when he grows up a little, right now the kid is still young. Shisui nodded. Kuroto on the other hand was silent. Shisui probably doesn't yet understand his importance in Itaki's heart. And this is also not strange. For the majority of people, measuring their importance in the hearts of others is difficult, and very few can accurately guess. The Uchiha clan in this regard is obviously very different. Among the Uchiha, it is easy to judge a person's importance in the other's heart. If someone activates his Sharingan or evolves the Sharingan into Mangekyo Sharingan upon that person's death, then that means that the person has irreplaceable importance in the awakener's heart. This has been proven in many instances. In the case of Obito, awakening the Sharingan and Mangekyo Sharingan signifies Kakashi and Rin's importance in Obito's heart. Similarly, witnessing the death of Shisui awakened Itaki's Mangekyo Sharingan, signifying Shisui's importance in Itaki's heart. And it wouldn't even be wrong to say that Shisui's death was the fuse that Itaki lost confidence to solve the conflict between the village and Uchiha clan peacefully, leaving him with no other option but to destroy the clan to preserve their honor and for the sake of his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke. Putting aside that matter, both Kuroto and Shisui didn't mention Itaki anymore and started to plan out the strategy on how to deal with Uchiha Ryuta and Uchiha Hideki. Firstly, this action must be carried out in the name of a Matsukami. Only in this way will the Uchiha clan deeply feel the threat that a Matsukami poses and actively try to deal with a Matsukami, even if they have to resort to uniting themselves with the village, and vice versa. Therefore, not only the two said Uchiha have to be resolved easily and neatly, but there must also be some eyewitness, and the eyewitness should be a member of the Uchiha clan, whose words can be trusted by the fellow Uchiha clansmen. While the two of them were trying to devise a good enough strategy, Shisui said with a frowned expression, but the problem we have is that, although both of them are brothers, they no longer live together. Also they are mostly busy with their respective duties and rarely meet out of public sight. If we want to kill both of them without much attention at the same time leaving an eyewitness, it wouldn't be easy. Kuroto was also thinking. This issue can naturally be resolved if Shisui initiates a meeting with the two of them, but this can leave clues that might get him exposed and cause more trouble in the future. Therefore, it is best not to leave any trace that might point towards Shisui to be the culprit. Even after a lot of thinking, the two couldn't find a good method to get the best of both worlds, so Kuroto simply said, let's just pick one first. Shisui also nodded. I also think that this is the best approach, but which target do we choose first, Ryuta or Hideki? Let's start with Uchiha Hideki first, said Kuroto. Isn't Uchiha Ryuta very arrogant and unstable? So, we just have to start with his brother first. With the kind of personality Ryuta has, he will not let this matter slide and pursue us tirelessly with all his effort. When that happens, we will have many opportunities to deal with him. Alright, I will keep track of Uchiha Hideki's real-time movements, as well his possible whereabouts in the near future, so we can have a good enough opportunity to start with him, said Shisui. Kuroto nodded, and after discussing some more details, Shisui left. With Shisui gone, Kuroto also returned to his home, took out a map, and placed it on the table. This is a map of Konohagakure and the surroundings that Kuroto personally drew a few days ago. Although not very accurate, it is more than enough for reference purposes. Studying the map carefully, Kuroto frowned. There is simply no place in the surroundings of the village that can be used for the hiding purpose. Kuroto wants to find a suitable spot to build a dungeon-type prison where he can hold the Uchiha clansmen captive. He obviously has no plans to relieve them so easily by just killing them, at least not until he can exploit them as much as possible. And Kuroto has no qualms in torturing them to achieve his objective. In Kuroto's view, as long as the Uchiha are alive, they are much more useful than when they are dead. After all, Sharingan within the eye socket of an Uchiha is more precious than when it is placed in a nutrition jar as a collection. Kuroto believes that alive Uchiha clansmen can be used to farm out Mangekyo Sharingan, compared to the dead Uchiha that leave nothing but Sharingan. For this reason, Kuroto even feels that Shimura Danzo is a bit stupid and too short-sighted. He might have thought that he managed to get all the resources of the Uchiha clan by killing all the Uchiha clansmen and digging out their Sharingan. But in fact, he didn't. The better method would have been to let them live and farm out Mangekyo Sharingan users by various means. At novel bin at. When thinking of all the possibilities, Kuroto's mind flashed with all the possible torture he is going to put the Ryuta and Hideki brothers into. Kuroto also knows another easy way to make Uchiha clansmen awaken Mangekyo Sharingan. The method is very simple with guaranteed success. All he has to do is choose some Uchiha with a fully matured Sharingan and has someone they love dearly. Then use Shisui's Koda Amatsukami to deepen those feelings multiple times, making them believe that nobody is more valuable than that person, just like Obito felt towards Rin. And in the final step, kill the lover right before the very eyes of the subject. Kuroto can 100% guarantee that this method would definitely awaken Mangekyo Sharingan. But Kuroto wasn't going to use this approach. It's simply because this method is too twisted, not to mention that he will be playing with the feeling of others, but it also bears a great amount of risk, and finally, it would leave a great amount of guilt even on the conscience of Kuroto, who has always pursued self-interest over everything. Besides, Kuroto is also sure that Shisui would never agree to this approach, as he will definitely feel that this method is too wicked, as even Shimura Danzo isn't nearly cruel enough. Putting that aside, torturing out the Ryota and Hideki brothers is something he is definitely going to do to get a pair of eternal Mangekyou Sharinon, and he has no qualms about it whatsoever. Looking at the mountain before him, Kuroto had a thoughtful look. Konoha has always been more prosperous than other shinobi villages, therefore it is difficult to find a suitable hidden place that would not attract any attention. In the past few days, Kuroto has visited and explored many spots and finally stopped in front of this big mountain. This mountain is located about 40 miles at the southwest of the Konoha village, therefore, it seems to be the best choice, and since the distance is neither very much nor very low, therefore it is perfectly suitable, as it would only take a very short time for Kuroto to go back and forth between the village and the mountain. Let's set up the dungeon prison here. Kuroto murmured softly. This dungeon prison is not only going to be used for the imprisonment of the kidnapped Uchiha brothers but will also be a torture house for them, therefore it must be hidden very well. Since this is a torture house and the subjects are going to be Uchiha, so anything can happen here. There is always a possibility that the captured Uchiha may awaken the Mangekyou Sharinon while in the prison, so the prison should be far from the village. Otherwise, if something like Susanoo suddenly appeared in the periphery of Konoha, it will immediately alarm the villagers, and the prison will be exposed, which is something Kuroto can't have. With this decision, Kuroto activated the Tenseigan and observed the mountain. He found a natural cave going deep in the mountain, and it seems that there was only one small passage that connects it to the outside. Adat novel bin adat. Originally, Kuroto intended to dig a hole leading to the center of the mountain, but now that he found this cave, there was no longer any need for the extra hard work, and he only needs to shape the inner part of this mountain to his liking. Nodding to himself, Kuroto condensed a truth-seeking orb and added Tenseigan chakra to it while holding it in his right arm. Golden wheel reincarnation explosion. Immediately a small golden chakra sword condensed in Kuroto's hand and he used it to cut the rock formation. In the face of the golden chakra sword, the hard rock formations were like tofu and were easily shredded into small pieces. With just casual waves of his hand, Kuroto continued to adjust and shape the passage leading to the belly of the mountain. It didn't even take him much longer to do that. Finally entering the belly of the mountain, Kuroto shaped this area quite carefully and began to plan the layout of the dungeon prison. A few days later, while Kuroto was almost done with setting up the layout of the dungeon prison, Shisui and Kuroto again secretly met up. As soon as they met, Kuroto asked, "So, do you have the information?" Shisui nodded. "I have confirmed that Uchiha Hideki will be going out of the village tomorrow. This is the perfect opportunity to ambush him." Kuroto spread the map on the ground and asked, "Where will he be going? Which route will he take?" Looking at the map, Shisui drew a red line highlighting the possible route Uchiha Hideki will be taking. Observing the route, Kuroto's gaze quickly landed on one of the spots and he said, "He is going to the Soraku." Soraku is an abandoned city that is also the hometown of ninja cats. The ninja cats are very good at forging all kinds of ninja tools, and their tools are especially loved by the members of the Uchiha clan, and these ninja cats are also the general summon beasts of Uchiha clan members. Shinichi's summon ninja cat, Kasai, is also part of Soraka. Hearing Kuroto's question, Shisui nodded. "Although I have yet to confirm the purpose of his trip, it is most likely related to the next shipping of war supplies, and there might also be something extra he has to inquire from Nekoba." Kuroto nodded. He wasn't much surprised and asked the next question, "And who do you plan to be the witness?" For Kuroto it doesn't really matter where they ambush and kidnap Uchiha Hideki as long as there is a suitable witness so that the blame falls on Amatsukami, therefore a suitable witness is a must. Shisui again pointed at the map and said, "Here is the Shurikenjutsu training field of the Uchiha clan, and he will be passing through this training field according to the route. This field is located outside the village but is also counted in the Uchiha clan territory, a perfect spot." Kuroto said, "So, the plan is to ambush him in the radius of the training field so that the young members of the Uchiha clan who would just happen to be practicing Shurikenjutsu can act as the witness of the incident and identify the culprit." Shisui nodded. "All right, then we will go with this plan," Kuroto said, and the two finalized all the details. Next day around sunset, Kuroto and Shisui, both wearing the disguise of Amatsukami, were hiding in the forest near the training field. Looking at the different disguise that Kuroto wore, Shisui asked curiously, "Kuroto-san, why are you wearing a different disguise than the last time?" "Ahem, remember to not use Kuroto-san. As for your question, this disguise is that of the leader of Amatsukami, and you will call me Yama, not Sujin, while I am wearing this. Sujin will be used for the one I wore the last time, understand?" Shisui was a bit puzzled. Why play a different role? Kuroto casually said, "Since Amatsukami is an organization, so obviously it must have more than just 2 to 3 members, right? Besides, the combat method I will be using while playing Yama will be different, so I am using a different disguise." Shisui nodded in understanding. "I guess that explains it. If Amatsukami has 2 to 3 members, then people will eventually get suspicious over time and doubt whether Amatsukami is really what it appears to be, so using a different disguise works. Moreover, it will also have a deterrent effect." As time passed, the sun gradually disappeared below the western horizon and dusk arrived. Looking at the sky getting past twilight and yet there was no sign of Uchiha Hideki coming here, Yama asked Homusubi, "Are you sure he will be going to Soraku today?" Homusubi was also a bit uncertain. "I did hear about it. Maybe he got a little late due to some work, should be coming any second." Looking around, Yama asked again, "Is it possible that he took some other route?" Homusubi shook his head. "Probably not." He was going to speak a bit more when suddenly a figure appeared in their field of vision. Yama quickly said, "Someone is here." Homusubi nodded. "It's Uchiha Hideki." As Homusubi said, the figure that suddenly appeared in their field of vision was none other than Uchiha Hideki. Currently, he wasn't wearing the uniform of the Konoha military police force, but ordinary clothes without any clan symbol, and he was silently walking through the forest. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as Yama and Homusubi identified the person, both of them disappeared from their hiding spot and appeared on the two sides of Uchiha Hideki. "You are..." Uchiha Hideki, who suddenly noticed the two strangers surrounding him, was a bit taken aback. Initially he thought that they are either Umbu or root shinobi, but when he noticed the appearance of the two, Hideki was shocked. What? Amatsukami? Are you the members of Amatsukami?" Uchiha Hideki, similar to his brother Uchiha Ryuta, wasn't part of the siege unit led by Uchiha Fugaku a few days ago. However, as a jonin and a top-level member of the Konoha military police force, Hideki is aware of the intelligence of Amatsukami, and the available information about their members. Therefore, Hideki is aware that Homusubi is an unidentified former member of the Uchiha clan. Not only does he have the Mangekyo Sharingan but is also hostile towards the Uchiha clan and Konohagakure for unknown reasons. When Hideki thought that even Uchiha Shisui, who also has the Mangekyo Sharingan, was defeated by Homusubi, and the patriarch Uchiha Fugaku along with other elites of the Konoha military police force also couldn't capture Homusubi, Hideki couldn't help but panic. His Sharingan immediately activated and all he could think of was to find a way to get out of here. His entire purpose of disguising himself today was to go to Soraku and get the supplies for the coup. Therefore, Hideki was also worried that if he got captured, then there is a possibility that even this intelligence might be exposed. Yama saw that Uchiha Hideki activated the Sharingan and murmured just lightly enough for Hideki to catch that. "So it's a fully matured Sharingan, huh?" Hideki was obviously surprised and thought, "His goal is my Sharingan." Hideki was obviously angry at the blatant disrespect, someone eyeing the Sharingan so openly, and he snarled in anger, "You bastards, you dare to try to steal the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan." Although Hideki was angered, he still had the calmness of a jonin. He knew that he probably wasn't strong enough to deal with the enemy, so he immediately leaped back and fired an emergency signal flare in the sky. This was the best approach he could think of at this moment. Huiistli. Boom. The red light of the emergency flare traveled to a high altitude with a whistling sound and exploded in the night sky. Yama and Homusubi obviously didn't stop Hideki as they needed a witness and were now waiting for an Uchiha member to arrive here. At this time, Uchiha Hideki breathed a sigh of relief that he successfully launched the signal flare, then carefully observed the movements of the two enemies standing opposite to him. The person with the fire mask should be Homusubi, but who is the other one? He can't be Sujin, as Sujin has a water mask. Wait, that mask, it can't be. Is he the one, the leader of Amatsukami? Yama. No one knows what amount of strength one must have to make freaks like Homusubi and Sujin into subordinates. So, if that other person is Yama as he guessed, then Uchiha Hideki couldn't even begin to fathom how he will get out of here. "No. I can't stand here anymore, otherwise, I am afraid I will be incapacitated without even putting up a resistance." Calming down his sudden panic, Hideki started devising a strategy to find some way to break out of here. Quickly printing the hand seals, Hideki used the jutsu, fire release, fireball technique. Instantly his chest bulged, and the scorching hot fire was released out of his mouth towards Homusubi and Yama. Yama was unperturbed by Hideki's fire-style jutsu and just stretched out his right hand lazily. Chakra absorption. As soon as Yama stretched out his hand, all the fire of the fireball technique was attracted towards him and disappeared instantly without leaving any signs of damage. What? Uchiha Hideki was stunned, and his already racing heart was almost close to exploding. Novel bin at. He couldn't understand what the enemy did. He just stretched out his hand, and my jutsu was sucked in, but how is that even possible? It couldn't be that he can absorb them, right? Rather than a question, it was more of a reassurance to himself that such a thing isn't possible, but deep down inside he knew that was exactly the case. Why? Because he could see the chakra in the fireball entering Yama's body. Although he knew that just a fireball technique wouldn't do much damage to the enemy in front of him, he still didn't expect that the attack was resolved in this way. Not to mention Uchiha Hideki, even Homusubi was shocked and looked at Yama with a strange expression under the mask. Even with the Mangekyo Sharingan, Homusubi could hardly understand the principle of such an advanced technique. Yama maintained that indifferent and almighty aura that the leader of Amatsukami should have and spoke in a cold tone. "Struggling is futile, just dig out the Sharingan by yourself and hand it over. If you do so, I might consider letting you leave here alive. After all, pointlessly dying is meaningless, don't you think?" Hideki's anger was off the charts. "You bastard! How dare you ask an Uchiha to dug out his own eyes? Sharinon is the pride of the Uchiha clan, and asking them to dig out their own eyes means asking them to give up their pride and honor. It's blatant disrespect, and a perfect method to make an Uchiha angry, which is exactly what Yama intended to do. While Hideki was cursing in anger, Yama's gaze was directed towards the direction of the training field, because in his Tenseigan vision he caught sight of a young figure rushing here. Noticing the face of the young figure, Yama was stunned. Isn't that him? My, what a coincidence. Let's go a few minutes back. On the other side of the training field, Uchiha Sasuke, who is around 4 years old, was sitting on a broken tree trunk with a disappointed expression. Today his elder brother Uchiha Itachi agreed to help him in shuriken throwing practice, and he was very excited and rushed to the agreed training field 3 hours before the agreed time. Realizing that he was a bit too early, Sasuke passed some time by casually throwing shuriken to the targets, waiting for the time to pass. Slowly time passed, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, and before he knew it, it was already past dusk, yet there was no sign of Itachi. Sasuke was disappointed and depressed. His tummy growled in hunger. Sasuke considered whether he should go back, but he hesitated. What if Nii-san comes and I am gone? This thought has been stopping him for the past few hours. Yet there was no sign of Itachi. Finally understanding that Nii-san wouldn't be coming, Sasuke got up and started walking towards the direction of his home, when suddenly the emergency flare caught his attention. As the second son of the Uchiha patriarch, although he hasn't experienced the horrors of a battlefield like that of his elder brother Itachi, Sasuke still understands some basics and knows what a signal flare means. He also knows that he is not even an academy student and therefore, doesn't stand a chance against a real shinobi with the meager strength he has, so, he must not get close to the direction where the flare was fired from. Because rather than helping, he would be a burden in a fight. But curiosity in his heart and the innocence of a child, who has yet to experience the cruelty and danger of a battlefield, got the better of him. He couldn't restrain himself and decided to see what's happening, obviously from a distance. Running, and running all the way, Sasuke finally arrived near the battle site but somehow lost his balance, and in an attempt to prevent himself from falling, he forgot to control his pace and rushed out from the bushes, finally arriving at the scene of the crime. Uchiha Hideki noticed that the help really arrived and he was a little relieved but frowned when he saw the young appearance of his helper. Then, he was panicked when he realized that it was a child, and he couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the face of the child, "Sasuke-san, don't come here, run, this place is dangerous." Even Shisui in Homusubi's disguise was taken aback. Similar to Uchiha Hideki, he didn't expect that the Uchiha clansman who rushed over here turned out to be Uchiha Sasuke, the younger son of the patriarch. But Yama obviously didn't care. As long as the witness was a member of the Uchiha clan, then that's all that matters. Besides, the person being Uchiha Sasuke is a good sign. With this, Uchiha Fugaku will take a Matsukami more seriously, so he hurriedly signaled Homusubi, "Start." Homusubi nodded, and his figure disappeared from his current spot and suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Hideki. The speed was so fast that anyone other than Yama couldn't even catch that figure. As soon as Homusubi looked into Hideki's eyes, Hideki was immediately trapped inside a genjutsu and fell on the ground with a muffled sound. With Uchiha Hideki solved easily, Yama focused his attention on Uchiha Sasuke. Slowly walking towards Sasuke with a bit of intimidating aura, the distance between the two of them decreased. Sasuke was obviously panicked and frightened. Under the heavy pressure released by Yama, Sasuke slowly started taking backward steps and fell to the ground on his butt. While trying to retreat backward, he said with a trembling voice, whoever you are, stay away, don't come near me." Even an elite jonin could hardly resist against Yama, and the young Sasuke, who has yet to even start his training as a shinobi, was really frightened. Yama didn't care about Uchiha Sasuke's panic and walked towards him step by step. Sasuke could hardly retreat backward and spoke with a trembling voice, what are you going to do? Yama clutched Sasuke's head with his right hand and lifted him in the air. Staring at the kid's black eyes, Yama spoke with a cold tone, "You know, kid, coming here headfirst was the wrong decision, but it appears you are lucky. You know why? Because you are a pathetic kid. Didn't even awaken the Sharingan yet? Seems to be useless to me." Sasuke's face was red in nervousness. He clutched Yama's hand with both his hands and tried breaking free, but his struggle was not even worth any attention for Yama. Homusubi was also looking at Sasuke with his face full of worries. Although he knew that Yama is just putting an act and wouldn't actually hurt the kid, he was nonetheless worried that this experience may leave a trauma on the kid's immature mind. After all, Sasuke is still too young, and hasn't yet experienced the cruelty of a battlefield. At this time, Yama held Sasuke by the neck, and lightly whispered in his ear, "You appear to be so pathetic that you aren't even worth killing. Maybe you should be glad and be happy of your incompetence." Sasuke, who was struggling and flailing his legs in panic, tried to punch Yama with whatever strength he could muster, but all that felt was a tickle. "Heh, I guess you don't even know how to punch someone, right? Don't worry, I am going to show you. Once you experience the pain, I think you will never forget how to land a heavy hit." Saying that sentence, he closed his right hand and hit a punch on the kid's face. The strength used was just right so that the kid would feel pain, but Yama also made sure that it doesn't leave any permanent damage. Ayah. However, even this punch was too heavy for Sasuke, and his consciousness started to get blurry. Yama ignored this and hit another punch in the kid's gut, causing him to choke out saliva mixed with blood. Suzuki was now almost unconscious and thrown at the side like trash. The strength again was just enough to not hurt him badly but just enough to hurt the young Suzuki. The main reason Yama did such a thing was to create an outline for people to understand that Amatsukami is a really cruel and dangerous organization such that they remain on edge and be wary of its members, sort of like a deterrent effect. If someone can be cruel to such a young child, then it is unknown where their limits lie. Otherwise, if he had just ignored Uchiha Suzuki and left the kid to his devices, then not only the village but even the Uchiha clan might feel suspicious about this whole kidnapping. After all, the obvious response would be to immediately kill the kid to not leave any witnesses. As for the other reason, Yama decided to put some early pressure on the Uchiha Suzuki to stimulate his growth. Yama is obviously going to make sure that the Uchiha clan is not annihilated, which means Itachi wouldn't become a criminal. Therefore there has to be someone else, someone towards whom Uchiha Suzuki's hatred would be directed. As for why he is doing so, isn't it obvious? Similar to Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Suzuki is also the child of prophecy. Hyuga Kuroto is confident in himself, but this doesn't stop him to ensure more options in the case things changes and takes a turn for the worst case scenario. The plot has long since deviated from the original story, and there is no telling what the future look might like. Therefore, the more options you have in your hand, the better. If the situation gets too critical, then Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Suzuki will come in handy as the trump card to save the day. Besides, the enemies aren't limited to just the other shinobi villages and Akatsuki. There are unknown numbers of its Satsuki clan members spread out throughout the stars, and it is unknown when they might come and attack Earth to plunder the chakra. As for the question that this might leave a shadow in Suzuki's heart, he isn't worried. The term child of prophecy explains it all. The halo of the protagonist will help Suzuki overcome all the challenges. Suddenly, Yama noticed that a lot of chakra signs were appearing in the vision of his Tenseigan. Understanding that a large number of shinobi were coming here because of the emergency signal flare, Yama didn't waste any more time and used the gravitational traction of rain wheel pull to lift unconscious Uchiha Hideki in the air and nodded towards Homusubi. Let's go, we will follow the plan. Homusubi glanced at Suzuki's painful appearance, nodded with a hesitant look, and disappeared from his spot. Uchiha clan grounds. Uchiha Itachi, who just came back after completing the mission, was walking towards the direction of the shuriken training field when he found out that Suzuki has yet to return home. Itachi couldn't help but smile slightly at the thought of making his brother wait for too long. The fact that Suzuki loves him so much really warms Itachi's heart. Spark. Whistly, boom. While still on the way to the training field, Itachi noticed the signal flare in the sky. Looking up at the flare, Itachi's onyx eyes shrank, because he realized that the flare is an emergency signal of an enemy attack. Moreover, the direction the flare was fired from seems to be very close to the agreed spot. Suzuki. The first thought that came to Itachi's mind was that Suzuki is in danger. Without wasting even a second, Itachi's figure disappeared from his spot and rushed towards the direction of the emergency flare using the body flicker technique. Similar to Itachi, many Uchiha shinobi discovered the emergency flare and immediately rushed in that direction, so the number of people rushing towards that direction became a large number. Not only the members of the Konoha military police force, but even many of the other Konoha shinobi also rushed in that direction, upon noticing the emergency flare. In everyone's understanding, the red flare is only used in the case of an enemy attack. The last time it was used within Konoha was during the Kyuubi's attack, and the mere thought of something like that happening again frightened everyone. It wasn't long after Homusubi and Yama disappeared, and a large number of ninjas arrived at the place where Uchiha Hideki was ambushed. The sight that greeted them wasn't that of an enemy attack, nor was there signs of the presence of any enemy, just a young child who knelt on the ground and choked out blood. A non-Uchiha shinobi stepped forward and questioned the child while using Iryo ninjutsu on the kid. Hey kid, was it you who used the emergency flare? Because there were no signs of any fighting, so all he could think of was that the child might have accidentally fired the emergency flare. It was at this moment that Uchiha Itachi arrived, seeing Suzuki kneeling on the ground and trying to get up but failing. He hurriedly went towards his brother, and checked his condition. Itachi noticed that Suzuki was not severely injured, and some of his injuries were already treated and sighed in relief, but he didn't drop his guard and watched the surroundings carefully. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ninjas continued to rush here, and everyone surrounded Uchiha Suzuki, their eyes focused on him, seemingly waiting for the answer. Itachi squatted down beside Suzuki and asked gently while helping his brother stand up, Suzuki, what happened just now? Nii-san. Wah. Seeing Itachi, Suzuki rushed forward and buried his head in Itachi's chest. The tears he has been suppressing couldn't be held back anymore, and flowed out. Itachi was obviously a little taken aback, but he calmed down and gently rubbed his brother's back to soothe him. All right, don't cry Suzuki, I am here, aren't I? And aren't you a strong boy? Can you tell me what happened? Who fired the emergency flare? For a while, Suzuki continued crying and he could hardly speak anything understandable. Itachi didn't put pressure on Suzuki and helped him calm down. Itachi could see that his brother has experienced something terrible based on trembling and the painful look he has. So, he didn't want to pressure his brother. After he calmed down a little, Suzuki, who still had the snot and tears on his face, spoke. Teethily wheel T2 strange people cough cough. with scaly mask, and they attacked Uncle Hideki. They were very powerful and defeated Uncle Hideki easily, and, cough, and they also punched me hard in the face and tummy. It was scary. Translator's note, okay, that was a bit too much. I don't think Sasuke would cry such pitifully, but anyway, let's just assume he did. What? The Uchiha shinobi were all taken aback. Initially, they all thought that it was probably the young Sasuke who fired the signal flare because he encountered some dangerous creature in the forest. But now that they heard that Uchiha Hideki was attacked, they all realized the seriousness of the matter. Even Itachi was taken aback, but he concealed his surprise very well and calmly listened to Sasuke. When Sasuke was finished, Itachi spoke. It's all right, Sasuke. I am here now. Nothing will happen. Can you tell me what kind of appearance did the attackers have? Did you see them? How can Sasuke forget the appearance of someone who might have inflicted some nightmares in the kid's subconscious? So he spoke and described the outfit that the two of them were wearing. Both of them were wearing black cloaks with strange golden patterns on them and a strange mask to cover their faces. Black cloak with strange golden patterns, and a strange mask. Itachi's face sank. It wouldn't take a genius to guess the identity of the attackers. To confirm his guess, Itachi asked, can you remember what type of masks they were wearing? Sasuke nodded while wiping away the snot with his sleeve. Spoke. One wore a scary black and white color evil mask, and the other one who defeated Uncle Hideki wore a fire-patterned mask. Sure enough, it's a Matsukami. Came out the voice from the canopy of a nearby tree. Attracted by the voice, everyone turned their heads and found the figure of Uchiha Fugaku standing there with a gloomy look. Patriarch. Fugaku-sama is here. Seeing the arrival of Uchiha Fugaku, all the Uchiha shinobi immediately felt that they had the backbone, especially the ones who have fought against a Matsukami. They knew how terrible the members of a Matsukami could be and the people were finally a little ease. When everyone looked at Fugaku, he slowly jumped down from the tree and walked towards Sasuke and Itachi at the center of the circle with a sullen face. When he noticed his father coming in, Sasuke clutched his stomach and stood up. To-sama. Looking at the tears and snot on Sasuke's face, Fugaku's expression hardened. Undoubtedly, Sasuke's performance made him very disappointed. Crying is an emotion that a shinobi must never have, especially an Uchiha. No matter how worse the situation becomes, an Uchiha must never cry. Shifting his gaze towards Itachi, Fugaku was relieved. Itachi's performance made him satisfied. Fugaku could see that Itachi didn't lose his calm or vigilance from beginning to end and only asked Sasuke the key questions to find out what exactly happened here and who was the assailant. That's my boy. Thinking so, Fugaku turned towards Sasuke with a frowned expression and said, what are you crying for, Sasuke? Sasuke quickly wiped all the tears and snot, but the grievances and pain from his face were hard to conceal. After Sasuke was done crying, Fugaku ordered, tell me everything you saw and heard, word to word. Sasuke, who has wanted his father's attention, quickly narrated everything, even the parts he couldn't remember because of the blurry consciousness were somehow remembered and told. After listening to Sasuke's account, Fugaku thought, the one wearing the fire-patterned mask is Homusubi and the description of the person wearing the black and white mask clearly matches with that of Yama, the leader of a Matsukami, but there is something odd here. Looking at Sasuke, Fugaku questioned, why did they not attack you? Sasuke pursed his lips and said, the man wearing the black and white mask punched me hard in the face and tummy. Fugaku was unmoved and stared at Sasuke as if asking, and, seeing his father's cold gaze, Sasuke could only lower his head and add reluctantly, the person who punched me said that. Since I have not awakened the SH Sharingan yet, so I am not even qualified to die in his hands. After listening to Sasuke's reason, Fugaku thought, even if they were after the Sharingan, them withdrawing after kidnapping just Hideki is strange. Was this just a coincidence or intentional? Whoosh, whoosh. Fugaku didn't have much time to think as the Umbu also started arriving at the scene. Finally, Uchiha Ryuta also rushed in. When he heard that his elder brother was attacked and missing, Ryuta was shocked and angry, and said to the Fugaku, Patriarch, let's arrange manpower to rescue Hideki Nii-san and hunt down a Matsukami. Fugaku glanced at everyone and ordered, Haruka, take Sasuke back to home and get his wounds treated. Ryo, give a brief over to Shisui about the matter and call him here. Finally, Itachi, report the situation here to Sandaime-sama, and request him to send the support. In the face of Homusubi and Sujin, Fugaku isn't confident whether he would be able to easily defeat them. Moreover, there is also Yama, the mysterious leader of a Matsukami who should definitely be much stronger than the others considering that he is the leader. And finally, there is also that mysterious fourth member with wind chakra nature who is also stronger than Homusubi and Sujin as Shisui informed him. Fugaku is not sure whether they would be able to fight a Matsukami even with Shisui tagging along, therefore, support from the village is a must. The other Uchiha ninja heard that Patriarch asked for support from Sandaime and they all frowned. But when they all thought just how terrible a Matsukami could be, they all had to admit that the Patriarch is right, and this arrangement would be the safest. Besides, Uchiha clan is also part of Konohagakure until the coup is set off, right? At novel bin at. In the dungeon prison built by Kuroto, Uchiha Hideki slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a place that he has never seen. Where am I? This was the question plaguing him. He couldn't exactly remember what happened before he was here. He didn't know for how long has he been unconscious. Hideki tried moving, only to find that he was tied to a stone pillar that restricted all his movements, and he couldn't even exert pitiful of his strength. Understanding that it wouldn't be so easy to get out of here, he tried remembering the last thing he could. That's right, I was going to Soraku, and then a Matsukami members ambushed me, then there was Suzuki-san, and then I can't remember anything. At this time, a person walked out of the shadowy dark corner and spoke as if he was muttering to himself. He woke up so soon. Well, that's a surprise. Is it because his resistance is really good or because the sleeping poison was insufficient? Oh well, it doesn't really matter, I guess. Uchiha Hideki stared at the figure in front of him and realized that it was Yama, and his anger was brought back. He roared, "What do you want to do?" Kuroto, who was wearing the Yama disguise, naturally didn't care about Uchiha Hideki's anger, and after looking at him up and down as if he was observing a tool, he said lightly, "It's very obvious, Uchiha Hideki. For a while, I have been interested in the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, so I thought why not just bring over an Uchiha and conduct some experiments on him, and you know the rest of the story. I hope you will cooperate with me for the next few days because I promise that you will be living in hell from now on, and it wouldn't be pretty as they tell you in academy." "Humph, you bastard, so it turns out that you are just another one of those greedy ignorant people who covet the power of our Sharingan." After a snort, he went on to roar, "You don't understand what you have done? The Uchiha never forgets, just you wait, when I get out of here, I will skin you alive." Hideki said while struggling, and his chakra was flaring erratically. Even the Sharingan was activated, 3 Tomo spinning in the red copy wheel. Yama smiled at Hideki's struggle as his very intention was to make Uchiha Hideki angry. "Oh, you seem to be really angry, but too bad that you won't be able to do anything." Which was adding oil to the fire. And boy did it have the right effect. Uchiha Hideki yelled at the top of his lungs, "I'll kill you, I swear." No, Uchiha Hideki, it's not good to have false hope. You can't even move or lift your finger, can you? So how are you going to do that? Questioned Yama with a mocking chuckle. Hideki has noticed that he has been unable to exert even a little bit of his strength, and this has been troubling him. He tried circulating his chakra to see if he could move, but it still didn't work. "Just what did you do to me? I can't exert even a little bit of strength." Yama nodded. That's good. You are finally starting to realize how utterly vulnerable you are? As for your question, all I did was use the strongest type of paralytic poison that I concocted not too long ago. In fact, you are just the second test subject, not to mention the first human I have used it upon, and the effect seems pretty good. You should be glad that you were useful enough, but I have to say, your poison resistance is a bit too high, so I had to actually give you double dose to make sure that you don't move anytime soon." Even with all the strength he put, there was nothing he was able to do, and asked while panting, "You said you wanted my Sharingan, right? So, you had it all along after you kidnapped me. Why didn't you just dug my eyes out and kill me yet?" Yama was about to answer this question, but his gaze matched with Hideki, whose Sharingan's spinning speed increased. And Yama's figure stopped in his position like a stone. Hideki was joyed by this and thought to himself, did it work? To check whether the genjutsu he used has worked, Hideki ordered Yama, "Come here and untie me." Yama slowly started walking towards Hideki step by step. Hideki still couldn't believe that this genjutsu worked. Sweat beads flowed down his face in nervousness and his heart was beating very fast. All he could think of was how to escape from here. As for skinning him out alive? Are you kidding? Hideki knows that he isn't strong enough, and he wouldn't waste an opportunity to escape. Who knows whether he could take the enemy by surprise again. "Very good, now untie me." By now, Yama was just a step away from Hideki. He lifts his right hand to untie the rope. His hand slowly closes the distance, and just when he was close to the rope, the speed of the hand increases several folds and lands on Hideki's guts, delivering a hard punch in the stomach. The strength used was too much, and Hideki could feel several of his ribs cracking. Cough cough, "Why you bastard, I'll kill you. It was a good try, but it's a pity that genjutsu hardly works upon me, and your simple Sharingan genjutsu is too pitiful." Hideki couldn't help but curse Yama. "Damn you bastard. How could you resist the genjutsu of the Sharingan? Sharingan is not invincible, so why can't I resist?" Yama spoke with a smirk and added, "You can try again after you awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, maybe that will work." By now, Hideki has lost his initial rage and anger because he realized that he was in a helpless situation, but when he thought of the person standing before him, Hideki couldn't help but speak coldly, "If I awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, I will make sure that killing is the first thing I do. In that case, I must look forward to that day." Yama said and stepped forward again, but this time he printed hand seals. Uchiha Hideki frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" Yama, who completed the hand seals, didn't answer directly, just placed one hand over Hideki's chest and spoke, "Fun, 4 symbols seal, chakra sealing." Followed by his words, a series of black inky symbols spread on Uchiha Hideki's body, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared as if never there. And the next thing he knew, Hideki was flabbergasted to find that all his chakra was drained. Moreover, he couldn't even refine anymore. How can you use Uzumaki Fuinjutsu? It is impossible to restrain a jonin one such as Uchiha Hideki by simply relying on drugs. What's more, Uchiha Hideki's drug resistance seems to be a bit higher than normal, therefore simple paralysis and sleeping agents aren't enough to ensure that he wouldn't run away. And 4 symbol seal is not only one of the best Fuinjutsu to seal the chakra of a shinobi, but also the technique Hyuga Kuroto is best at. With the 4 symbol seal applied, whatever chakra Uchiha Hideki's will be able to refine will constantly be drained, therefore sealing his chakra, such that the drugs he is injected with will become more effective, cutting all the possibility of his escape. After confirming that the mechanism of the Funjutsu was working exactly as he intended, Yama again started printed the hand seals. By now, Uchiha Hideki could hardly maintain his Sharingan because of the chakra drain and was more frightened. Just what are you doing all this for? Yama did not answer, and after completing the hand seals he again reached out and pressed his hand on Uchiha Hideki's chest. Funjutsu, contract seal, seal. Followed by his words, the sealing symbols spread on Uchiha Hideki's chest and instantly severed his contract with the summoning world. In the shinobi world, there are all sorts of strange summons. In addition to the most common type of animal summons used by shinobi for summoning beasts, there are also communication summoning, weapons summoning, and reverse summoning that can be used by summoning beasts on their contract partners, as well as summoning used by a ninja on another ninja. And if Uchiha Hideki's summon beast has the ability to perform the reverse summoning, then it is possible that he will be able to use reverse summoning to easily rescue Uchiha Hideki from here. Therefore, Yama used the contract seal to cut away his connection with the summoning world. Although the summon beasts capable of performing reverse summon are rare, and Yama does not believe that Uchiha Hideki's summon partner would be capable of such a feat, but he decided to use contract seal to eliminate the slightest of the possibility of his escape from here. Feeling that his connection with the summoning world was cut off, Hideki was more horrified and spoke with a horrifying expression. You even know the contract seal. Both 4-symbol seal and contract seal are Uzumaki Funjutsu, and with the destruction of the Uzumaki clan very few individuals can use these techniques. Therefore, these techniques are mostly exclusive to the shinobi of Konohagakure. Yama, who has completed the seal and verified its effectiveness, spoke indifferently. What's so strange about this? Uchiha Hideki stared at Yama and asked, You are from Konoha, aren't you? No doubt Uchiha Hideki suspected this possibility. Yama was surprised as he felt the violent fluctuations in Uchiha Hideki's emotions. Understanding what was happening, he had a Cheshire grin under the mask and spoke, Oh, you noticed it so soon? As expected of an elite jonin of the oh-so-great Uchiha clan. Seeing that Yama did not deny, Uchiha Hideki was suddenly furious. Who asked you to do this? Was it Sandaime? Or Danzo? At this time, Yama could see the violent fluctuations in Uchiha Hideki's chakra affected by his erratic emotions. Suddenly he tried breaking free, and it seemed even the 4-symbol seal wouldn't be able to completely suppress the flaring chakra in his body. Yama observed Hideki's restlessness, and thought, maybe I can use this method to continue irritating him. With that decided, he spoke with a chuckle. Who asked me to do it? Is it really that important? After all, you are going to die anyway. However, Uchiha Hideki seemed to care about this and spoke while gritting his teeth. It's that bastard Danzo, isn't it? He has long held ill intentions towards the Uchiha clan. Yama didn't speak anything, neither agreed nor denied. Seeing Yama silent, Hideki frowned and asked with uncertainty, Was I wrong? Then is it Sandaime? Since Yama had already found a topic to anger Uchiha Hideki, so he deliberately didn't answer Hideki's question and incited him. Don't worry about that. Look around you. What do you see? This place is very big and many people can be kept here. Many people. You understand what that means, don't you? You won't be alone for very long. This place will be filled with the Uchiha. You despicable psychopathic bastard. Conspiracy. All this is a conspiracy against the Uchiha clan? That hypocritical geezer Sarutobi really wants to eliminate all the Uchiha. I can't stay here any longer. I have to warn the patriarch. Yama tried changing the subject, making Hideki convinced that all this was done under Sandaime's instructions, so he was angrier. Up until now, there are still many Uchiha shinobi who believes that Sandaime wouldn't hurt the Uchiha clan, but Hideki was now convinced that hypocrite Sarutobi Hiruzen also bears ill intentions towards the Uchiha clan. As such, he was madly trying to break free of the restraint. Therefore, the prison room was filled with angry curses and the sound of chains clanging. Yama didn't stop Uchiha Hideki but observed the chakra fluctuations in his body with his Tenseigan. Undoubtedly, Uchiha Hideki managed to extract some chakra while in rage, even under the suppression of the 4-symbol seal. Not enough. It's still not enough for him to awaken those cursed eyes. Thinking so, Yama pondered a moment and asked tentatively, By the way, I remember you have a younger brother, don't you? What was his name again? Haruto? No? Ryo? Not this either? Yup, Ryota? His name is Uchiha Ryota, right? As soon as Yama finished his words, Hideki looked at him with a murderous look as if he would chew Yama alive. Don't you dare touch him. At novel bin at. Yama obviously didn't care about Hideki's warning and muttered, If I use the elder brother as a bait, it should be easy to fool him. Yeah, let's do this. Next target Uchiha Ryota. Hearing that the masked freak wanted to use him as the bait to lead his own brother into a trap, Hideki's Sharingan activated under the intense rage he felt. Yama observed with a surprise and thought, HOH? He managed to activate the Sharingan even with the continuous chakra drain. That's quite impressive. However, as Yama expected, because of the continuous chakra drain, the Sharingan couldn't be kept activated for more than a few seconds and was soon deactivated. Shaking his head in disappointment, Yama thought, it appears that simple anger is not enough for him to awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan. Maybe I will have to change my approach. On the side of Konoha, After gathering the ninjas, Uchiha Fugaku led the teams across the outer wall without any delay to chase after the ninjas of Amatsukami. But after following the enemy's tracks for a while, he stopped. Not only him but the entire team stopped, and each of them had a frowned expression, looking around blankly. It's because when they started following the tracks and got past the training field there were still obvious traces left, but after traveling a few miles all the clues disappeared suddenly. It was as if the enemy didn't move any further. Everyone couldn't help but have the same thought: how come the traces all disappeared from here? Uchiha Ryota spoke with an anxious look. It couldn't be that he flew away. If we search carefully, we will definitely find something. Fugaku's face sank when he heard Ryota's words. It's because he heard that Sujin of Amatsukami could strangely fly away using ice mirrors, so they can't deny the possibility that the enemy might have really flown away from here. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain that all the clues suddenly disappeared. After all, even with the Sherinon, they can't seem to find anything. It must be known that with the Sherinon, the Uchiha clan is second only to the Hyuga clan in tracking and pursuing, and since they are unable to find anything even with the help of the Sherinon can only have one explanation: there is no clue here in the first place. The Uchiha elites who searched the perimeter for any signs of clues left, now reunited and each one gave their report. And all their report only indicated that no matter how carefully and meticulously they searched, they couldn't find even the slightest trace. As such, their follow-up pursuit came to an abrupt end. Among all the shinobi present here, Uchiha Hideki's younger brother, Uchiha Ryota, has the most anxious expression. A few days ago, he was being so arrogant and prideful, and now he is like a headless fly, moving around aimlessly, trying to find clues that do not even exist. Uchiha Fugaku also had a gloomy look. Signal regrouping. We will be returning back to the village. Ryota Uchiha was too unstable, as such he couldn't care about the patriarch's words and questioned with a cold tone: Patriarch, are we going to abandon Hideki and I? Fugaku shook his head. He did not get angry because of Ryota's cold tone and patiently explained: there are no traces left by the enemy. Pursuing blindly is meaningless and will only lead us in a trap. You should understand this. Uchiha Fugaku has another worry that he didn't explain. This is the second time Amatsukami has taken an action inside the territory of Konohagakure, indicating that they have spies lurking in the village. Currently, most of the elites of the Uchiha clan are outside the village in order to pursue the enemy. If Amatsukami uses this opportunity to attack the Uchiha clan again, then who knows how dire the consequences will be. And Uchiha Ryota obviously did not realize Patriarch's concern, and pleaded: Patriarch, let's expand the search radius and we are bound to find something. I don't believe that the enemy didn't leave anything. Fugaku frowned and said with a solemn expression: Ryota, things aren't as simple as they seem on the surface. The enemy has ill intentions towards the entire Uchiha clan and the village, therefore we must be very cautious with how we deal with them. We will return to the village for now, and plan out further actions in coordination with Sandame-sama. This is an order. Seeing that Uchiha Ryota still wanted to argue, Fugaku signaled Shisui, who stood not far away. Shisui nodded and took advantage of Ryota's distracted expression to cast a genjutsu upon him. One of the clansmen carried fainted Ryota, while Fugaku ordered: go back to the village. Shisui, who was following Fugaku closely, sighed. This is the first time he has done something that is considered as an active betrayal to the village, so there is always a fear of being caught. Although he knew that with Kuroto-san's cautious nature he wouldn't have left any clue behind, he was still worried. Therefore, he was greatly relieved when the team was returning back without finding anything. Inside the prison dungeon, after giving Uchiha Hideki a high dose of sleeping agent, Kuroto came to another room. He took out a notebook that lied on the shelf with Uchiha Hideki written on the cover. Recalling all the details just now, Kuroto thoughtfully wrote everything in the notebook. Uchiha Hideki has a strong poison and drug resistance. The specific reason is unknown, but I suspect that it has something to do with his Sherinon. This entails some tests to verify this conjecture in depth. After writing some details on this page, Kuroto turned over the pages and came to the part with the heading: Project, Mangekyu Sherinon. Writing: Anger test, incite the anger of the subject for the awakening of Mangekyu Sherinon. Observations: violent chakra reaction, slight increase in ocular power of the Sherinon. Overall result: failure. Reason for failure: increase in ocular power was insufficient. Speculation 1. Anger is not the best stimulating emotion in the case of Uchiha Hideki for the awakening of the Mangekyu Sherinon. Speculation 1. The level of anger was not enough emotional stimulation necessary for him to awaken the Mangekyu Sherinon. After recording up to here, Kuroto stopped writing. It is not unknown that the Uchiha must be stimulated with extreme emotions for them to successfully awaken the Mangekyu Sherinon. These so-called extreme emotions can be of many types, such as despair, grief, anger, regret, and so on. Based on all the known successful cases of the Mangekyu Sherinon awakening, the highest probability is always under the same emotion of despair and grief. For example, Uchiha Obito experienced the despair of losing Rin, and Uchiha Shinichi experienced the despair of witnessing the death of Uchiha Kuromi, the girl he loved. At novel bin at. Both of them were stimulated by the emotion despair and successfully awakened the Mangekyu Sherinon. Among these two, Uchiha Obito even skipped the crucial stage of 3 Tomo and directly moved to Mangekyu Sherinon from the 2 Tomo Sherinon, which may have something to do with Hashirama cells in his body, but there is no clear answer as of yet. This event signifies that the emotion despair has remarkable effects on the Mangekyo Sharinon awakening. Additionally, grief is also an equally powerful emotion as the necessary stimulation. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Fugaku experienced the grief of losing their friends and successfully awakened the Mangekyo Sharinon. As for anger, there doesn't seem to be any case where the subject awakened the Mangekyo Sharinon purely through anger as the emotion. The only case that comes close to the emotion anger is the case of Uchiha Sasuke. However, the awakening of Uchiha Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharinon has more to do with the grief of the tragic life his brother lived and the anger towards Konohagakure that was the cause of all this. Therefore, we can conclude that his stimulation was a combination of grief as the primary and anger being the secondary emotion. With that understood, Kuroto turned over the page of the notebook and wrote, Sadness test. From Kuroto's perspective, making Hideki experience grief isn't that difficult. There are many very close relatives of Hideki in the Uchiha clan, and all these emotional bonds can be used. Among these, Uchiha Ryota, the younger brother of Hideki, is the best choice. If Kuroto makes sure that Uchiha Hideki experienced some anger in conjunction with extreme grief, the possibility of him awakening the Mangekyo Sharinon will be very high. After all, there is already an example of Uchiha Sasuke. Therefore, the next test will be focused on stimulation through grief. Hokage office. Sandaime sat on his chair with a grim expression on his face, and the room was filled with smoke. Uchiha Itachi silently stood on the side not minding the tobacco smoke. At this time, the door of the office was pushed open and several figures walked in. The first one was none other than Shimura Danzo, followed by Yutaten Koharu and finally Mitokado Homura. With the arrival of the three elder consultants, Hiruzen put down his tobacco pipe and said, Uchiha Itachi, explain the situation to the three consultants. Itachi nodded courteously and without any delay, he relayed all the information including his own understanding of the matter regarding the kidnapping of Uchiha Hideki by Amatsukami in detail. When he heard that Amatsukami again dared to cause trouble in Konohagakure, Danzo was furious. What courage do they have? What do they think of Konoha, their personal playground? Yutaten Koharu was also angry. They can't be allowed to do whatever they wish in the village. Although Mitokado Homura did not voice out his opinion, he still nodded with the other two. He was also in favor to put an end to these bounty ninjas. Even if it was a shinobi of the Uchiha clan to be attacked and kidnapped, the action itself was like a resounding slap in the faces of the senior management of Konoha. It isn't wrong to say that once this news spread, the already falling prestige of Konoha will be heavily damaged, and this will also incite other bounty ninjas to have the courage to soon follow suit in the footsteps of Amatsukami and Akatsuki. Sandaime asked Danzo, how has the investigation been going? Being the leader of the root unit of the Umbu department, Shimura Danzo is also responsible for collecting all sorts of secret intelligence. The root has its spies planted in other major villages that regularly transfer all the intel they could. As such, Sandaime appointed him to collect all the intelligence about these bounty nin organizations to have a better understanding of who they were dealing with. Danzo had a frowned expression and said, the information about Amatsukami is very limited. I personally speculate that this organization has recently come into existence, probably not more than 1 or 2 years, and none of the identities we could think of matches with those mask wearers, other than what you speculated that Uchiha Shinichi being Homu's Yubi. These people seem to pop out of seemingly nowhere, giving them a mysterious vibe. As for Akatsuki organization, due to the short period and lack of personnel because of Uchiha Shinichi's actions, any useful information about Akatsuki has not been obtained as of yet, aside from the fact that Akatsuki seems to be a mercenary organization willing to work in cooperation with other shinobi villages. Undoubtedly Danzo did not reveal all the intelligence he had about Akatsuki organization. Shimura Danzo may not have collected useful intelligence about Amatsukami, but that's not the case when it comes to Akatsuki. It wouldn't even be wrong to say that at this point in time, Shimura Danzo is second only to Hyuga Kuroto in Konohagakure to have the understanding of the Akatsuki. After all, the previous leader of Akatsuki, during its first iteration, died because of Danzo. Ever since then, the real Akatsuki that worked to bring peace during the leadership of Yahiko has transitioned into a mercenary organization under the frontal leadership of Nagato, with the secret goal of reviving the Juobi. Danzo and Hanzo may have thought that with the death of Yahiko, the Akatsuki would soon disappear, but unfortunately, that didn't happen, and he never expected that Akatsuki would not only not disappear but even start recruiting S-class nuke nin from all the villages into it. This discovery has been troubling Danzo. After all, many individuals with monstrous strength have joined Akatsuki, and because of what he did, the Akatsuki would obviously harbor hatred towards Konoha, so he dare not mention this matter in the high-level meeting. Besides, he still doesn't know what would happen if Jiraiya finds out about this matter. Although Sandaime had some doubts, he nodded nonetheless. It seems I will have to organize further investigation about Akatsuki, once the matter of Amatsukami is resolved. Thinking so, his gaze turned towards Koharu. Has there been any response from Kumigakure? Koharu nodded. At present, Reikage only asked for a formal explanation detailing all the circumstances, and a request for a formal apology including some compensation because of the lack of sincerity on our part. As for what compensation they desire, Reikage has yet to state his terms. The sudden exposure of two such powerful organizations made Kimagakuer quite careful, so before they find all the information about the two organizations, Kimagakuer would not carelessly launch a full-scale war against Konoha or threaten to do so, and without the confidence to start a war, Reikage would naturally not pressure Konoha too much. Sandaime breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this news, and immediately said, if that's the case, call Jiraiya from the front line. Koharu nodded and began to write the message to be sent. At novel bin at. The lack of trustworthy high-level combat power has been the major cause of all the trouble, so recalling Jiraiya is very necessary as they do not have many options to choose from. Hearing Sandaime's words, Danzo's eyes narrowed ever so slightly, he was thinking something. After some more discussion, Sandaime ordered, aside from Umbu, recruit elites from the major clans including Hyuga, Sarutobi, Nara, Yamanaka, Inuzuka, and other. Danzo, you will serve as the commander and Jiraiya will be the deputy commander. The objective is to search and eliminate Amatsukami as well as the rescue of Uchiha Hideki. Danzo sighed in relief after hearing that Hiruzen gave him the command. Among the high level, the only people who can compare with him are Sandaime himself, Yuditen Koharu, and Midokado Homura, and finally, there is Jiraiya of the Sunin. Therefore, when Sandaime ordered Jiraiya to be called back, Danzo was worried that Hiruzen will give the command to Jiraiya over him for the task of hunting down Amatsukami, but Sandaime chose him, which greatly pleased him. In the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, who is accustomed to doing such tasks, is best for circling and hunting down Amatsukami. After everything was decided, the meeting was concluded and the three elder consultants left the Hokage office. At this time Sandaime turned his gaze towards Uchiha Itachi and said, you can go back now and explain the result of the meeting to Uchiha Patriarch. The reason Sandaime allowed Itachi to be the witness of the meeting was to show goodwill and sincerity to the Uchiha clan and appease them, preventing them from launching the coup. There was also the intention of assessing Uchiha Itachi's thinking process, but it was not that important for now. Itachi nodded in understanding towards Sandaime. He may not be very old, but he is mature enough to understand Sandaime's intentions. After a courteous greeting to Sandaime-sama, Itachi left the Hokage office and made his way towards the Uchiha clan. With the conclusion of the elder consultants' meeting, Urut Umbu conveyed the order of Sandaime to the elite shinobi among the common folks. At the same time, the patriarchs of all the major clans also received the summons in the name of Hokage to organize a hunting operation. The patriarchs of the major clans were obviously a bit uncomfortable by Sandaime's orders. The numbers of elites are rare even in these major clans, and with the events ongoing for the past decade, the elites have only decreased, so the patriarchs were a bit uncomfortable sending their newly grown outstanding shinobi, afraid that they will end up dying. Hayashi handed the convening order issued by Sandaime to the young brother Hisashi while he was considering something. Hisashi read the content of the scroll and said without any hesitation, I will go. Even though there have been many casualties over the years, the number of elites has somewhat grown over the past 2 years. Therefore, Hayashi was also a bit worried whether the situation would return back. But an order is an order, nothing can be done about it, so the participation of Hisashi in the hunting operation is also an inevitable thing. Amatsukami is not a simple bounty nin organization, pay attention to safety. After a short pause, Hayashi continued, make sure to choose some of the elites, excluding Kuroto-kun, and take them with you. Honestly, I would rather let Kuroto-kun handle this matter, but it seems he will be busy with Umbu task. Anyways, that aside, pay attention to your safety as well as the safety of others from the clan. Hisashi nodded, and after selecting 5 ninjas at the level of Jonin and Takubitsu Jonin, Hisashi rushed to the gathering point. As soon as he arrived at the gathering point, Hisashi noticed some of the acquaintances. Inoichi, Shikaku, Choza. Looking at the familiar faces, Hisashi paid more attention to the matter. On the other side of the gathering point stood Patriarch of the Inuzuka clan, along with Inuzukitsum and their canine partners, Abarame Shivi, and the other Abarame clan shinobi quietly sitting. At this time, Shimura Danzo led a large number of civilian shinobi as well as Umbu ninja at the gathering point. Standing at the high platform, Danzo tapped his crutch on the ground harshly to attract everyone's attention and said coldly, this time the mission is to hunt and wipe out the criminal organization Amatsukami. I will be the commander. I do hope that everyone will work together and follow the given orders. That is all. After that, Danzo waited for everyone to process his words, and a few seconds later the entire unit set out. Hyuga Kuroto's home. Only a few minutes passed since he returned to his house from the dungeon prison and released the shadow clone and let the information sink in. At this time, an Umbu appeared at the front gate and conveyed the summoning order issued by Sandaime-sama. Kuroto nodded, and after getting dressed in his Eagle Umbu combat uniform, he rushed towards the Hokage office. Arriving at the Hokage office, Kuroto saw that the other 3 members of Team 11 had already gathered at the Hokage office before him. With the arrival of the last member of Team 11, Sandaime turned away from the window of the Hokage office and passed the scroll detailing the content of the mission to the captain of Team 11. Kakashi in his dog Umbu vest received the scroll, and briefly looking through the contents he stepped forward and bowed. Team 11 will obey the instructions. As stated before, the Umbu do not have the right to refuse any mission they are ordered to complete. Even if the Hokage task them with the death mission, the Umbu must fulfill it without any question, unless he wants to be labeled as a Nukenin. Sandaime nodded. The village has decided to let Elder Consultant Shimura Danzo be the commander responsible for the annihilation of Amatsukami. As soon as he heard this, Shisui's gaze turned towards Kuroto, but noticing that there was no change in Kuroto's expression, as usual, Shisui also calmed his mind and turned his attention back to Sandaime. I want all the details of the hunting operation, so the mission of Team 11 is to observe and monitor all the personnel involved in the hunting mission. Kakashi asked with a bit of hesitation, does Elder Consultant Shimura Danzo also has to be monitored? Sandaime nodded and said in a deep voice, all the personnel participating in the operation must be monitored. Elder Consultant Shimura Danzo and the Toad Sunin Jiraiya are no exception, is that understood? Kakashi replied, yes, Hokage-sama. With Kakashi's reply, Sandaime's gaze turned towards the other three of the Team 11 and finally landed on Shisui. Uchiha Shisui, Code Cat, you will be responsible for monitoring the movements of the Uchiha clan. Without any hesitation in his voice, Shisui nodded, yes, Hokage-sama. Sandaime's words and actions imply that he is willing to trust the Uchiha clan and try to resolve the conflict, and the same is happening from the side of the Uchiha clan too. Therefore, it wouldn't wrong to say that the coup will be delayed until the threat of a Matsukami is resolved. With this, Shisui was very relieved and happy. The clever idea to prepare a common enemy for the Uchiha clan and Konoha was very ingenious and clever. With this, they have more time to resolve the issue of the Uchiha coup. After leaving the Hokage office, the four members arrived at a remote secret route that Team 11 uses for going out of the village during their mission. Dog said, the objective of the mission is focused monitoring and surveillance. However, there are too many targets to be monitored. Therefore, we will all act separately. Eagle, Cat, and Monkey nodded in agreement. With no objection from any of the members of the team, Dog said, I will be responsible for monitoring Elder Consultant Shimura Danzo and the other Umbu beside him, be that of the Root Subdivision. Eagle will be responsible for monitoring Jiraiya-sama and the shinobi of all the other major clans such as the Hyuga, Inoshikacho, Sarutobi, and so on. Monkey will be responsible for monitoring the minor clans and the civilian shinobi. Finally, as Hokage-sama ordered, Cat will be responsible for the elites of the Uchiha clan. Is that clear? Everyone nodded. Hyuga Kuroto can't help but have a respectful look towards Heitake Kakashi. In all the missions they have performed up to now, Kakashi has always taken the initiative to perform the most dangerous part, and it is not because he distrusts others' ability, but it is because he does not wish to let other comrades die before him, and this is worth respecting if anything. This time is also similar. The commander of the operation obviously has the most sensitive identity, and Team 11 has to make sure that they are not noticed while carrying out this secret mission. Therefore, monitoring Shimura Danzo is a highly challenging task. After everyone's part was assigned, the team separated. Dog and Monkey left towards the direction their targets will be. After confirming that no one was around, Cat removed his Umbu mask and said with a slightly excited expression, Kuroto-san, your method has really started to work. Eagle also removed his Umbu mask and asked curiously, has it started to work so soon? Shisui nodded repeatedly. In the clan meeting held not too long ago, everyone only discussed how to hunt down and eliminate a Matsukami as well as rescue Uchiha Hideki, and no one mentioned anything about the coup. Even the other shinobi of Uchiha clan were angry at the shameless Amatsukami, and no one mentioned anything related to the Hokage faction. This is the beginning of something. Seeing Shisui's excited expression, Kuroto nodded and patted him on the shoulder. If that's the case, then very good, but make sure to not be too happy. Currently the two factions have somewhat realized the threat that a Matsukami pose, but they have not deeply understood just how dangerous a Matsukami is and will be in the near future, so we can't let our guards down until this point is ingrained in their hearts. Moreover, the main objective of all this is to divert their attention towards a common enemy and then close the rift between the two factions over time, otherwise the dissatisfaction in the hearts of both sides will not completely disappear. Shisui, who was ruthlessly poured down with cold water, nodded with a sigh. Yes, now everyone is somewhat scared of some fictional enemy called a Matsukami, and this has prompted them to work together. It will take much longer to resolve the conflict between the two sides. Shaking his head to clear up his mind, Shisui asked again, so Kuroto-san, what should we do next? Kuroto thought a little and said, this time the village has launched a large-scale hunt-down operation, additionally tasked us for the monitoring purpose. The objective should also be to find out if there are any eyeliners hidden inside Konoha. Well, we don't have to worry about the second point. As for the first, we don't need to deal with pointless trouble, so let a Matsukami be out of the limelight, for the time being. This way Akatsuki will get more unwanted attention. After Kuroto said this, the two of them nodded to play it safe for the time being and disappeared in a different direction for the monitoring task. This time, Konoha was not restrained and quickly demonstrated its power. Even though greatly weakened, Konoha still maintains the most strength of the 5 great nations, and as expected, within a few short weeks, most of the black market exchange spots, secret intelligence offices, gold exchanges, and other underground organizations hidden in the territory of the Land of Fire were all swept in one fell swoop. A large number of black market officers were arrested and thrown into prison cells for the inquiry and mind reading. Not only that, all the bounty ninja and defected nin that were hiding inside the Land of Fire were also fished out of the waters and suffered mercilessly at the hands of torture specialists and Yamanaka shinobi. After all, not all bounty nin can be as strong as the members of Akatsuki and Amatsukami, and were quickly resolved. and a few handful ones, those who have a good level of strength, were informed of the troubles that Amatsukami has caused with Konohagakure and has already left the Land of Fire tacitly because they understood that Konoha would not sit back and let them do as they please. At novel bin at. Overall, the hunting operation didn't encounter any major resistance and went very smoothly in the face of the difference in combat power of the two sides. In fact, the operation went too smoothly that everyone felt too pressured, because they couldn't find anything about Amatsukami no matter how much they searched. It was as if Amatsukami doesn't even exist in reality. Looking at the reward posters in his hand, Kuroto can't help but laugh. Currently, he has a total of 5 reward posters in his hand. The first 2 are the old reward posters recording the bounty after the Uchiha Shinichi defection incident. The paper has also yellowed out and the reward is still the same as before. Then there are also 3 new rewards. First is issued for the so-called leader of Amatsukami, Yama. The picture part is only a rough sketch of the Yama mask and the Amatsukami cloak with a reward of 150 million ryo. The other 2 are issued rewards for the 2 other members of Amatsukami who have made a public appearance, each worth 80 million ryo. If the 5 bounties are added together, the total amount reaches up to 370 million ryo. Thinking so, Kuroto can't help but wonder whether to produce a few clones and exchange their corpses for the bounty. But he soon dispelled this absurd idea, and thought, who would have issued these rewards? The actions Konoha carried out in the past week were to eliminate all the possible bounty nin and mercenary organizations non-affiliated to Konoha and collect all the intelligence they can about Amatsukami, but Hokage-sama did not issue any rewards in the black market circle. So, the other possible parties who could have issued the rewards are Uchiha clan, Akatsuki organization, and Kumagakure. At this time, Shisui's figure appeared in front of Kuroto. Kuroto asked, did it succeed? Shisui shook his head negatively. Root Subdivision has fully taken over the prison cell and completely sealed it for torture and mind-reading purpose, so entering and gathering any intelligence without Danzo-sama's permission is impossible. Kuroto nodded. He expected as much. Although he knows that his Yama and Sujin disguises are impeccable and impossible to see through, there is no absolute in the shinobi world. And if some had actually seen through his disguise and was captured, then there is a possibility that this information will be revealed, so he asked Shisui to infiltrate the prison grounds and see if he could figure out something. But it appears that Shimura Danzo has taken the cautious route, and directly restricted the entry. Sighing slightly, Kuroto decided to put this matter aside for the time being and asked Shisui, and just what in the hell is going with your Uchiha clan? Why have I been hearing reports of innocents being killed and pillaged? Does the Uchiha clan really have any intention to stay alive, or are they gone insane enough to break the shinobi code even in the non-war period? Are you people just asking to be put into a bad position? Shisui's face also darkened upon Kuroto's question. Sighing in helplessness, Shisui said, there has been no news of Hideki for such a long time, so Uchiha Ryota has been getting more unstable. Even the other clansmen are staying a bit far away from him, and it has become a bit difficult for even Patriarch to persuade him to be patient. Somewhere else in the Land of Fire, in a market area, Uchiha Ryota held a bounty nin by the collar and questioned with a vicious tone, answer me, where is the hiding place of Amatsukami? The bounty nin was currently in a severe state. The face was swollen red, the jaw was broken, blood flowing from the corner of the mouth, several cut and stab wounds in and around the stomach, and he could only shake his head in fear. I don't know. Please let me go. I have a wife Oh, you have a family, and you still don't know. Ryota grinned, took out another kunao, and stabbed at the back of the bounty nin's hand repeatedly and questioned again, do you know now? The poor bounty nin already had tears coming out of his eyes. He knew that his sensory nerves in the hands are damaged, but because of the lack of his strength, all he could do was grit his teeth and beg, I have retired long ago. I have quit my life as a shinobi. I swear I have never heard of Amatsukami. Please just let me go. I swear I don't know anything. You still don't know. Uchiha Ryota snorted and punched the bounty nin with all his strength, causing blood to splatter all over the place. At this time, Hyuga Hisashi walked near Uchiha Ryota and tried to dissuade him. Stop acting barbaric, Uchiha Ryota. If you continue, he will only die before he can even give out any useful intel. Uchiha Ryota turned towards Hisashi with a gloomy look in his eyes and kicked away the bounty nin who was only a step away from the door of death. Hisashi sighed in relief, but just when he thought that Uchiha Ryota was about to stop, he suddenly printed hand seals and shouted while turning towards the retired bounty nin. Fire release, fireball technique. The huge fireball rushed towards the dying bounty nin and swallowed him completely, not even leaving ashes. But it didn't stop there, and soon the flames of the fire technique spread to the other places. And it wasn't even a few seconds when the small bazaar they were in was swallowed in the flames of the billowing hot fire spread by the raging wind. The entire place started to burn. Hisashi was taken aback and frowned. Are you crazy? You are breaking the shinobi code. Looking at the normal civilians struggling to get away from the flames, listening to the shouts, wailing, and crying of people reaching his ears, Ryota laughed unscrupulously. These useless people deserve to die. Since they don't know anything, what's the point them even being alive? Hisashi's face sank. Uchiha Ryota, you are being too savage. How do you expect Hokage-sama to explain this situation to Daimyo-sama? Do you have no shame? Ryota glanced at Hisashi with unhidden disdain in his gaze as his eyes turned towards the forehead and said, a dog like you is not qualified to tell what an Uchiha should do and what he should not do. Uchiha Ryota directly touched the nail of Hisashi's heart, and now Hisashi was really angry. Ryota noticed Hisashi's rising anger and said mockingly, "Huh, you wanna try it? Do you have the courage?" Following the words, the three black tomo circling in the scarlet copy wheel appeared in Ryota's eyes and his murderous intentions were subconsciously leaking. He has aching to kill and slaughter. Hisashi took a deep breath to calm his anger and stated with a serious expression, "I will be reporting your actions to Hokage-say-." However, before he could complete the sentence, Uchiha Ryota flickered from his position and rushed towards Hisashi. Hisashi was taken aback. He did not expect Uchiha Ryota to really go mad enough to attack a fellow shinobi from the same village. This is outrageous. Boom. Hisashi was unprepared and could hardly resist the kick of Uchiha Ryota. As a result, he flew and hit a wall on the other side of the road. At novel bin at. In the woods outside the small bazaar, a whirling vortex appeared in the void and out came our very own masked man. He naturally came to the land of fire to investigate a Matsukami. Sitting on a tree branch and dangling his legs in a to-and-fro motion, with one hand supporting the chin part of the mask he wore, the person was carefully observing the battle that took place in the distance. Uchiha Ryota and Hyuga Hisashi are both elite jonin of their respective clans, and their strength is almost of the same level. It is just that Uchiha Ryota not only attacked first but was also unscrupulous, bloodthirsty, and crazy, while Hisashi cannot act in such a way, so he was being suppressed by Uchiha Ryota. At this moment Zetsu stuck out half of its body from the trunk of the tree and asked curiously, how come two Konoha shinobi are fighting? Masked Man turned to look at Zetsu and instead of answering he questioned, did you find the reason why Konoha organized such an operation and included the Uchiha clan into it? Was it to encircle and hunt down a Matsukami? Zetsu nodded. I overheard the conversation of a few Konoha shinobi. It seems that a Matsukami has been eyeing Sharinon, and kidnapped an elite jonin of the Uchiha clan from the village, so to hunt down and possibly rescue the kidnapped Uchiha clan member, Konoha organized a search and hunt down operation under the command of Shimura Danzo, and the Uchiha clan is also a part of this operation. Masked Man was surprised and muttered with a frown, a Matsukami has been eyeing Sharinon of the Uchiha clan. He couldn't help but murmur, what do they want the Sharinon for? Is it just money or something else entirely? The true power of Sharinon can only be manifested by an Uchiha. Take Kakashi is a typical example of being greatly restrained by the Sharinon he has. Therefore, the Masked Man was quite intrigued as to why would a Matsukami display the sudden interest in the Sharinon. Zetsu said, I also overheard a piece of intelligence about a Matsukami you would be very interested to know. What intelligence? Asked Masked Man with curiosity. It is suspected that Homusubi is actually a defected Uchiha. He has also awakened the Mangekyo Sharinon, and apparently he also defeated Uchiha Shisui. Masked Man was stunned. His face had a gloomy look. There are very few people that make him feel threatened in the shinobi world. Among them, Uchiha Madara and Yondaime Hokage Namikaze Minato are the only two people that really prompted the Masked Man to be cautious. But with the death of these two, Masked Man gradually felt that the entire shinobi world was dancing in the palm of his hands and he had control over everything. However, the sudden emergence of a Matsukami has started to again give rise to that same fear, and he can't help but feel that things have started to get out of his hand. After a long silence, the Masked Man questioned, can you be certain of this intelligence? Uchiha Shisui is currently the only Uchiha shinobi of Konoha to have the Mangekyo Sharinon. His strength is definitely not weak, and if Homusubi of a Matsukami could easily defeat Uchiha Shisui, then that means Homusubi is also not a simple individual. Zetsu shrugged. I only overheard this piece of information, as for whether it is correct or not can't be confirmed for the time being, but if you really want to know, I can kidnap a Konoha shinobi who should be aware of this intelligence and confirm the authenticity. Masked Man shook his head negatively. No, we would not be taking any action this time around. Zetsu noticed the Masked Man's worry and questioned, are worried about something perhaps? The Masked Man said, if Homusubi really defeated Uchiha Shisui, then there is no longer a need to confirm whether he has Mangekyo Sharinon. It has to be the case. The rumors may, in fact, be credible enough, but he is not the cause of my worry. We have no intelligence whatsoever about Yama. If what Kakuzu said is correct, then Yama is the leader of a Matsukami. Are you worried about him? Asked Zetsu. The Masked Man silent for a while, neither did he nod nor denied, and after the silence he spoke, being the leader, Yama should be stronger than Homusubi, and if that's the case, it would not be easy to deal with him. I don't want to provoke such troublesome guy. Now that I think about it this way, this does seem correct, but this only makes me more curious as to who exactly is this Yama fellow, muttered Zetsu. The Masked Man turned his head back towards the direction of the fight going on between Uchiha Ryota and Hyuga Hisashi and said, as long they do not interfere with Project Tsuki no Mi and do not hinder our actions, we do not need to be enemies. As long as all the 9 Baijuyu are successfully collected and Jubi is revived, we wouldn't have to worry about anything. Zetsu nodded. What's more, we also have the Rinnegan. Nothing is worth mentioning in the face of the Rinnegan. Let Konoha investigate a Matsukami and make sure to pay attention to them. We can consider making our move when there is a right opportunity at our door. After speaking this, the Masked Man suddenly thought of something and questioned, have you confirmed the movements of Akatsuki members? Zetsu nodded. Don't worry, Uchiha Shinichi and Baiwajuzo have returned to the Land of Rain ahead of schedule, then the Sasori and Kakuzu duo along with Hiriko and Shino have gone to the Land of Wind. Therefore, other than the two of us nobody of Akatsuki is Land of Fire, and will no longer be used by a Matsukami like last time. The masked man nodded and asked casually, the Land of Wind? Are those four going to deal with Orikimura? Zetsu said, I heard that Sasori planted a spy around Orikimura, and I guess that spy should have passed intelligence about Orikimura's movements to Sasori. The masked man nodded and did not speak anymore. He did not care what happens to Orikimura. Turning his attention back to the battle between the Uchiha and Hyuga, he noticed that the battle was almost concluded. Uchiha Ryuta had finally gotten the upper hand and knocked down Hyuga Hisashi. However, the fact that he didn't take any more actions against Hisashi indicates that even if crazy he was still sane enough to not kill Hisashi and soon left the bazaar. Looking at Hisashi lying on the ground unconscious, the masked man thought, if he dies, the blame will undoubtedly fall on Uchiha Ryuta, and since Hyuga Hisashi is Hyuga Patriarch's younger brother he would obviously not forget such a thing. Therefore, Hyuga clan and Uchiha clan will become enemies deadly. But before he could take action he muttered in disappointment, it seems Hyuga Hisashi's luck is good, someone arrived. After weighing it a little, he decided to give up this plan and said to Zetsu, let's go. Leaving those words his figure mysteriously disappeared in the transparent spiraling whirl. Zetsu glanced towards Hisashi and sunk back inside the trunk of the tree. In the bazaar, whoosh, whoosh, with the sound of breaking through the wind, two figures arrived at the now-destroyed bazaar. The two men wore a sash that has the kanji of fire around the waist, indicating their identities being the member of 12 Guardian Ninja directly serving under the daimyo of the Land of Fire. This time the operation organized by Konoha involved too many towns and villages all over the Land of Fire, so the daimyo of Land of Fire also dispatched 12 Guardian Ninja to help out in the hunting operation. And these two members of 12 Guardian Ninja rushed here because of the rising black smoke that they saw from a distance, suspecting that a fight must be going on here. Looking at the wounded people who fell in the flames, one of the two quickly shouted towards the other, Asuma-kun, there are people here. Asuma, who has only recently become part of the Guardian 12 Ninja, said with a solemn expression, Chiriku-san, be careful, there are chances that the enemy is still nearby. The two members of the Guardian 12 Ninja are none other than Sarutobi Asuma of the Sarutobi clan from Konoha, and Chiriku, a ninja monk from the Fire Temple. Chiriku nodded, heeding Asuma's warning, and he started rescuing the wounded from the fire. A few moments later Asuma discovered the badly injured Hisashi lying in the pile of rubble. Being the son of Sandaime, Asuma very well understood Hisashi's strength, so exclaimed after noting Hisashi's injuries, Hisashi-san, who attacked you? Asuma's exclaim also attracted Chiriku's attention and he also came here. Cough cough. After a heavy cough, Hisashi said weakly, it was Uchiha Ryuta. He has gone crazy and dared to unscrupulously attack the villagers. When I tried to stop him, he started attacking me. It was unexpected and therefore, I was taken by surprise. Hearing Hisashi's words, both Asuma and Chiriku looked at each other with a frown. They did not expect that it would be an Uchiha clansman. Uchiha Ryuta not only attacked the uninvolved civilians, but also destroyed the bazaar, slaughtering civilians, thus breaking the shinobi code, and even went as far as to attach a companion of the same village. At this time, another group of Uchiha shinobi was attracted by the spreading fire and rushed here as soon as they could. When they heard the circumstances and Uchiha Ryuta's brazen actions they were all filled with rage. At Novel bin at. Konoha has the shinobi code to never attack uninvolved civilians, and even during times of war they rarely slaughter the civilians without any solid reason, let alone attacking a shinobi of the same village. This action is open betrayal. Uchiha Ryuta's unscrupulous action of slaughtering innocents aroused everyone's indignation, especially Asuma and Chiriku who are directly serving under daimyo, and they clamored for his arrest and capital punishment. It didn't take long for this news to be passed back to the village, and everyone learned of Uchiha Ryuta's action of attacking Hyuga Hisashi, the younger brother of the Hyuga Patriarch. As soon as Shisui heard this, he couldn't help but curse the freaking bastard and quickly met up with Kuroto. When Shisui heard the news that Uchiha Ryuta dared to attack Hyuga Hisashi, he was taken aback. In the eyes of General Konoha shinobi both the clan are noble and honorable, but they also know that the Uchiha clan is stronger than the Hyuga, whether in terms of strength or fame. But only Uchiha Shisui, who knows the true strength of Kuroto, understands that with the presence of Kuroto-san, Hyuga clan is undoubtedly superior to the Uchiha clan. Therefore, he was a little panicked when he heard that Hyuga Hisashi was attacked by Uchiha Ryuta. He can't imagine what would the consequences be if Ryuta actually killed Hyuga Hisashi. When Shisui met up with Kuroto, he apologized, again and again, to make sure that Kuroto-san overlooks Ryuta's audacity this time. Kuroto waved his hand and said, forget it, this time, I was a bit negligent. With the kind of temperament Uchiha Ryuta has, I should have considered that he will take brazen actions if stimulated. Shisui was a little sad. He had even started to consider if just the sacrifice of Uchiha Hideki would be enough to save the Uchiha clan from their predicament. However, it seems that he was expecting too much. Uchiha Ryuta's not only created a problem for the clan with the Hokage faction through his action, but he even dared to provoke the Hyuga clan. Therefore Shisui can't help but think that the extremists really have to purge as they are too harmful to the clan. After making up his mind, Shisui said, Kuroto-san, when are we going to kidnap Uchiha Ryota? Kuroto glanced at Shisui with a smile. I thought you would still hesitate for a while. Shisui can't help but smile bitterly. The plan has already progressed to this point, and Uchiha Ryota is doing more harm to the clan than good, so it is better to continue. Kuroto nodded and did not tease Shisui anymore. After pondering a little he said, you should investigate Uchiha Ryota's movements to look for the possible opportunities. When we have the appropriate window, we can take swift action. Shisui nodded and the both of them separated. Temporary prison. Knock. Knock. The sudden knock on the door interrupted Shimura Danzo's thoughts. Recollecting himself he said, come in. Followed by the commander Root Umbu walked into Shimura Danzo's office and passed a document file. Danzo-sama, this document contains all the intelligence we have obtained so far. Danzo reached out his hand to take the document file while questioning, has the base camp of Amatsukami been tortured out? The Root Ninja shook his head, please forgive this subordinate Danzo-sama, till date we have obtained no valid intelligence about Amatsukami, no matter how much torture the people are put through, no matter how much mind reading is done nobody knows anything, they are all completely ignorant of any information related to Amatsukami. Smash. Crack. At novel bin at. Danzo threw the document file at the wooden table and smashed his fist on top of it while speaking angrily, they don't know anything? Then what is this document you are giving me? Do you want me to plan out the further actions using this rubbish? The kneeling Umbu shook his head repetitively, no. Danzo-sama they really don't know anything, and this file records the information about Akatsuki organization. Akatsuki organization. Hearing these words, Danzo's gaze became grim, picking up the document file from the table, he read the content and he was shocked, the more he read the more his face turned pale. Orochimaru, Uchiha Shinichi, Hiriko, Shino, Baiwajuzo, Sasori, Kakuzu, these dem S-class defected nin from all the villages have joined the Akatsuki. What do they want to do? Looking at the long list of names he is quite familiar with, Danzo's anger was off the charts. Akatsuki is different from Amatsukami, where Kuroto has made sure to disguise his identity using a mask, cloak, eliminating body odor, etc., to make sure that nobody could figure out his identity. When the members of Akatsuki acts, all of them show their true color and act without any scruples. Therefore, when Konoha started this full-scale hunting operation, all over the Land of Fire, the information about so many S-class missing nin being part of Akatsuki was immediately exposed. Kuroto secretly uses Konoha's intelligence network when he acts as Yama or Sujin, and most of the time, he used the Tenseigan chakra mode to travel from one location to another, therefore he did not have much interaction with irrelevant people. For this reason, even if he has completed many missions in the black market circle as Yama and Sujin, the only people who have seen him are either his targets or the bounty boss. Akatsuki members are different. Most of the time, they travel on foot, uses their own intelligence network or that of the black market circle, whether it is food, lodging, or intelligence collection. They come in contact with all sorts of people. For that reason, the intelligence about who are they, and who do they work for, inevitable leaks. Putting down the file with a gloomy look, Danzo can't help but think, it seems that the previous rumors were indeed true. Not too long ago, there were rumors about Orochimaru and Uchiha Shinichi joining a mercenary organization in the black market circle, but nobody including Shimura Danzo believed such ridiculous nonsense. And it is natural because, in the eyes of Sandaime, Danzo, and others, a ninja at the level of Orochimaru would never bother to join some mercenary organization unless they have a special love for money, which is obviously not the case for both Orochimaru and Uchiha Shinichi. Although, the 4 members of the Elder Advisor Council were not sure about Orochimaru, however, in regards to Uchiha Shinichi they all initially believed that he has defected to Kumogakure, therefore they were doubtful whether the rumors were intentionally spread by Kumo. But now that he read this file, Danzo realized that rumors were not false. Danzo can't help but feel disturbed at the thought of so many powerful defected ninjas of Konoha hiding in Akatsuki. Moreover, they all have some story behind the scenes with Shimura Danzo, therefore, Danzo felt that Akatsuki poses a much greater threat to Konoha compared to Amatsukami. After a long silence, Danzo questioned, is there no information about the current leader of Akatsuki? The kneeling Root Umbu quickly replied, the current leader of Akatsuki is also very mysterious, and it seems that other than the official members of Akatsuki, nobody knows anything about him. He has also not made any appearance in the shinobi world, so we were not able to torture out any information about him. Hearing this, Danzo nodded in understanding and ordered in an unquestionable tone, continue to collect intelligence. I want all the information about Akatsuki organization too. Yes, Danzo-sama. The Root Umbu nodded respectfully and left the office. At this time, Danzo again picked up the file recording Akatsuki's intelligence and muttered to himself, Akatsuki, Amatsukami, what do they really want to do? Suddenly, another Root Umbu appeared in the office and reported, Danzo-sama, we have just obtained a piece of intelligence according to which, Amatsukami and Akatsuki are in a hostile relationship. The report even says that there was a fierce conflict between them. This new piece of intelligence immediately aroused Danzo's interest. If Amatsukami and Akatsuki are really hostile towards one another, there will be a lot of room for maneuvering, and he would even be able to sit at the top watching the two organizations destroying themselves. Therefore, he stopped his thought midway and questioned, the two organizations are hostile? Is there any relevant information that confirms this? The Rudombu nodded. According to the reports, we have received the small-scale war a few months ago that destroyed a large part of the forest, and we suspected Orochimaru's involvement in it because of the clues found. There was actually a fight between Kakuzu of Akatsuki and Sujin of Amatsukami. The specific situation is not known, but the first part can be confirmed. Danzo nodded and asked, what was the reason for the conflict? The bounty exchange master seems to be unaware of the cause, but considering the fact that Kakuzu has commissioned the black market to investigate Yama only a few months prior to that conflict, the bounty exchange master speculates that Akatsuki and Amatsukami might have some disputes over the quota of bounty tasks. Danzo sneered at this speculation. Although the bounty tasks in black market circle are limited, there would never be a shortage for such strong individuals like Akatsuki and Amatsukami, so thinking that the dispute was caused because of the quota of bounty task is utterly foolish. There has to be some other reason which they have yet to figure out. Thinking so, Danzo ordered the Rudombu to leave, while he himself got up from the wooden chair he sat on and walked back and forth in his office, mulling over all the information he has in his hands up to now. According to the intelligence obtained so far, Danzo has gained a general understanding of Akatsuki. Their operation structure, the behavior of the various members, identities, and etc. are all within his scope of understanding, except that their leader is a bit too mysterious, but they do make an extraordinarily strong mercenary organization. However, Amatsukami is completely different. Up to now they only know some bits and pieces about their members. For all they know, they are only aware of 4 members of Amatsukami, of which the abilities of the 2 are also not clear. Danzo never expected that even after carrying out such a large-scale operation, involving hundreds of shinobi not only in the Land of Fire but also the surrounding nations, he still could not dig out even the slightest of useful intelligence about Amatsukami. If not for the several outstanding and remarkable record of Amatsukami in the recent period, Danzo would even doubt whether Amatsukami really exist. Thinking so, he started reviewing his thoughts, connecting dots about all the actions that Amatsukami took part in, and after going over these dots many times, he suddenly thought of something, and that's when he felt that he grasped something about Amatsukami. The fact that there is no information about Amatsukami is also a piece of information in itself. The fact that no intelligence about Amatsukami can be dug. If you look at this from another perspective, it would imply that there is actually no clue, to begin with. Imagine that even an organization as fierce and strong as Akatsuki also needs to use black market circle and various private intelligence agents to collect information about their targets all over the shinobi world. Then why does Amatsukami not need to use the underground intelligence networks for obtaining all the intelligence they need? There is only one answer, that is, Amatsukami has another intelligence network. With the reputation that Amatsukami has about their high efficiency and precise shots, it wouldn't be wrong if Danzo infers that the intelligence network that Amatsukami uses is absolutely superior to that underground intelligence network. And in the shinobi world, there are only 5 shinobi villages that surpass the underground intelligence network. Is it possible that Amatsukami is actually just an empty shell organization created by a certain shinobi village? This thought appeared in Danzo's mind. Kirigakuer has just gone through civil strife against their major clans, so they can be ruled out. They have neither strength nor the willingness to do this kind of thing. First they would do is get rid of their own troubles. Tsunagakuer is under suppression from the daimyo of the Land of Wind, so their power is continuously decreasing. Tsunagakuer is also an ally, so they can be excluded for the time being. If it was Kumigakuer, then there was no need to sacrifice their head shinobi. They could have used so many other excuses to start the war, not to mention they wouldn't have agreed to the peace treaty itself, so Kumigakuer can also be ruled out. Iwaigakuer is a bit suspicious, and with Oniki's character it wouldn't be surprising, but if it really was Iwaigakuer, they could have just killed Watanabe and disappeared. Why would they bother to take the risk of taking his body to the black market exchange shop? They would obviously make sure that the suspicion of Watanabe's death falls on Konoha's head. Moreover, it is also impossible for Iwaigakuer to recruit an Uchiha with the Mangekyo Sharinon, not to mention with the shadow in Oniki's heart it would be impossible for him to trust an Uchiha. With the process of elimination, Danzo denied the 4 possibilities and he was again in a bit of confusion. Does that mean Konoha? Was another thought, but how can such an organization be formed in Konoha without him knowing about it? Then he suddenly thought of Uchiha, and again as if a light bulb was lit he thought, is it possible that Uchiha clan has been doing all of this? Uchiha clan is currently the most notable and superior shinobi clan in Konoha, even after they are being constantly suppressed thanks to his efforts. The strength of the Uchiha clan is without a doubt unquestionable. As for Homusubi, there is a ready-made Uchiha Shisui with the Mangekyo Sharinon. Therefore, theoretically, the Uchiha clan can have 2 members impersonating as the members of Amatsukami, one of them being Homusubi, and the other being Sujin if he has somehow managed to awaken Ice Release, or maybe employ someone to play Sujin. But thinking so, Danzo suddenly frowned. Because he suddenly found a loophole in his own speculation, that is, why would the Uchiha clan attack the Kumigakuer head ninja and then take the risk of sending his body to the black market circle? If they somehow wanted to provoke conflict between Konoha and Kumo, and use it to their advantage, then why would they send his body to the black market circle? This is a completely contradictory behavior. Not to mention, Uchiha clan does not lack money, so it couldn't be just bounty, right? At novel bin at. Shaking his head to dispel this last absurd thought, Danzo suddenly had an absolutely genius idea. Then an evil grin flashed on his face. It's because he suddenly realized that this is a very good opportunity to deal with Uchiha Shisui and seize his Mangekyo Sharingan. Tap, tap. Soon, Danzo tapped his crutch on the ground. Listening to the sound, an Umbu ninja who was guarding outside walked in and asked, Danzo-sama, what does this subordinate need to do? Danzo said in a cold tone, secretly spread a rumor all over Konoha that Uchiha Shisui is Homusubi of Amatsukami. Yes, Danzo-sama. The rude Umbu was surprised, but he soon recovered and left the office to fulfill the instructions he was given. At this time, Danzo suddenly regained his confidence. He has no proof that Uchiha Shisui is Homusubi of Amatsukami, but for him, the presence of evidence is not important. All he needs is a rightful excuse to deal with Uchiha Shisui and get his hands on the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. There are already many shinobi he has dealt with, and Uchiha Shisui wouldn't be an exception. Just like he secretly dealt with Konoha's White Fang, Heitake Sakumo. At that time, Heitake Sakumo's fame had even surpassed the level of prestige of the Sunin, and the name of Konoha's White Fang was feared throughout the shinobi world. If such a character was not contained, the threat to the Hokage faction would have been too great. Moreover, Danzo even feared that things would have started to get out of his hands, had White Fang's reputation continued to grow. Therefore, he used the opportunity of Heitake Sakumo's mission failure and used his root Umbu to make that secret piece of news a piece of public information by exaggerating it several times. As such, the secret information that should have been sealed in the mission archives became the talk of the town, and Heitake Sakumo's prestige quickly fell. It is just that Shimura Danzo never expected that Heitake Sakumo attached such importance to honor and facing the accusation and cold eyes of the same people he risked his life to save. In the end, he chose to commit suicide in silence. But all that is not important for now. What's important is that he gets his hand on Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan and successfully eliminates the threat of the Uchiha clan from the village. Konoha does not need Uchiha clan, so it wouldn't matter if Uchiha Shisui does the same thing. Kuroto and Shisui were naturally unaware of what transpired in the prison. Currently, the two of them were present outside a village while hiding themselves in the forest cover. On a tree, Kuroto, who was wearing Yama disguise, activated the Tenseigan, carefully looking at the distant village and checking for all the movements. According to the latest intelligence obtained by Konoha, this dilapidated village hides a black market branch, so the ninjas involved in the encirclement and capture operation were currently searching the village for any clues about Amatsukami. Uchiha Shisui, wearing the Homusubi disguise, was standing not far away, spoke in a whisper, Yama, how is it? Is the information I received accurate? Yama nodded. Uchiha Ryota is here, although he is accompanied by quite a lot of other shinobi. After receiving the confirmation, Homusubi asked, are we going to do it? Yama nodded. Yes, but let's wait for a while. Homusubi was puzzled. Is something the matter? At novel bin at. The village has been covered with the insects used by Abarame clansmen, so we have to be prudent on our approach. After explaining this, Yama continued, it would be best if we wait for Uchiha Ryota to separate from his fellow teammates and use that opportunity to strike him. The previous incident where Uchiha Ryota attacked Hyuga Hisashi had a very negative effect. Even the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, had to personally pay a visit to the Hyuga patriarch and ask for an apology for Ryota's actions. Although Hyuga Hisashi accepted the apology, the people of the Hyuga clan still refused to work in the same team as Uchiha Ryota. Therefore, the shinobi of the Abarame clan were stuck to work with Uchiha Ryota, along with the Uchiha shinobi and a root Umbu, to make sure that the conflict does not escalate any further. And because of the indiscriminate actions of Uchiha Ryota of killing innocent and unrelated people, even Sarutobi Asuma and the ninja monk Shiriku of the Guardian 12 shinobi were instructed by the daimyo to follow him and monitor his actions to keep him under check. Suddenly there was an explosive sound from far away and the raging fire lit up the village in the burning flames. Looking at the rising flames and the black smoke, Yama and Homusubi stopped their conversation and paid more attention to the shinobi team. Hearing the cries of the villagers, Shisui's face under the Homusubi mask was gloomy. Undoubtedly, even after being reprimanded by the patriarch, Ryota still didn't restrain his actions. And again a lot of innocents were killed by him. Yama said with a cold tone, it seems that we wouldn't have to wait for too long. And as he expected, the other shinobi restrained Ryota and kept him under the watch of a root Umbu while they cleaned up Ryota's mess, and Ryota used the opportunity to sneak away from the others. He also didn't wander around aimlessly but left the village alone. From the look he had a few seconds ago, it seemed as if he had found something. Yama and Homusubi glanced at each other and quickly followed him. After trailing Ryota for a while, Homusubi said, I think, here should be far enough, don't you think? Yama, who has been constantly observing everything with the Tenseigan, nodded. There is no shinobi around, a good spot to kidnap an Uchiha. With that decided, the both of them used body flicker technique and instantly caught up with Uchiha Ryota at the front. Seeing the two members of Amatsukami arrive before him, Ryota was so angry, and shouted, you bastards, you finally dared to show yourselves? Where is my brother? In Yama's point of view, Uchiha Ryota is nothing more than a torture subject who is only alive to give birth to a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Therefore, he did not bother to talk nonsense with him and signaled Homusubi. Homusubi nodded. Uchiha Ryota is different from Uchiha Hideki, whether, in terms of insight of his Sharingan or overall strength, he is far superior to that of his elder brother. In fact, some of the Uchiha even speculate that his strength is second only to the Patriarch and Uchiha Shisui. Therefore, even if both are brothers, Ryota is still far more dangerous. So to avoid any accidents, Yama and Homusubi had already agreed to attack him together and quickly solve him in the shortest amount of time possible. The silence of the two members of Amatsukami made Ryota understand that he is their target this time. As a shinobi who has been taking care of the dirty work of the Uchiha clan for many years, Ryota's experience far surpasses that of any other Uchiha. In fact, Ryota even thinks that his combat experience even surpasses the Patriarch. For that reason, he did not wait for the enemy to start and himself printed hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique. At the same time, Homusubi also printed the same hand seals at a faster speed and used the exact same technique, fire release, great fireball technique. The two great fireballs collided, causing a loud explosion, spreading scorching hot fire all around. But the two did not stop there and instantly started a shurikenjutsu battle. The shurikenjutsu battle between the two was especially magnificent, and Yama once again got to witness the amazing shurikenjutsu skill of elite Uchiha shinobi. Taking advantage of Ryota's distraction, Yama rushed towards him. At this time, Ryota had just ended the shurikenjutsu battle with Homusubi and took out the emergency signal flare from his shinobi bag, and was going to lit the flare. Yama's eyes shrank and he knew that he cannot allow Ryota to fire the signal flare, so he speeded up. One of Yama's hands was going towards Ryota's chest while the other went towards the signal flare. However, just as Yama was about to grab the signal flare from Ryota's hand, he noticed the winning smirk that Ryota had from the corner of his eye. Smash! Smash! But Yama was already too close to back off now, and at the same instant, two distinctive sounds of smashing were heard. One was the sound of Yama hitting Ryota's right hand that held the signal flare while taking away the signal flare, while the other was Ryota hitting Yama's chest with his left hand. In the same breath, Ryota shouted, "Ninja art, summoning technique, Iron Maiden of certain death." Poof! With a puff of white smoke, an Iron Maiden with complex seal prints appeared. Hundreds of metal chains shot out of the cage and wrapped Yama, restricting all his movements and dragged Yama inside it. P.S. The Iron Maiden looks like the one Naofumi used in the Rising of Shield Hero but with additional chains. While being dragged, Yama couldn't help but think, this guy used signal flare as a feint and used that opportunity to perform summoning technique and bring out this Iron Maiden. Damn, I got careless, but then again, if I backed off at that moment he would have definitely fired the signal flare. This is still the better result. Regardless of his shitty character, Uchiha Ryota's superb fighting wisdom alone is commendable, and even if it is Yama, he can't help but admire it. Humph, the leader of Amatsukami? Nothing more than a piece of trash, snorted Ryota in a cold tone as Yama was finally locked inside the Iron Maiden cage and would soon be dead. With Yama out of the way, Ryota moved his gaze towards Homusubi and said disdainfully, "You are going to be the next." Crack, crack, boom. Just as he was just about to start with Homusubi, suddenly the metal cracking sound was heard. Turning his head to look at the source, Ryota was surprised to find that the Iron Maiden he summoned was deformed abnormally by an inexplicable force. Hundreds of spikes that were supposed to rid Yama's body with holes were now flattened into metal discs. Coming out of the Iron Maiden as if walking out of the park, Yama said with a playful chuckle, "You should indeed be proud of your accomplishment just now, but do not let it go to your head." The way Yama came out of the Iron Maiden made Ryota suddenly feel a huge sense of crisis. He has a wealth of combat experience, and it was this very combat experience that was shouting at him in panic. Even after he racked all his brain, it was difficult for him to imagine just how exactly Yama broke out of his Iron Maiden. Sure enough, as Patriarch said, Amatsukami is not so easy. With this, Ryota's expression finally turned serious. At novel bin at. Although he is a bloodthirst and crazy type, Ryota is by no means stupid. Even if he wants to choke these bastards, he still knew how to analyze the situation properly. And aside from all that, Ryota has extreme trust over his keen instincts, and these instincts were also screaming at him that the moment of life and death is here. Ryota has never told this to anyone, but his keen instincts are akin to a special intuition ability he acquired when his Sharingan reached the fully matured state. It was this intuition that helped him shine in the Third Shinobi Great War, and with that, he became a prominent figure in the Uchiha clan, second only to the Patriarch and Elder Council in terms of authority. At this time, Yama walked towards Uchiha Ryota, and incited him, "Compared to your pathetic brother, you are at least not disappointing." Although enraged, Ryota did not reply to Yama's taunt. He took a deep breath and printed hand seals and shouted, "Summoning technique." Puff. Instantly white smoke arose. When the smoke disappeared, a red tabby cat with a black napkin wrapped around his neck, a silver fork in the left paw, a knife in the other, and half fish in the mouth appeared before everyone. While chewing the fish, the cat mumbled vaguely, "Ryota, you idiot, have I not said to not summon me during my mealtimes? I will not be doing anything during my mealtime." "But I am fighting an enemy," retorted Ryota helplessly. "I couldn't care less. In fact, do us both a favor and just die already," said the cat with a humph tone. With a sigh, Ryota released the summon and the red tabby cat was sent away. Seeing this scene, Homusubi suddenly remembered something and said, Yama, that red cat can perform hundreds of types of jutsu. I am sure he wants to escape here using the reverse summon. Homusubi did not need to complete that sentence as Yama too realized that something was amiss here, and he also guessed Ryuda's intentions. Therefore, as soon as the red tabby cat disappeared, Yama used rain wheel pull to attract Uchiha Ryuda towards him. What? Uchiha Ryuda, who was suddenly pulled towards Yama under some kind of force, was suddenly panicked. At the same instant, Yama also applied a gravity push under his feet and rushed towards the incoming Ryuda, all while printing the hand seals. At the moment the two came in contact, Yama pressed his hands on Ryuda's chest and shouted, Fuinjutsu, contract seal, seal. Ryuda did not have any opportunity to recover when Homusubi, who was also pulled by Yama, took this opportunity to use genjutsu. The whole fight did not even last even a minute from beginning to end, and the last counter was almost instantaneous. In just a few breaths, when the three landed on the ground, the contract seal had already disabled all the summoning contracts signed by Uchiha Ryuda, as well as the genjutsu had already acted upon him. Uchiha Ryuda's visual prowess may be stronger than Uchiha Hideki's, but it is nothing compared to Uchiha Shisui's visual prowess, therefore he was easily solved. Using the opportunity while Ryuda was trapped in the genjutsu, Yama hit the back of his neck, making him lose consciousness. With Uchiha Ryuda unconscious, Yama used the four symbol seal to seal his chakra. With this, our objective is complete. Homusubi nodded with a heavy breath. He was relieved that no accident happened and Ryuda was successfully captured. If he had somehow managed to escape this time, then the target of Amatsukami would have been revealed to Konoha and it would have become difficult to find any other chance to kidnap him. Moreover, there is also no guarantee that he did not realize anything during the confrontation, so the successful capture was a great relief. After completing the seal, Yama said, Leave him to me. You should also leave this place now and make sure to find a suitable opportunity to show up in another place for your alibi so that the suspicion does not fall upon you. Homusubi nodded and without saying anything he disappeared from this place. Yama also did not delay anymore and after lifting Uchiha Ryuda into the air using attractive force, he entered into the Tenseigan chakra mode and after taking a careful look around, also flew away towards the dungeon prison. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It wasn't much longer after Yama left, several shinobi arrived at the battlefield. These shinobi are none other than the same team including Sarutobi Asuma, Chiriku, a Barame clansman along with 3 Uchiha shinobi who were with Uchiha Ryuda not long ago. Because Uchiha Ryuda sneaked away they had to come after him, and the rising black smoke that was visible from a distance and the burning forest was the best giveaway of his position. Although they arrived here together, their purpose is different. The several Uchiha shinobi were worried that if Ryuda wanders alone, he would be attacked by Amatsukami, while Asuma and Chiriku came to take him under custody for his actions of attaching the innocent civilians and burning the village despite the previous warning he was given. Only the Abarame clansman was just a helpless bystander and could only choose to follow helplessly. Arriving at the scene, the Uchiha members noticed the broken Iron Maiden and exclaimed with a gloomy face, Oh shit, Ryuda might be in trouble. At this time, Asuma and Chiriku noticed the damaged signal flare that lied on the ground and asked, That signal flare, it was specially assigned to be used when one encounters Amatsukami, right? Another Uchiha shinobi looked at the signal flare and nodded, Yes, Elder Consultant Danzo assigned this signal flare, and it was probably the one that Ryuda had. Asuma said with a serious face, if Uchiha Ryuda did not even have the opportunity to fire the signal flare to call for help, then he must have been ambushed by more than one member of Amatsukami. In the dungeon prison Kuroto created. Uchiha Ryuda regained his consciousness. Unlike what Kuroto expected, Ryuda didn't yell or shouted but calmly observed his surroundings and analyzed the situation he was in. Looking at the figure that stood before him, Ryuda spoke with a chuckle, It is really ironic. Who would have thought that the so-called Amatsukami, a bounty nin organization, are actually the shinobi of Konohagakure? Well, you are calmer than I expected. It is certainly better compared to acting like a barbarian, spoke the other person in a mocking tone. Kuroto, who was wearing Yama disguise and leaning on the wall on the opposite side, had his arms folded over his chest and smiled slightly. Uchiha Ryuda coldly stared at the unperturbed Yama and spoke, Answer me. That Homusubi is Uchiha Shisui, right? Yama was a little curious as to how Ryuda figured it out and questioned, How did you figure it out? Even among the Uchiha clan, there are very few shinobi who know the abilities of my summon cat. So, Homusubi being able to figure out what I intended to do at that moment was an easy giveaway, not to mention he has the Mangekyou Sharinon. Nobody other than Uchiha Shisui meets both the requirements. After explaining this he took a pause and continued with a sneer, It's not unexpected that Uchiha Shisui betrayed the clan and chose to side himself with the village, but I wonder what he will do once the clan is destroyed. Will the village let him live? Although I will die because of him, it wouldn't be very long when I get to meet him in the Pure Land. I would definitely want to cherish his expression at that time. From Ryuda's words, it isn't difficult to guess that even if he managed to figure out the true identity of Homusubi, he still believes that Amatsukami is acting behind the scenes under the directives of senior management of Konoha. Yama smiled at Ryuda's shrewdness and said, You know, it is pointless to try to instigate infighting by inciting him. He is not even here in the first place, so your pathetic attempt is a wasted effort. Ryuda curled his and snorted coldly. When he said a moment ago are indeed his true thoughts, but he did have some idea to incite infighting and use guilt of betrayal in Shisui's heart as an opportunity. Yama walked towards Uchiha Ryota. Since you hold a very high level of authority in the Uchiha clan and considering the fact that you are the captain of the 3rd Division in the Konoha Military Police Force, I have a few questions from you that I believe you might know the answer of. I do hope you can answer them truthfully. Ryota grunted condescendingly. And what are those few questions? Yama did not use the roundabout approach and questioned in a straightforward manner. How much do you know about Izanagi? As soon as Ryota heard Yama mentioning Izanagi, his pupil shrank and he stuttered in surprise. How do you know about Izanagi? Did that traitor Shisui even gave away the information about it to the village? But just as he spoke, Ryota stopped midway in denial and spoke while shaking his head. No, this can't be. In the first place, Shisui probably doesn't even know the secret of Izanagi. His attitude has always been uncertain, so Patriarch would definitely not tell him about Izanagi. Noticing Ryota's muttering, Yama spoke. It seems that you do know a lot about Izanagi. Taking a short pause, he continued, explain what you know. I don't think that I need to say this, but you should understand the position you are in. The needless struggle will only make you suffer more before your inevitable death. Ryota did not answer directly but spoke with a grim look. What's the point even if I tell you about it? It is not as if it would be useful to you. It would be wise of you to give up Izanagi, as it is a forbidden genjutsu that only Uchiha clansmen can use. Without Uchiha blood and Sharingan, it is impossible to use it. Listening to Ryota's words, Yama walked back and did not speak anything to retort Ryota's words. In the original story, even those not of the Uchiha clan mastered this forbidden genjutsu. Shimura Danzo transplanted quite a lot of Sharingan and combined them with the Hashirama cells to be able to use Izanagi. Therefore, Izanagi is not limited to just the Uchiha clan. However, the Sharingan seems to be a necessary requirement, but that is probably because Sharingan has traces of Hagoromo's chakra that records the creation of all things technique, and Izanagi is derived from the creation of all things technique. But the Izanagi used by Shimura Danzo was only limited to 1 minute per Sharingan, while the Izanagi used by Uchiha Obito lasted much longer. This is probably because Danzo did not have the necessary spiritual and physical energy because of being a non-Uchiha and non-Senju. Therefore, what Uchiha Ryota said is actually not wrong, but it isn't right either. The non-Uchiha have a hard time mastering Izanagi, but they can if they are able to fulfill the necessary requirements. After a long silence, Yama spoke. Well, I understand that Izanagi is exclusive to the Uchiha clan as you say, but would you mind humoring me a little, as I need to satiate my curiosity? Answer me, have you mastered Izanagi? Of course, I have not. Ryota replied very simply and then said with a laugh, Izanagi is regarded as an ominous technique even among the Uchiha, and not many people are aware of it, and nobody is allowed to learn it. Said Ryota, while also thought, and it took me a lot of effort to convince Patriarch to let the clansmen master Izanagi at the time of launching the coup. Yama thought, thankfully Uchiha Fugaku is sane enough to not let all the Uchiha learn Izanagi, otherwise the fighting power of the Uchiha clan would have multiplied several times. Although he thought this, he still said casually, why should I believe whether you are speaking the truth or not? Ryota snorted, humph, like I care. Believe if you want to, don't believe if you do not want to. Seeing Ryota's response, Yama chuckled, I guess you are speaking the truth, because if you had really learned Izanagi, I am afraid that the entire Uchiha clan would have learned it overnight. Considering Ryota's radical behavior, if Izanagi would have come in his hand, then he would have definitely spread its information among all the Uchiha, therefore, forcing Uchiha Fugaku to speed the preparation of coup d'etat. At novel bin at. Since the Uchiha are still in the preparation period, this means that the Izanagi that Uchiha Patriarch holds in his hands has not been revealed to the others by Ryota. Ryota sighed at Yama's words and said with a bitter expression, the Patriarch has been waiting for the best opportunity for so long, but the thing is that best opportunity never comes, it has to be created. All he is doing is hesitating, and Patriarch's hesitation will doom the entire clan. Yama was no longer interested in discussing the matter of the Uchiha coup, and said casually, you don't know much about Izanagi, so you shouldn't know about Izanami, another forbidden genjutsu that was specifically created to punish the Izanagi users, right? Ryota frowned when he heard the unfamiliar term, Izanami. Seeing Ryota's confused expression, Yama knew that he was right. Ryota seems to have never even heard the term Izanami, much less mastering it. But when he thought about it a little, this is also normal. Izanagi itself is regarded as a kinjutsu by the Uchiha, so very few people should be aware of Izanami. Seeing Yama's silence, Ryota asked, this Izanami? Is it also a kinjutsu of the Uchiha clan? Even I don't know about it. Then how do you know? Did Shisui leak the information about it to you? Yama did not answer. Since Ryota does not have any useful information about the topics that Yama is interested in, so Yama does not bother to discuss anything more with him. Understanding that the other party was not going to answer him, Ryota thought a little and finally asked, so is Nii-san alive, or have you killed him? Yama chuckled, why do you even care whether he is alive or not? Do you think you can save him if he is alive, or do you think that you will be able to avenge him if he is dead? Is it really important? Ryota was silent for a while, then said, if it is not important, then it should be okay to at least tell me this, right? Listening to Ryota's words, Yama pondered for a while, then clapped his hands. Clap. Ah. Followed by the clap, a loud scream was heard throughout the cave. Uchiha Ryota, who heard the scream, recognized the voice and it belonged to his brother Hideki, and he couldn't keep up his calm facade anymore, and shouted viciously, "I swear I will kill you all." Yama did not care about Uchiha Ryota's swearing. At this time he was observing Uchiha Ryota's chakra fluctuations with the Tenseigan. Unlike Uchiha Hideki, Ryota does not seem to be able to resist the chakra-draining effect of the four symbols seal. So even under the effects of extreme anger that he felt right now, there were no signs of chakra fluctuations, nor was the Sharingan activated under the emotional stimulation. After observing this for a while, Yama shook his head in disappointment. Similar to Uchiha Hideki, the emotional stimulus of anger is insufficient to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan or even be able to break free of the restraint effects of the four symbol seal. With that conclusion, the first stimulation test was over, and Yama again clapped his hands. Clap, clap. With the sound of clap echoing in the room, the screaming of Uchiha Hideki that could be heard subsided and faded away. Ryota, who was tied to a stone pillar similar to Uchiha Hideki, couldn't help but ask, "What on earth do you want from us? If Sharingan was what you kidnapped us for, then you already have it? Why torture Nii-san?" Yama did not bother to answer Ryota's question, just calmly and silently walked out of the cage, ignoring Ryota. Inside the Uchiha Hideki's prison cage, Uchiha Hideki, who was tied to a pillar, was panting heavily and tried to catch his heavy breathing. His body was full of scars from cut wounds and piercing wounds, some even had blood seeping out of them. There were many bruises that made the skin purple, a few burn marks that made the skin black, and a few of his fingers were also broken or bent in unusual directions, with nails missing in all of them or impaled with metal needles. Overall, he was in a very severe state, clearly indicating the picture that he went through severe torture that is akin to experiencing hell, and Kuroto can guarantee that even the slug son in Tsunade would have too much trouble healing him. In front of Uchiha Hideki stood an upright wooden puppet that was one of the many puppets seized during the Third Great Shinobi War when Konoha was in a conflict against Tsunagakuren. The puppet itself is not of any extraordinary value or functioning, it cannot use any ninjutsu, the only function it is capable of is to shoot out the pre-stored shuriken and senbon. Since such a puppet does not have any research value, therefore, after being seized by the Konoha, all it was used for was to give experience to the shinobi on how to combat the Tsunagakuren puppet brigade. At novel bin at. And since Kuroto needed someone or something to keep watch of this dungeon prison in his absence, so he used his Umbu identity to take this puppet from the warehouse. After making it a self-automata with the use of Tenseigan chakra, just like he did with the Kaze cage puppet, Kuroto also used the basics of what he learned about the yin-yang release to give it some sort of sentience so that it can keep watch of this prison dungeon and the captive Uchiha that will be kept here. Although its combat power is not much, only reaching the level of a Chunin, it is still more than enough to perform many tasks, like execution, cleaning, pouring tea, helping in torture, etc. Walking inside this Hideki's cage, Kuroto, who was still wearing the Yama disguise, waved his hand and ordered, "All right, walk back." Following the order, the puppet put away all the torture devices and stepped aside. At this time, Uchiha Hideki glanced at Yama with a weary expression and asked, I felt like. I heard Ryoto, please tell me, it was just my imagination." Yama shook his head indifferently and said, "No, it was not your imagination, he is in the prison cell right next to yours, and he would soon be going through exactly what you have been going for the past few days." Hideki said with a pleading expression, "Please, whatever you want, I will do anything. I will give you everything, please just let him go." Yama thought, the emotional bond between these two brothers is really strong, with this confirmed I think I can proceed further. Not caring about Hideki's begging, Yama stated, "Unfortunately that wouldn't be happening." Hideki was silent after hearing Yama's cold words. He understood that at this point, that Yama would not let either of the brothers go. Not to mention the two of them, Hideki has even started to fear that the entire Uchiha clan would fall prey at his hands and be eventually destroyed. And he can't help but sigh at this thought. While Hideki was silent, Yama observed his condition with the Tenseigan, and after confirming that everything was in order he left the prison cell. Coming to another room, Yama took out two notebooks with Uchiha Hideki and Uchiha Ryota written on the cover. He thought a little bit and started writing in the notebook that contained the report about Uchiha Ryota. Similar to the case with Uchiha Hideki, the anger test failed, solidifying the conjecture that anger is not the most suitable emotion to be used as a stimulus for the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Additionally, Uchiha Ryota's visual prowess is better compared to Uchiha Hideki, so the probability of awakening Mangekyo Sharingan is higher. Uchiha Ryota is also quite cunning and seems to have noticed that I was intentionally stimulating him. Perhaps he has a degree of understanding on how to awaken Mangekyo Sharingan. After writing up to here, Yama stopped. In the past few days, Yama has figured out that he should not put too much hope in this plan of his, and for that reason, his mentality is quite stable even after repeated failure. Perhaps it is because there is no telling just what is the right amount of stimulation needed to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Therefore, he has also started to study different changes in the Sharingan under different types of emotional stimuli. After closing the notebook, he did not stay much longer in the dungeon prison and returned to his post that was taken over by his shadow clone in his absence. In the blink of an eye, a few more days passed. The sudden disappearance of Uchiha Ryota was another slap in the faces of the Konoha management, and this time the entire village was stirred up. All Konoha shinobi openly regarded the actions of Amatsukami as an open declaration of war. For this reason, the amount of effort each shinobi was putting to raid and hunt down the black market increased several folds, and strangely enough, many unrelated small organizations that were hiding became unlucky targets. At the same time, a seemingly ridiculous rumor that seemed hard to deny because of the amount of weight it had and seemed justified under careful consideration started to flow out of the rumor mill, and the protagonist of this rumor was none other than Uchiha Shisui. After hearing the rumors, Shisui was in a panic and quickly met up with Kuroto. As soon as Kuroto appeared, Shisui Hao had a crying expression exclaimed, "Kuroto-san, we are exposed, what do we do?" These past few days, Kuroto has been busy either with the task that was assigned to Anbu Team 11 or with torturing out the Uchiha brothers, therefore he did not pay enough attention to the sudden rumor. Now listening to Shisui mention this, he was stunned and asked, "How do you know you are exposed?" Shisui was a little anxious. It has spread everywhere in the village and everyone knows that Uchiha Shisui is Homusubi of Amatsukami. When Kuroto heard Shisui's words, he felt that such a thing should not be possible and muttered in thought, "No, even if someone figured it out, spreading such a serious matter without any evidence is simply foolish." Shisui said, "But this news has already been spread in the village, what should I do now?" When Kuroto thought of this matter, he felt quite strange about it. If he was Sandaime-sama, and he had evidence that Uchiha Shisui is Homusubi of Amatsukami, then he would have definitely chosen to summon Shisui in secret. And when Shisui arrived, Sandaime cooperates with Danzo and Jiraiya to ambush Shisui, swarm at him together and deal with him effectively without causing much fiasco. After being defeated and captured, whether they want to torture him to obtain intelligence or execute him for the betrayal, both are the options that can be considered. But Uchiha Shisui has not been captured yet and the news has already spread about him being the Homusubi. No matter how you look at it, this should not be how Sandaime-sama works. Because Kuroto doesn't believe that Sandaime-sama would risk releasing such critical intelligence. The reason is very simple. Sarutobi Hiruzen may not have an exact idea of Uchiha Shisui's strength, but he can make a rough estimate based on Shisui's past records. Hypothetically speaking, if Uchiha Shisui really is Homusubi, then how much damage can he do if he goes on a rampage? Taking such a risk to openly release such intelligence is foolish if they really have the evidence about Shisui being Homusubi. So, after thinking about it, Kuroto said with a confident tone, "Don't worry, the village does not have any evidence against you." Listening to Kuroto's confident tone and his reasoning, Shisui also thought about it and felt that's the case, so after calming his initial panic, he spoke in realization, does that mean someone intentionally spread the rumor?" Kuroto pondered over it a little bit and said, "That's the most reasonable explanation, and this means that someone is intentionally targeting you. The other party has no evidence to use against you, in fact, they may not even be sure, but when you think about it, that person does not need any evidence to target you. Judging from how the situation has developed, the person who spread the rumor seems to be targeting Shisui, and the approach he used is also very simple, frighten the snake and wait for the snake to jump out by itself. As for how the other party is targeting Shisui to be Homusubi, that's very easy to speculate if you think about it. Officially only two shinobi are known to have the Mangekyo Sharingan, one is Uchiha Shinichi and the other is Uchiha Shisui, so Homusubi has to be either one of the two, and if Uchiha Shinichi is excluded from the possibility, then Uchiha Shisui is the only option left. Kuroto can be sure that the other party has no evidence and yet they are targeting Uchiha Shisui, so it was not difficult for him to figure out who that person is. In Konohagakure, the Uchiha clan would not openly throw dirty water on Uchiha Shisui, that is to say, Uchiha Fugaku would have silently confronted Shisui if had his doubts. The same goes for Sandaime-sama. So, the only person left who can target Uchiha Shisui for his Mangekyo Sharingan is Shimura Danzo. This speculation can be easily confirmed based on the fact that aside from the Anbu, only Root subunit has the ability to spread such rumors throughout the village without garnering any attention. And Shimura Danzo has both motivation and ability, so it doesn't take much brainstorming to figure out the source. At novel bin at. Thinking so, Kuroto said, "Now that we have figured this out, think if there was any flaw that you revealed." Shisui thought about it carefully and recalled all the actions he carried out while he played Homusubi. "The only flaw right now can be the confrontation of visual prowess I had with the Patriarch, so if Patriarch becomes suspicious and he confronts me, I am afraid he will figure out that it was me. Everyone's chakra has a unique color and nuanced signature to it, and the visual prowess based on chakra is no different in this regard." While acting as Homusubi, Shisui had a brief confrontation with Uchiha Fugaku, so although Shisui's chakra signature and Mangekyo Sharingan shape was not revealed because of the isolation funjutsu used in the mask, the two of them still had a confrontation. Therefore, Uchiha Fugaku must have recorded Homusubi's visual prowess. If Uchiha Fugaku does not doubt Shisui, then everything is well and good. But if Uchiha Fugaku develops doubts about Shisui because of the rumors, and if he confronts Shisui to verify those doubts, then Shisui will be immediately exposed. Thinking so, Kuroto asked, "What do you think? Will your patriarch doubt you?" Shisui just said, "I do not know. That's a bit troublesome," muttered Kuroto. During the scuffle that night, Kuroto and Shisui were non-existent witnesses of each other. If it is proven that Shisui is Homusubi, then it would be difficult for Kuroto to get by, and by then there is a possibility that he will also be exposed. Holding his chin, Kuroto thought, how to solve this trouble. If he wants Shisui to get cleared of all the suspicions, then the best way is to find another person with the Mangekyou Sharinon and let him play as Homusubi. But is that an easy thing? In the entire shinobi world, even if he includes Kakashi and Obito, then there are only 5 people who have the Mangekyou Sharinon. Of these 5, 4 can be excluded unquestionably, and only one option is left. Should I call Shinichi? As soon as this thought came up in his mind, Kuroto shook his head. In their previous communication, Shinichi has notified him that under Pain's order, all the members of Akatsuki have evacuated out of the Land of Fire, and in such a case, it would be difficult for him to sneak into the territory of the Land of Fire. And once Shinichi is involved with Amatsukami, he will no longer be able to continue his undercover mission in Akatsuki. So only one possibility remains. It seems I have to speed up the progress of stimulation tests on Hideki and Ryota. If I can obtain a pair of Mangekyou Sharinon from them, these troubles will be resolved. Although Kuroto does not have much expectation, he also does not have any other option. I guess I will see what I can do about it. After making up his mind, Kuroto said to Shisui, I will see what I can do about it. Remember Shisui, do not admit to anyone that you are Homusubi, no matter how sure they act. Even if your patriarch confronts you, make sure to not pose any resistance. I may not know about others, but Uchiha Fugaku would not convict you without any solid evidence. As long as you aren't proven guilty, Uchiha clan will protect you with everything they have. Shisui nodded, I understand. Also make sure to not meet Shimura Danzo in this period. If he summons you, there would only be one intention, that is to steal your Mangekyou Sharinon. We may have used Funjutsu to make sure that your eyes are destroyed if they are taken out without solving the seal, but that is no reason to let them be destroyed. Shisui said, I will keep that in mind. And lastly, don't be too worried, I have a backup plan, but it will take some time, so make sure to keep your guard up and do not give others any sign that they can use. Shisui nodded, and with that, both of them said goodbye and left. Shisui soon arrived near the Uchiha clan as the Uchiha Patriarch had ordered for his return. Shisui understood that what he is going to be facing now, so taking a deep breath he hurried forward with a determined look. Whoosh! Just as Shisui was passing through the forest and was about to enter the Uchiha clan grounds, a figure jumped down from the tree and appeared before him. Shisui was not startled by the appearance of this person and asked, Itake, what are you doing here? Itake stared at Shisui deeply, and finally asked with a sincere look, Shisui-san, are you Homusubi? Looking at Itake's sincere expression, although Shisui wanted to say no and deny, but for some reason, he just couldn't and finally nodded with a sigh. Sigh, so much for not admitting. For some reason, Shisui couldn't bring himself to lie to Itake. It was just that Kuroto-san instructed him to not admit that he is Homusubi to anyone no matter what, so now he felt a bit regretful and worried as to how will Itake react to this information. Just when Shisui was silent and worried and didn't know what to say, Itake suddenly bowed deeply towards him. Shisui was surprised and exclaimed, Itake, what are you? Itake did not lift his head and said seriously, Shisui-san, you must not admit that you are Homusubi before Otosama. Shisui lifted up Itake and asked, do you not hate me, Itake? I have betrayed both the clan and village? Attacked people of the clan. Itake shook his head, no Shisui-san, with the way the situation is developing between the clan and village, something needs to be done or else I am afraid. But still, I have betrayed the clan and that can't be changed. Spoke Shisui with a guilty look. Maybe, but maybe it is better for some to survive even if few have to die for it, rather than all being dead. And both Uchiha Hideki and Uchiha Ryota were the radicals who would have led the clan to doom, so even if Amatsukami attacked them it was for the sake of the clan. Besides, you prevented Sasuke from being killed, otherwise how could have Sasuke survived? I apologize that Sasuke had to go through that. We needed a witness but did not expect Sasuke to be the one to find us, so you know, Shisui said. It's alright Shisui-san. Itake said. Shisui was very relieved and the burden he felt was also relieved somewhat. At this moment Shisui asked, by the way Itake, how did you conclude that I am Homusubi? Was it because of the rumors or something other? Itake said, before everything, I was doubtful whether you were really defeated by Amatsukami as everyone says, not to mention Kuroto-san was also with you, and you always say that Kuroto-san is stronger than you, so it was hard to believe. And finally, the fact that Sasuke was not killed made me believe it. Speaking of, I am really curious about what kind of organization Amatsukami is. Shisui shook his head helplessly. For the time being I can't disclose anything about Amatsukami with you. In the first place I, myself am not very much aware of Amatsukami, but you can rest assured that Amatsukami has no ill will towards either the village or the Uchiha clan. I understand. Itake nodded. At this time Shisui said with an earnest look, thanks a lot Itake, with what you have said. I am relieved, it means a lot to me. Itake nodded with a smile and said, let's go now, if we delay any more, Otosama will get a little impatient out of waiting. Shisui nodded and both of them moved towards the direction of the Uchiha clan and soon arrived at the Patriarch's mansion. Walking into the courtyard, both of them arrived before Uchiha Fugaku. Sitting in the hall, Fugaku lifted his head and glanced at Itake who was accompanying Shisui and said in a deep voice, Itake leave, I have something to discuss with Shisui. Itake did not say anything and after a courteous bow to his father, he silently left the hall. With just the two of them left, Fugaku signaled Shisui to sit. At this time, Fugaku intently stared at Shisui and spoke, "You must have heard the rumors circulating throughout the village." Shisui nodded lightly, "Yes." Fugaku's gaze was cold and he questioned, "Do you have anything to say in your defense?" Shisui shook his head slightly. Fugaku frowned and activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Almost at the same moment as Fugaku activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, Shisui felt the world around him changed and he was back to the same elusive world, with white floor and black sky and various kanji symbols floating around. It was again the yin-yang prison world. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan pattern appeared in the sky above his head, and the blacks and whites of the world started invading his soul. Suddenly a cold omnipotent voice sounded, "Uchiha Shisui, I want your explanation, the Uchiha clan wants your explanation." However, Shisui followed Kuroto's instructions and under Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan ability, he did not pose any resistance and allowed the blacks and whites to continuously invade his body. Slowly but steadily everything about him also started changing as if he was becoming an integral part of this world. Shisui's attitude of posing no resistance surprised Uchiha Fugaku. This was clearly contrary to his expectations. He asked with a frown, "Why do you not resist?" "At novel bin at." Shisui said, "Why should I resist? I know that patriarch will not hurt me." Hearing Shisui's words, Fugaku was silent and after a bit of consideration he ordered, "From now on, you are to not take a single step out of the clan grounds without my permission, is that clear?" Shisui asked, "But what about my Anbu duties?" Fugaku said in an unquestionable tone, "Your application for being ill will be delivered to Sandame-sama. I believe he will be kind enough to give you a vacation to recover your health." Shisui was helpless and nodded his head. Fugaku released Shisui from the yin-yang prison world and said while waving his hand, "All right, you are dismissed." Shisui bowed to Fugaku and quietly left the hall. As soon as Shisui left, Fugaku's face was gloomy. If before he was doubtful, then after this test now, Fugaku was almost sure that Uchiha Shisui is Homusubi. It is because the fact that he has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan is not known by anyone in the clan or village, but when Fugaku used his Mangekyo technique on Shisui, Shisui was not surprised at the fact that Fugaku has Mangekyo Sharingan, nor was he surprised at Fugaku's dojutsu. This clearly implies that Shisui has already experienced his Mangekyo dojutsu, and the first time Fugaku used Yin-Yang Prison World was against the two members of Amatsukami. Therefore, Fugaku can be sure that Shisui is Homusubi. It's just that he has no evidence to prove this. But even evidence aside, Fugaku can't understand how could someone like Shisui choose to join Amatsukami and betray both the clan and the village? If Shisui had chosen the clan over the village, Fugaku would have been happy, but even if Shisui had chosen the village over the clan, Fugaku would have been saddened and a bit angered but not so shocked. However, Shisui chose neither and joined Amatsukami? The other thing he can't figure out is the objective of Amatsukami. Just what do they intend to do? Will a mercenary organization really choose to offend a great shinobi village, such a Konoha? Because if they do so, there will be subsequent consequences. Are they not afraid? So, the fact that Amatsukami attacked the Kumogakure delegation and offended Konoha and Kumo, and now that they have kidnapped two members of the Uchiha clan, offending Konoha and threatened the Uchiha clan, just what are their intentions of doing this all? No matter how much he thinks about it, Fugaku can't figure it out and has been confused because of all this. The news of Uchiha Shisui taking a temporary leave from the Umbu department because of illness soon reached Shimura Danzo's ears. Danzo obviously understood that this so-called illness is just a lame excuse used by the Uchiha patriarch to keep Uchiha Shisui under house arrest. But this result was out of his estimation. According to what he predicted, after the rumors were fermented in the village, the arrogant Uchiha clan will jump out and try to clarify the matter to prove Shisui's innocence. At that time, in the name of the commander responsible for the annihilation of Amatsukami, he will conduct a complete inquiry and take that chance to take control of the situation and seize away Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan to get his hands on Kota Amatsukami. He did not expect that as soon as rumors started to have some effect, Uchiha Fugaku chose to put Uchiha Shisui under house arrest, and Danzo had no chance to carry out his plan. Even the Uchiha clan can see through things, thought Danzo in an impressed manner. Danzo was obviously surprised that the Uchiha clan tried to protect Uchiha Shisui in this manner, even when Shisui was a suspect of being Homusubi. Outside Uchiha clan, Might Guy shook his head helplessly and said to Kakashi and Kuroto, "The Uchiha clansmen are still not allowing us to enter in and see Shisui." Kuroto was obviously informed by Shisui about everything that happened and said, "Let him rest. For now, I believe Shisui will contact us when he is ready." Kakashi nodded. The rumors in the village have been quite troubling, so Kakashi was also worried about Shisui. He is not sure whether Shisui is really Homusubi, but as the captain of Umbu Team 11, Kakashi had to trust his teammates, and as long as Shisui was in the Uchiha clan, there should be no problem in regards to his safety. With that, the three of them left. That night nobody would have expected Uchiha Fugaku to lead the elites of the Konoha military police force to chase after Amatsukami. And now the situation has started to get troublesome. Uchiha clan, Shisui's home. At novel bin at. Itaki opened a box of 3-colored dango dumplings and poured some hot green tea into the Unimai, Japanese teacups, both for himself and Shisui. Shisui thanked Itaki and after taking a sip he asked, "So Itaki, I take it that you are the person responsible for keeping watch on me." Itake nodded. Yes, Otosama is clearly suspicious of you and assigned me the task of monitoring you until the doubts are clarified. Shisui can't help but sigh. Undoubtedly, even after he did not pose any resistance, Uchiha Fugaku was still doubtful of him. Itake asked, Shisui-san, what kind of person Kuroto-san is? Shisui raised an eyebrow and questioned, why the sudden interest? Itake thought a little and said, I have only ever met Kuroto-san twice, and from what I see, he is not a simple person, and from what you have told me, Kuroto-san clearly surpasses you in terms of strength, and yet there is not much known about him. This is rather strange, he seems to be too mysterious. Shisui considered Itake's words and said, I guess you are not wrong, and to be honest, even I, myself, don't understand him much, about his ideals and goals, I am not very clear about them. However, I have come to understand that Kuroto-san is not, how should I refer to it, not partial, I suppose? In my opinion, Kuroto-san might be the only one who can save the Uchiha clan. Itake was stunned. Such high evaluation clearly dictates just how much Shisui trusts Hyuga Kuroto, and he can't help but want to know, why? Ha ha ha, I don't actually understand this myself, think of it as a gut feeling. Shisui said with an awkward laugh. Itake sighed. This wasn't what he expected to hear. Well, I know I am being incredibly vague, but I do feel that if he becomes the Hokage, Uchiha might have a bright future, and the reason for my belief is because Kuroto-san is not judging the Uchiha clan based on the preconceived notions of both the sides, so maybe, just maybe, he can help Uchiha clan truly become part of Konoha. Shisui's words were again deeply taken by Itake. As Itake has been growing up, he has started to realize the root cause of the conflict between the Uchiha clan and village. The strength of the Uchiha clan is very obvious once the shinobi reaches the level of special jonin and above. As long as the Sharingan of the Uchiha shinobi has developed to a fully matured state, the strength of Uchiha shinobi will mostly be higher than the shinobi of other clans of the same rank. This is almost inevitable. With strong power, the people of the clan will naturally seek corresponding political status. When they were suppressed by the Senju clan, the Uchiha were barely able to accept because of Uchiha Madara's actions, but as the years passed, the Senju clan withered, Uzumaki clan annihilated, and Hyuga clan declined. The Uchiha clan could no longer accept how they were being treated. In the current shinobi world, no clan is strong enough to match the strength of the Uchiha clan. But the very same Uchiha clan, who is also the co-founder of Konohagakure, has no right to participate in the decision-making body of the village. Not to mention the position of Hokage, even the advisory elder board has no face representing the Uchiha clan. This obviously dissatisfies the Uchiha clan. And finally, they are being treated unfairly, forced to relocate to the edge of Konoha, being kept under 24/7 monitoring. Let alone Uchiha clan, nobody can bear such discrimination. They have almost given up on obtaining what they deserve through normal ways. And this is what is prompting the Uchiha clan to plan out a coup. There are only two ways to solve this problem. Either the village gives the Uchiha clan what they deserve as the co-founder of Konoha, or the two sides fight each other. Anyone with discerning eyes can judge that the current Hokage faction cannot deter the Uchiha clan, and yet they are unwilling to treat the Uchiha clan fairly. In this way, the conflict seems inevitable. The more Hokage faction guards against the Uchiha clan, the more Uchiha clan will develop the idea of coup, and the more Uchiha clan will develop the idea of coup, the more Hokage faction will reject the Uchiha clan. In this way, a never-ending cycle has developed. Before, Shisui could not find a solution to this loop and could only helplessly watch the sides fight each other like water and fire. But it's different now. After failing to meet Shisui, Kuroto walked out of the village. Shisui may have taken a temporary leave, but the task assigned to Team 11 was not suspended by Sandaime-sama, therefore, the three members, Dog, Monkey, and Eagle, still need to continue with the task. Not long after he left the village, a black crow landed on Kuroto's shoulder. Kuroto raised his hand to let the crew land on it and took out the small letter that was passed to him by the crow. Unfolding the letter, Kuroto read the content and learned about what transpired since Shisui returned to the clan. Kuroto quirked his eyebrow when he read the part that Itake has been tasked with monitoring him during the house arrest, but other than that there is nothing to worry about for now. He understood what the "for now" part implied. The situation has yet to reach the worst stage and can be salvaged if Kuroto plays his cards wisely, but he also understands that Shimura Danzo wouldn't be sitting in silence for much longer, so he has to speed up the stimulation test. With that understood, Kuroto destroyed the paper and went on his way. Another month passed. Konoha's hunting operation against underground forces in the Land of Fire and the surrounding nations did not stop and even extended to some of the smaller countries. The continuous and non-stop raids led Konoha to discover the hidden lairs of so many illegal organizations, as a result of which a whole lot of black and stolen money, goods, and weapons were seized. The number of shinobi participating in the tasks kept increasing every day, and not to mention other clans. Hyuga clan alone had several dozens of shinobi participating in this operation. And even with all the effort put in, there was still no progress when it comes to the matter of Amatsukami. No amount of effort yielded any useful intelligence, and this has started to make a lot of people impatient. Kuroto's dungeon prison. Kuroto stood before Uchiha Hideki, whose current state was just a few steps away from death. It's not that Kuroto has any interest in torturing people, but he is not disgusted by it either. If necessary, Kuroto is more than willing to do it, but if it is up to him, he would rather try to avoid it. However, if he wants Mangekyo Sharinon out of Uchiha brother, then it is necessary to carry out these tests. Ugh! At this time, Hideki regained his consciousness and could barely open his eyes. His throat was sore because of not drinking water for quite some time. Kuroto had made sure that the Uchiha brothers only received the minimum amount of food and water necessary for them to stay alive, and not even a drop more. Hideki noticed Yama standing before him and tried to word out something but could only make out some incoherent words. Kuroto, who was wearing his Yama disguise, said indifferently, "I guess it's time when I finish this." Hideki had a relieved smile and said, "You are finally going to kill me? Come on, do it, I have long grown impatient." Yama ignored Hideki's words and clapped his hand. Clap. Followed by the clap, the wooden puppet dragged another person who was crucified to a metal cross. As Hideki saw the wounded person, his relieved expression changed. Ryota. Yama nodded. "Yes, that's him." Hideki shouted at the top of his lungs, "How dare you treat him like this?" Hideki saw his brother for the first time after so many days and his anger couldn't be controlled, realizing the state he was in. Yama held Ryota by his hair and said, "I am tired of keeping you brothers alive, today I will put him out of misery." Hideki exclaimed, What are you doing?" Taking out a kunai, Yama pressed it against Ryota's throat and said with a chuckle, "Why ask? Don't you already know it?" Hideki shouted in panic, "Dudanti, don't kill him." However, Yama did not care about Hideki's shouting and lunged the kunai forward, cutting the frontal part of Ryota's neck. Puff. Instantly, blood gushed out and splashed on Hideki's face. Hideki's Sharinon activated with the 3 tomo spinning rapidly. Uchiha Hideki, who was barely alive a few moments ago, now exuded a chilling aura as the tomo in his Sharinon kept spinning rapidly. Yama was observing Hideki's state with his Tenseigan and noticed that the 4-symbol seal could hardly restrain the incredibly strong chakra fluctuations which suddenly exploded like a volcanic eruption. The tomo seems to be only a step away from merging into a different pattern. The 4-symbol seal seems to be losing its effectiveness as many distortions started to appear in the sealing symbols that were eroded for some reason. What? Yama was surprised by this. He didn't expect that the 4-symbol seal would start to erode. Seeing this change, he was reminded of how the 4-symbol seal applied by Yondaime-sama was eroded by the rush of Ryuo Miyako chakra when Kuroto extracted the Ryuo Miyako chakra for the artificial tailed beast project. But there was still a difference in the two cases. The seal applied to Hideki was also being rearranged at the same time as it was being corroded. He seems to have never heard of such a thing happening. At this time, he noticed that the chakra fluctuations in Hideki were getting more violent and uncontrollable. He took a step back to distance himself and observed all the changes with a look of expectation on his face. He didn't even need the Tenseigan to notice that Hideki's visual prowess was continuously rising. But suddenly something unexpected happened. The chakra fluctuations suddenly stopped and immediately white foam mixed with red traces came out of Hideki's mouth, and his body started twitching and spasming rapidly as if he was under a panic attack. "Shit," muttered Yama, and immediately stepped to give Hideki a high dose of tranquilizer along with a dose of diazepam. The medicine instantly helped in subsiding the twitching and put him in a deep sleep. Looking at Hideki's collapsed state, Yama sighed in disappointment. Powerful emotional stimulation can indeed bring out the true potential hidden within the blood of Uchiha, but not everyone has the necessary willpower and mental fortitude to endure such emotional breakdowns. Not everyone can endure to such an extent, and past a certain level of emotional torture is the point of mental breakdown. Uchiha Hideki was unable to activate the Mangekyo Sharinon even after witnessing the death of his brother and entered a panic attack, implying that this level of emotional torture was past his mental breakdown point. As such, his aptitude may not be enough to awaken the Mangekyo Sharinon. Shaking his head helplessly, Yama walked out of this cell while and ordered the wooden puppet, "Clean up this mess and prepare for the next test in the adjacent prison cell." Novel bin at. The Uchiha Ryota that was crucified on the metal cross and killed before Uchiha Hideki was just a low-quality clone he cultivated using Uchiha Ryota's DNA. If not for Hideki's poor condition, broken spirit, and the restraint of the 4-symbol seal, Hideki would have undoubtedly figured out that it wasn't his brother Ryota. This is because the clone does not have Ryota's chakra trace, nor does it has the Sharinon. Dojutsu requires mental power to activate the eyes, so even if Kuroto could perfectly clone Uchiha Ryota's body, the clone would not be able to use Sharinon. This is the weakness of the current cloning technology. Coming to his study room, Kuroto took off his Yama mask and recorded all the details of the test conducted on Uchiha Hideki, as well as the result. Being done with this, he glanced at the Uchiha Hideki clone which was crucified. The two clones he cultivated using Uchiha Hideki and Uchiha Ryota DNA were actually cultivated using a high amount of nutrient solution without even minding the cost, but strangely enough, a problem occurred and the two clones he obtained were of very low quality. They can even be considered as defective by Kuroto's standards. Kuroto understands that Uchiha Ryota is more cunning than his brother, therefore, he decided to test this method firstly on Uchiha Hideki. The test went quite smoothly and effectively, if not for the last failure because of Uchiha Hideki's mental breakdown that resulted in overall failure. Now Kuroto has to pin his hopes on Uchiha Ryota, and considering that Uchiha Ryota's mental fortitude is much higher than his elder brother's, so the possibility of success is also higher. After putting on the Yama mask, he arrived in front of Uchiha Hideki clone and used a kunao to carve out various wounds and cuts, which would let Ryota see just how much torture Uchiha Hideki has borne since he was kidnapped. It only took him about half an hour to do this. Although all these wounds appeared to be freshly inflicted, it isn't anything strange. This is because of the presence of Iryo ninjutsu. It is common to heal the wounds and injuries of the prisoners to carry out repeated torture. But even after he was done with all this, he still felt that something was amiss about Uchiha Hideki's clone, but he can't seem to figure it out. Uchiha Ryota is too cunning, therefore, Kuroto can't help but be too cautious about this. For this reason, he didn't rush it and carefully thought and tried to figure out what made him feel as such. Suddenly his gaze landed upon the clone's closed eyes and he finally realized what was amiss. Kuroto immediately said to the wooden puppet, "Gouge out his eyes too." The wooden puppet followed his command and dug out the clone's eyes. Now all that was left in the eye sockets were a pair of bloody eye sockets, which increased the visual impact and the convincing power of this clone. Ryota, maybe cunning, is still an Uchiha after all. It is in the nature of an Uchiha to be affected by their emotions. Seeing that his brother's Sharingan has been dug out, he would obviously go out of his mind, as such his judgment power will also drop. After nodding to himself that everything was in order, Kuroto muttered, "Let's see if this results in a success or another failure." With that, he walked out of his study and proceeded to the prison cell Uchiha Ryota is kept in. As soon as Yama stepped into the cell that Uchiha Ryota was detained in, he felt a vicious glare, that particular look filled with rage and hatred for him, and couldn't wait to pounce on him and rip him apart. Yama naturally did not care about this and said casually, "You seem to be in good spirits today." Ryota said, "I just heard Hideki Nii's shouts. I have been confused. No matter what your objective is, it doesn't make any sense for you to torture the two of us for so long. No matter what you want, only disappointment is what you will get." When speaking this sentence, Uchiha Ryota actually revealed that he is faintly aware of why Yama was torturing them. Yama faked a long silence and then said, "You are right. I have long grown impatient." Ryota snorted, "And that's the only thing you will get." Ignoring Ryota's words, Yama clapped his hands. Followed by the command, the wooden puppet brought the crucified clone body of Uchiha Hideki inside the prison cell. As soon as he saw his brother, Ryota's gaze was directed towards the two empty bloody eye sockets. Instantly Ryota's mood changed into a deep scowl, veins on his temple bulged, and his face red with anger and resentment. As Yama expected, because of the long-term torture Ryota's spirit has already weakened, coupled with the fact that the eyes of Uchiha Hideki were gouged out leaving two bloody holes, and looking at all the injuries that Uchiha Hideki has, Ryota was unable to calm down and therefore couldn't distinguish whether the person before his eyes was really his brother or not. Yama spoke with a Cheshire grin, Now Ryota-kun, no need to be so angry. I just gouged out your brother's eyes, and turned him into a vegetative state. Is that really something to get angry over?" Ryota gritted his teeth with all his might that some cracks appeared in his upper molar. He wanted to rip apart this bastard and tear him into pieces for treating his brother as such and using the Uchiha as the Sharingan farm, but controlling his anger with a sigh, Ryota spoke with a bitter expression. "You are right, presumable you are going to dig out my Sharingan too. After all, that was your goal from the beginning, right? So stop talking nonsense and just do it already." After leaving this sentence, Ryota's expression turned indifferent, and his cloudy eyes also became clear, as if he has already accepted his fate. It seemed as if Ryota's will to struggle was already broken. Yama frowned and he suddenly realized that he went a little too far in torturing out these Uchiha brothers. It appears that he has yet to learn the art of emotional torture, and it would take him some time to reach the level of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito. As the person responsible for doing the dirty work of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Ryota must have had a lot of encounters with death, and coupled with the torture he experienced, death seems a relief for him. Uchiha Ryota should have long understood that there is no way for him and his brother to survive out of this, so he seems to have already prepared himself to meet his brother in the Pure Land. And since Ryota has completed such psychological preparation, so even if Yama kills Hideki in front of him, there would be little impact on his emotions. Realizing this, Yama understood that even if he has made all the preparation, these would still not be enough to stimulate Ryota into awakening Mangekyo Sharingan. But now that he has already brought the crucified clone here, it wouldn't be a good idea to stop this test midway. So he held Uchiha Hideki by the hair, dragged him closer to Uchiha Ryota, and asked, "What do you think I should do with this pathetic excuse of a shinobi?" There was a short struggle in Ryota's eyes, but he quickly recovered his indifferent look. His gaze moved from his brother to Yama, and he did not say anything more. Yama knew that it was pointless, but he still had to continue with the act. So bringing out a kunao, he lunged it forward and pierced through Hideki's throat. Splash! At novel bin at. Instantly, Hideki's blood splashed on Ryota's face, and everything was silent for a moment. The silence was not eerie, only saddening. From beginning to end, Ryota did not even blink as his brother died right before his very eyes. The blood even entered his eyes, giving off a horrifying look, yet no rage, no struggle, and no anger appeared on his face. The black eyes stained with red blood was hiding a bottomless hatred within them, but the hatred wasn't going to be unleashed. The expressionless cold eyes stared at Yama with an indifferent look, as if to burn the outline of Yama in his mind and imprint it into his soul. All this while, Yama was observing Ryota's changes with the Tenseigan. Through careful observation, he was able to see that Ryuta's chakra rioted violently for a short duration as Hideki's blood splashed on his face, but it soon subsided and returned to normal. And it was obviously not enough for Ryuta to awaken Mangekyo Sharingan. Really failed. Although unmoved because he already expected as such, he still sighed silently. Uchiha Ryuta has been repeatedly exceeding Yama's expectations. Although this makes him uncomfortable that a test subject is acting out of his hands, Yama still can't help but admire Ryuta. Because he knows that if he was to go through the same torture that Ryuta experienced, then he might have already collapsed, similar to Hideki. Just as Yama recollected his thoughts and completely accepted the failure, suddenly he noticed something. It was an extremely subtle detail. He noticed an extremely small hole in the 4-symbol seal he has imposed on Ryuta. Understanding what that implied, Yama thought, that hole is not accidental or some mistake on my part, but it seems to have been created by Ryuta by extremely subtle chakra control. Ryuta should be unable to use his chakra, but he seems to have managed to extract some amount of it and has been using it to corrode the seal, slowly and secretly. This means that Ryuta has not given up on himself as he showed, and is still trying to save himself if possible. As soon as he realized this, a grin appeared on his face. For a moment Yama thought to expose that he has seen through Ryuta's plan, but after a bit of consideration, he changed his mind and decided to not say anything. Leaving Ryuta to continue with what he is doing, Yama signaled the wooden puppet to take away Hideki's corpse from Ryuta's prison cell, and then he also left the cell. Coming to his study, he removed the Yama mask and then started recording the detail of the test. Sadness test results in a failure for both Uchiha Hideki and Uchiha Ryuta. Uchiha Ryuta already has the psychological preparation for death, so the experiment was a total failure. Uchiha Hideki doesn't seem to have the necessary aptitude to awaken Mangekyo Sharingan, therefore, all experiments and tests will be suspended on him. After writing up to here, Kuroto turned the page of the notebook and wrote despair test, while the corners of his lips curved into an evil grin. When he discovered that Uchiha Ryuta has yet to completely give up, and was still trying and struggling to break out of here and save himself, the outline of a master plan started forming in Kuroto's mind. Kuroto can be sure that this plan will be perfect and definitely yield a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Closing the notebook, Kuroto put it on the shelf and walked out of his study. For one to experience despair, he must first have hope in his heart, muttered Kuroto with an evil grin. Uchiha Ryuta's prison cell. Looking at his brother's dead body that was dragged out of the cell, Ryuta's face distorted and rage filled his face. The sclera of his eyes was bloodshot red and 3 tomo rapidly spinning in the scarlet copy wheel. Ryuta did not cry, because there was no point in it, but he swore in his heart, "Nii-san, I will definitely avenge your death." 1 week later. These days Kuroto would casually go to the prison dungeon from time to time to check up on Ryuta's progress in cracking the seal and irritate him sometimes. Of course, he did not stop the torture, as that can make Ryuta suspicious. Overall, Kuroto was able to conclude that Ryuta was indeed breaking the seal to escape. It's just that he was being too careful and his progress was too slow for Kuroto's taste. With the speed at which Ryuta was cracking the seal, it will take at least 2 to 3 months for him to successfully break free. Kuroto obviously can't afford to wait for so long, because there is no telling how the situation will change during this period, so he can't let Ryuta stall so much time. After mulling over a little, Kuroto had an idea. Currently, he was inside Ryuta's prison cell, and after delivering the daily dose of torture he said to the wooden puppet, "I have to go on a mission and I wouldn't be coming for the next 10 days, so in the meantime, you have to keep watch over him and you don't need to give him any nutrition, just water is enough." All while Kuroto spoke this, Ryuta didn't seem to be paying any attention. His eyes were currently unfocused as if he was in a tranced state. There was no reaction on his face and he did not even bat his eyelids. But Kuroto can confirm that this is just Ryuta's facade, because he has already noticed that as soon as his words were finished, the frequency of Ryuta's heartbeat increased slightly. Kuroto pretended to not notice this change and muttered, "I have already got bored of this torture game, so I have decided that after I return from completing the mission, I will put him out of his misery. That way we wouldn't have to bother about him anymore and I will dispose of him." There was again a slight increase in the frequency of Ryuta's heartbeat, but it soon returned to normal. Kuroto ignored the change and left the prison cell calmly. As soon as the gate of the prison cell was closed, Ryuta opened his eyes and his murderous energy started leaking unconsciously. 10 days. Back to his study room, Kuroto sat on a chair and reviewed his plan, repeatedly confirmed that there were no loopholes, and after he was sure about this, he nodded and soon started the preparations. For the final despair test 10 days later, the entire dungeon prison will be a test site, so he must arrange all the props now. Regardless of whether the final test results in a success or failure, this dungeon prison will be abandoned after the test. Therefore, Kuroto has to make sure to clean up all the traces that might point towards him through the grapevine. After completing what he had to do, Kuroto left the dungeon prison and came to his secret laboratory in the Death Forest. Coming to Cell Cultivation Lab, Kuroto stopped before the large nutrition tanks. At Novel Bin at. 2 clones were floating in these nutrition tanks, but they are not the clones he planned to use for the fusion in Chimera technique. Rather, they were simple clones he cultivated using DNA extracted from his own cells. Checking all the data displayed, Kuroto analyzed the parameters of the 2 clones and calculated all the next steps to be taken. With the technical means he currently has access to, the cultivation of a simple low-quality clone takes at least half a month. The 2 clones floating in the nutrition tank were already bred a week ago, so counting the time, they should be successfully completed in about a week for the last stimulation test, that is if nothing unexpected happens. With everything proceeding according to the predetermined plan, Kuroto did not waste time anymore and sneaked back to the village. During this week the hunting operation against Amatsukami has come to a sudden halt. This is because no matter how much manpower or material resources are used, there has been no successful result. The so-called bounty organization named Amatsukami seems to have never existed at all. This has made more and more people feel that something is wrong. All signs point that Amatsukami has not had any substantial interaction with any underground organization other than their hostile relationship with Akatsuki. And considering that the members of Amatsukami have not made any appearance since the Uchiha Ryuta went missing, a strange reputation about Amatsukami has started to permeate. Amatsukami seems to suddenly appear out of nowhere in the shinobi world and then suddenly disappear, making people feel unpredictable. And precisely because of the repeated failures, people have started to take the rumors about Uchiha Shisui being Homusubi seriously. Everyone can't help but make secret speculations. Among the Uchiha shinobi, Uchiha Shisui is the only one who is officially known to have the Mangekyou Sharinon, so the possibility that the rumors are correct is very high. And if it is true, does that mean Amatsukami is hidden in Konoha? All these things have prompted Sandaime not to be able to sit by any longer and he must take corresponding steps. Soon, Hyuga Kuroto received a personal summons under Hokage's orders. Coming to the Hokage office, Kuroto frowned slightly as he looked at the people present in the room. At this time, not only Sandaime-sama but even the 3 elder advisors, the patriarch of Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, as well as the Toad son in Jiraiya were present in the Hokage office. What surprised Kuroto, even more, was the presence of a small elder toad who stood on the table next to Jiraiya. The toad was green in color with white hair, white beard, and white eyebrows, wearing a brown cloak. This toad was obviously not simple and Kuroto recognized him as Fukazaku, one of the 2 great toad sage from Mount Mayaboko. Even someone like him was called to be present during the interrogation, thought Kuroto in surprise. Calming down himself, he kneeled before Sandaime-sama and spoke, Eagle of Team 11 reporting, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the tobacco pipe which has become more and more inseparable these days and said, there are some questions, you have to answer them truthfully. Kuroto, who was already removed his eagle umbu mask, nodded. Yes, Hokage-sama, I will answer every question to the best of my ability. Sandaime said, report everything about the events on the night when the Kumigakure delegation was attacked. How did you and Uchiha Shisui encounter the enemy, the entire battle process, including every other detail? Kuroto and Shisui have already discussed everything repeatedly, so Kuroto did not need to think too much and recounted the fabricated details. After listening to all the explanations, everyone in the Hokage office was thinking and trying to find loopholes in Kuroto's words. Hyuga Hayashi was staring at Kuroto with a little worry in his eyes. So far, only Kuroto, Shisui, Hayashi, and some members of the Hyuga clan are actually aware of what transpired in the Hyuga territory that led to Watanabe's death. Therefore, Hayashi was worried that the suspicion on Uchiha Shisui might also drag Kuroto into this mess. While everyone was silent, Jiraiya spoke to Kuroto, re-narrate the details of your and Uchiha Shisui's battle situation when you 2 were ambushed by Amatsukami shinobi. As per the instructions, Kuroto described the fabricated details of the battle from the time of being ambushed by the 3 Amatsukami shinobi without any hesitation. After he heard the details, Jiraiya nodded and didn't speak anything more. The details have been made up by him and Shisui after quite a lot of consideration, and both of them have made sure to not leave any loopholes that can be exploited by others. Therefore, Kuroto and Shisui's explanation would almost be the same. As for why not perfectly same? It's obvious, there is nothing perfect or absolute in the world, therefore, if both of their details match perfectly then it would be easier for others to find flaws. For this reason, both of them kept some level of difference which can be logically explained by the difference in perspective. Also, Kuroto made sure to push all the inexplicable parts of the explanation on Amatsukami's head. Their members are just too strong with weird and unusual abilities. Since Sandaime himself couldn't catch Sujin and Musubi, so he won't be able to accuse others. By the time Kuroto was finished with recounting all the events, Sandaime asked tentatively, was there any abnormal sign from Uchiha Shisui on that night? Kuroto did not answer Sandaime's question directly, but said naturally, Hokage-sama, the rumors permeating in the village have also come to my attention. Although I have no right to be the judge of the matter, I do believe that these rumors are pure nonsense, not even worth consideration. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly at Kuroto's blatant words. Presumptuous, what is the reason for making such an assertion? Kuroto was unperturbed and said indifferently, first and foremost, I don't believe Uchiha Shisui can betray the village, and even if we assume he did so, and joined Amatsukami, then why would he attack the shinobi of the Uchiha clan? This is probably a pre-directed script that the Uchiha shinobi are acting upon. They are just causing this chaos to take advantage as we let down our guards. Danzo said as if it was natural. If this is all a self-directed performance by the Uchiha clan, then it means that Amatsukami is in colluding with the Uchiha clan, or Amatsukami is established by the Uchiha clan, isn't that right? With a mocking smile, Kuroto continued, And if that's the case, why did Amatsukami took the risk of transporting Watanabe's body to the black market branch just for some bounty? Does the Uchiha clan lack money that they would stoop to such a level? Danzo opened his mouth to retort Kuroto's words but couldn't think anything to counter it and just snorted. What Kuroto pointed out is actually a question that has been puzzling everyone present here. Judging from the actions Amatsukami has taken, they really seem to be a bounty nin organization, and if that's the case, then the suspicions on the Uchiha clan are naturally invalid because everyone knows that the Uchiha clan does not lack money as they have an inheritance of over a millennium in their hands. Even Shimura Danzo can't help but think that the Uchiha clan will really not do such absurd things. At this time, Sandaime waved his hands and signaled Kuroto, "All right, you can step back." Kuroto nodded and quietly left the Hokage office. After Kuroto left, Sandaime asked everyone, "What do you think of his words?" Hyuga Hayashi was the first to stand up for Kuroto and Shisui. "I believe both Kuroto-kun and Shisui-kun are reliable and it is unwise to suspect them based on some rumors." Toad Sage Fukazaku said, "I have sensed that this child named Hyuga Kuroto did not have any mood swings, nor was there any change in his heartbeat during the entire conversation, which means he wasn't lying." Danzo said, "Hyuga Kuroto may have said the truth, but there is no telling that he isn't under Uchiha Shisui's control." Hiruzen, you should be aware of what is Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyou Sheri non Dojutsu. Can anyone even guarantee that what Hyuga Kuroto believes is even his belief, or is it something planted by Uchiha Shisui? Danzo's words silenced Sandaime and the two elders. Although Fukazaku did not understand what Danzo was referring to, he still shook his head and said, "His chakra was very peaceful, or rather extraordinarily peaceful. In other words, there are no disruptions in his chakra, so I don't think he is being controlled by some kind of genjutsu." Hayashi also voiced out, "Yes, if Kuroto-kun was being controlled by some kind of genjutsu, there would have been a response from the caged bird curse seal, but all the feedback is normal." Sandaime breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case then it's good. Of course, he did not want to give out information about Uchiha Shisui's Kota Amatsukami either. Sandaime did not want to intensify the conflict with the Uchiha clan. The sudden emergence of Amatsukami and Akatsuki that has a lot of missing nin of Konoha is more threatening, and there are chances that the Uchiha clan might really collude with these organizations if they are pushed too much. And from what intelligence Konoha has collected about Akatsuki, the total level of combat power that Akatsuki hides is not something Konoha can deal against on its own. Therefore, it would be better to deal with the suspicions of Shisui with cautiousness as he is one of the few top-level forces currently in the village. Thinking a little, Sandaime turned towards Yuditen Koharu and asked, "What is the news from Tsunagakur?" Konoha and Tsunagakur and allies, so when investigating information about Amatsukami, Konoha also sent requests to Tsunagakur to form a cooperative search and investigation teams. Upon Sandaime's question, Koharu took out a document file and passed it to Sandaime while speaking. "The situation on Tsunagakur's side is very bad." Hiruzen raised an eye at Elder Koharu's words and his expression turned into a frown as he started reading the file. After Sasori fought with Sandaime Hokage and escaped, Konoha notified the situation about him to Tsunagakur. Many people in Tsunagakur have suspected that the disappearance of Sandaime Kazekage is related to Sasori, but because he is the grandson of Elder Cho, so without any evidence, they remained quiet and did not voice out their opinions. At novel bin at. But now that the news of Sasori joining Akatsuki has been confirmed and the fact that he killed Sandaime Kazekage has been brought to light, so the lack of evidence can no longer be used. Moreover, Amatsukami has confirmed that Sasori is indeed the one responsible for the death of Sandaime Kazekage. For this reason, Tsunagakur also organized a hunting force to hunt down Sasori and avenge their Kazekage. And by coincidence or not, at around the same time the Tsunagakur hunting force was organized, Sasori also received intel from one of his spies that Orochimaru was hiding in the Land of Wind. Sasori and Kakuzu team along with Hiriko and Shino team rushed towards the Land of Wind to deal with the traitor Orochimaru. But what they met up with was way beyond their expectations. The Tsunagakur hunting force unexpectedly encountered Akatsuki. As a result, a fierce battle broke out between the two parties. Eventually, the Akatsuki members were forced to retreat while the Tsunagakur forces suffered heavy losses and couldn't keep up the pursuit. As he completed reading the file, Sandaime's face turned gloomy. After Konoha, Suna was also embarrassed by a bounty nin organization. One by one, the majesty of the 5 great shinobi villages is being trampled on by these mercenary organizations. Kuroto was unaware of what discussion was taking place at the Hokage office after he left, and coming back to his house, Kuroto found a black crow standing at the windowsill of his room. Letting the crow in by opening the window, Kuroto removed the small scroll box tied to his limb and took out the scroll that the scroll box contained. The secret letter was sent by none other than Shisui. It briefly mentioned the situation of the past week. The secret letter also had the information that the Uchiha clansmen have also started to consider the authenticity of these rumors and started to doubt the possibility of Shisui being a member of Amatsukami. After reading the letter, Kuroto destroyed it and sighed. It seems that the powers of the rumor mill really can't be underestimated. It's not hard to understand that the real reason these rumors are really being effective is that the village has still not found any information about Amatsukami, so they can't help but speculate whether Uchiha Shisui really is a member of Amatsukami. Solving this problem is not much difficult. As long both Homusubi and Uchiha Shisui make a public appearance, then the rumors will obviously be proved to be false. It's just that creating an all-new Homusubi is not so easy, and that's the thing he has been busy with for all this while. Putting away these unnecessary thoughts, Kuroto wrote a reply in the scroll box and tied it to the crow's feet. The content of the letter has 2 words, be patient. After that, Kuroto reopened the windowsill and let the crow fly out of the window. Uchiha clan. 2 Umbu of the Root subdivision were hiding in bushes and monitoring the Uchiha clan. At this time, one of the Root Umbu pointed towards the sky and said, "Look, it's the same crow that flew out a while ago." The other Root Umbu observed for a while and said, "That's not a simple crow, knock it down." Huieish. A few shuriken were shot and immediately hit the crow in the sky. When the 2 Root Umbu rushed to the place that the crow fell, all they saw was the corpse of the crow exploding into a cloud of white smoke. At novel bin at. Poof. And by the time smoke disappeared, only 1 black feather remained on the ground. There was no sign of the crow whatsoever. Picking up the black feather, the 2 Root Umbu looked at each other in confusion. At this time, Uchiha Shisui's home. After removing the letter tied to the crow's feet, Shisui unfolded it and read, it says, "Be patient." Does that mean Kuroto-san has some way to prove that the rumors are false? Itaki asked, what is the possibility? Shisui shook his head, I don't know. 9 days later. These past 9 days, Kuroto did not let Ryota discover his presence and silently observed Ryota's progress in cracking the 4-symbol seal. And Uchiha Ryota did not disappoint him either. In just 9 days Ryota has almost cracked the seal. With this pace, Ryota should be able to get himself free from all the Funjutsu restraints as he completely unlocks his chakra after cracking the 4-symbol seal. Taking a short pause, Kuroto continued, therefore, today will be the day of the despair test. Soon the sun sank in the western horizon, and it was already past twilight. Prison dungeon, Uchiha Ryota's prison cell. Currently, Uchiha Ryota had his eyelids shut tightly and he was completely focusing on precisely controlling the minimum amount of chakra he could extract to destroy the 4-symbol seal that was sealing his chakra. After these days and nights of hard work, Ryota found that unexpectedly his chakra control has increased tremendously, and he couldn't help but wonder, it seems that not everything is going downhill for me. At this moment the sound of wood wheels moving along the stone floor reached his ears. As soon as he heard this sound, Ryota immediately paused, subsided all his chakra movements, and pretended to be in a semi-unconscious state. He knew that this sound was made by the wooden puppet who is responsible for replacing the nutrient solution and water every day. Initially, Ryota thought that there was a puppeteer hiding somewhere and controlling that wooden puppet, but after careful observation for a couple of days, he found out that there were no chakra threads connected to the puppet's body and even the color of the chakra on the puppet is not viable. And this discovery again surprised him. As an elite jonin, Ryota is no stranger to the puppet masters of Tsunagakuer, and he can easily recognize that this puppet is the work of a Chunin-level puppeteer. A lot of such puppets were seized during the time of the Third Great Shinobi War. Precisely because he knows the origin of this puppet that he is more shocked that the puppet is autonomous, that is, it is functioning without any operator. Looking at the wooden puppet that left the prison cell after changing the water injector, Ryota thought, is this some kind of new technique developed by the village? This was a doubt, but Ryota soon suppressed his thoughts and concentrated on continuing his plan to escape here. He should be able to break free of the seal within a few hours. Apart from those wooden puppets, I don't know if there are other guards present here. Although he believed that the people who attacked him were high-level combat powers of the village, he still thinks that not many would be aware of this kind of torture and dirty work of the village, because if this kind of information about the village's plan to steal the Sherinon becomes public knowledge, then the risk is too great, so the less staff involved the safer everything will proceed. The reason he was worried about the guards is that Ryota knows that his body is not in a proper physical condition to partake in battles, so if the strength of the guards is too strong then it will be difficult for him to escape from here. Time continued to pass and the sealing technique was being cracked step by step. With the rising hope of finally regaining his freedom, Ryota's heart started beating more and more furiously in excitement. But at this moment, a familiar sound of footsteps sounded. He is back? Damn it, it is still the 9th day. A series of emotions flooded in Ryota's heart, surprise, resentment, and annoyance flashed in his heart but he couldn't do anything and had to stop midway. After a while, a person walked into the prison cell and said to him, well, the decision has been made from above, tonight is your execution. Just some more, just a little bit more. Ryota roared in his heart like a beast. The beatings, torture, pain, and humiliation he has endured these days, coupled with witnessing the death of his dearest brother right before his very eyes has made Ryota develop all kind of resentment, unwillingness, and frustration in his heart which has given birth to a savage beast, one who feeds on hatred and has been keeping himself alive just for the sake of revenge. And now that he is very close to accomplishing it, Ryota has been getting excited by the second. The person who walked in is none other than Yama. He doesn't seem to notice Ryota's emotions and said, after you die, I wouldn't have to be worried about anything anymore. However, Ryota is unwilling to be killed, but he still needs some time to successfully crack the seals, so while secretly speeding up the process of breaking the seal, he tried to bring up a conversation between the two so as to buy some time. Can I ask you something? Yama was surprised by Ryota's sudden question and chuckled lightly. Ask something? Speak, is it your last wish before the death? Ryota forced himself to ignore that mock tone and spoke after an intentional long silence. I wish to be buried with my brother. Yama shook his head in pity. I am afraid this wish can't be fulfilled. Uchiha Hideki's corpse has long been disposed of, not even the ashes remain, so I have no way to comply with that wish. Hearing that his brother's bones are also not left, Ryota can't help but feel rage welling up inside. The whole person was shaking in uncontrollable anger. When Yama saw Ryota's shaking body, he muttered in confusion, are you trembling in fear? And here I thought you were not afraid of death? It appears that everyone is ultimately the same in the face of their end. Ryota bent down his head, his long messy hair that has not been cut or washed for some time covered his eyes, and he spoke in a chilling and gloomy tone. Someone must die tonight. Yama raised an eyebrow at Ryota's words and then spoke with a slight smile. You are right, but you didn't complete the sentence. Indeed, some must die tonight, and that someone is none other than you. You must understand that this is inevitable, and no matter what, this fact will remain unchanged. Uchiha Ryota, you will die tonight. So you should be happy. You will no longer have to bear the agony that you have been through in the past 2 months, and you can finally meet your dead brother. After leaving this sentence, Yama turned around and walked towards a table that contained all sorts of medical equipment as well as torture devices. While disinfecting one particular tool, Yama questioned, by the way, how about you tell me how should I proceed with your Sharingan? Should I gouge out your eyes before your death and then kill you, or maybe first kill you and then dig out those eyes from your corpse? Uchiha Ryota questioned in the same gloomy tone. Is there any difference in either approach? Yama exclaimed, of course there are differences, idiot. While you are still alive, you will feel the pain and humiliation of getting your eyes gouged out. You will get to spend your last moments as a blind. Your pride will be trampled as the Sharingan you Uchiha have been so proud of will no longer belong to you. You will never be relieved from this pain, knowing full well that your Sharingan will be used to destroy the entire Uchiha clan. But that won't happen in the other case. That's why. It's import dash. Shut up, you psychopathic bastard! Shouted Ryota at the top of his lungs. Yama stopped midway and spoke with a pout. Mao, you are no fun. I thought that I should have some chatting with you about our memorable days of torture, but you seem uninterested. See if I care. Humph. Snorting in a fit of cute anger, Yama turned around and continued cleaning the equipment, completely ignoring Ryota. Only the last part is left. Calm yourself, Ryota. I can get my revenge. I will get my revenge. As soon as I break free, I will kill him. I will rip him. I will tear him to pieces. Kill him. Rip him. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Ryota gritted his teeth while muttering in thought to control himself and focus on cracking the last part of the seal. By now, he could no longer suppress the killing intentions in his heart. Amidst this anger and excitement, his body started to tremble more violently as if he fell into an inexplicable madness. However, Yama was facing the opposite side, completely ignored Ryota. Not long after, Yama turned around holding a scalpel in one hand, a holder in the other, and walked towards Ryota, who seems to have calmed himself down. Since you didn't answer my question, then I will go with the rock paper scissors option. If my left hand wins, then option 1. If my right hand wins, then option 2. How does that sound? No reply from Ryota. Playing angry, are we? It doesn't matter. This rock paper scissor is final. Speaking this sentence, Yama put both of his fists forward facing each other. Rock paper scissor. Left hand, rock, right hand, rock. Era, it's a tie. Let's go again. Rock paper scissor. Left hand, scissor, right hand, scissor. Era, tie again. Let's try again. Rock paper scissor. 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 Rock paper scissor. Rock paper scissor. Again. Rock paper scissor. Rock paper scissor. Again. 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 Rock paper scissor. Just hurry up, would you? Ryota shouted in annoyance. By now his eyes were already twitching. Okay, geez, you scared me there for a second. Let's start. Rock paper scissor. Left hand, rock, right hand, scissor. Again. Rock paper side dash. Oh no, wait, this time left hand won. That means we will roll with the first option. Congratulations, Uchiha Ryota, you will get to experience exactly what I described earlier. Aren't you a lucky one? I know you are grateful. No need to thanks me. Even if I blush, you won't be able to notice because of this mask. And besides, this wasn't my doing. This result came out of your own good luck. Be thankful to yourself. Now then, I will be gouging out your eyes. Be prepared. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Just fucking kill him already. Ryota's expression seems to be indifferent, and he just lightly muttered, suit yourself. Yama nodded, and walking forward he took out the scalpel and from his pocket and slowly brought it near Ryota's eyes. Just as the cold metallic blade of the scalpel was about to touch Ryota's eyes, suddenly, Ryota's eyes changed into the 3-tomo Sharingan. WW what? Looking at those scarlet eyes, Yama was taken aback by the sudden change and his hand stopped midway. At this time, the 3-tomo in the scarlet copy wheel were spinning rapidly, and at the same time, a loud crack of iron chains breaking sounded. All the chains that bound Uchiha Ryota, one by one slipped and fell on the hard stone floor in broken fragments with a loud clanking sound. At this time, Yama seemed to have come out of his dazed state. Without any more delay, he jumped and retreated backward. Uchiha Ryota, who just got free, didn't waste even a single millisecond and instantaneously printed hand seals and shouted, "Fire release, fireball technique." Boom. In an instant, uncontrollable flames gushed out of Ryuta's mouth and flooded the entire prison cell with scorching heat. The use of fire-style techniques, especially the ones like the fireball technique in closed and confined places, is akin to suicide. Uchiha Ryuta is obviously experienced enough to understand this, and yet he chose to use such a technique implies just how overwhelming his desire to kill Yama are. And after using the fireball technique, not only Ryuta did not retreat to take a breather but jumped into the burning flames regardless of the injuries he will be suffering with, and ignoring the fact that his body was burning, he directly rushed towards Yama, who was also trapped in the flames from all sides. Punch. Die, you bastard. Kick. Just die already. Knock. Just fucking die already. Covered in the flames, Uchiha Ryuta kept attacking Yama. He didn't care about what was happening to him. As a result, the two figures could be seen fighting in the sea of fire. Die, die, die. Why the hell don't you just die already? Even Yama seemed to be burned by the fire. He seemed to barely be able to keep up with Ryuta, who was fighting like a maniac, without any restraint, and without any care. As a result, he soon fell into a disadvantage. Ryuta, who has gained the upper hand, not only did not slow down but became more violent. He was fighting like a beast and soon pierced Yama's chest with his bare hands, as if he was going to rip the bastard with his hands. Yama shouted, "Get away from me, you damn lunatic." Huieish. Immediately the sound of breaking through wind sounded. Yama drew out the short sword and waved it instantly. Uchiha Ryuta's arm that was piercing through Yama's chest was cut by the sword from the shoulder part. Even with his arm cut off, Ryuta didn't care. Crazily he rushed towards the enemy and bit his throat with all the strength he could muster. Puff. Instantly blood splattered in the surroundings as Yama's throat was ripped off by Ryuta. It kept flowing out, and no matter what Yama tried, there was nothing he could do. Soon, losing his breath, Yama fell straight to the ground in a bloody lifeless mess. Seeing that the masked freak was finally killed by him, Ryuta finally breathed a sigh of relief. Huff huff, finally, Nii-san. I killed him. At this time, Ryuta was too distracted to notice that the three tomo in his Sharingan were spinning rapidly, and they seemed to be just a step away from merging together. Cough cough, cough, huff, ha 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 ha. I killed him, ah ha 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 huff huff. As the adrenaline rush subsided, Ryuta was soon taken over by boundless fatigue. All the pain that he was feeling rushed up, and he had no choice but to sit on the blazing ground and gasp for the charcoal breath. At novel bin at. Soon his killing intent subsided, and the three tomo that were just a step away from merging slowed down and returned to their original form. Ryuta couldn't care about the changes that his eyes were going through. All his focus was now on the corpse of Yama, and he has to know just who the hell was this guy. After catching up with his breath, Ryuta finally tried standing up. Currently, not only was he missing an arm, but there were also hundreds of injuries because of the torture he endured. Then there were so many burns. The injuries are so severe that he could hardly be considered alive anymore. Even if he was an elite jonin, he couldn't have endured such a treatment, but even if he couldn't bear it, he chose to. In fact, he forced himself to bear it. At novel bin at. Forcing himself to squat halfway in front of Yama's corpse, Ryuta reached out his hand to remove that black mask that covered the face of the other person. As soon as the mask was removed and the face under it was revealed, Ryuta's expression shrank. It turns out to be Shisui's colleague from the Umbu. What was his name? Kuroto? Hyuga Kuroto. Ha 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 ha. Hyuga Kuroto, you may have died, but don't think that it's over yet. I will make sure to repay this hatred with 100% interest. Ryuta's gaze now fell on the unusually sharp sword that laid in Kuroto's hand. This is a good sword, not something a corpse would ever need. After having killed Yama and confirming his true identity, there is only one objective in Ryuta's mind, which is to find his brother's Sharingan as soon as possible and leave here, before anyone else finds him. With that thought, Ryuta stood up and dragged his exhausted body, staggering out of the prison cell where he was held captured. He came outside the cell. From beginning to end, Ryuta didn't even glance at his arm that was burning along with Hyuga Kuroto's corpse. Following the dark stone passage, Ryuta finally arrived at a room that was lit with candlelight. There were some tables, chairs along with few benches, several books including other study materials. From the furnishings alone, it wasn't hard to judge that this room was a study room. When he arrived at the central desk, Ryuta's gaze landed on the two notebooks that had familiar characters on their cover page. Uchiha Hideki. Uchiha Ryuta. With a gloomy mood, Ryuta opened the notebook titled with his name. The notebook recorded every detail of the hell he experienced here, all the stimulus tests, torture performed by Hyuga Kuroto on him and his brother, along with some personal comments, speculations, and results were all explained in great detail. Looking at the notebook that described the Uchiha as nothing more than lab rats, being tested and played, Ryuta felt boundless rage within him. Huieish. 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 Driven by his uncontrollable rage, Ryuta drew the short sword with his only hand and shredded both the notebooks into thousands of small pieces, and that wasn't the end as he smashed the desks, chairs, and destroyed the entire study. Panting heavily, Ryuta muttered, "These bastards were really after the Mangekyo Sharingan as I thought. No wonder they did not kill me and made me go through such torture. It turns out that what they were after was not the Sharingan, but the Mangekyo Sharingan." Ryuta's guess was finally proven correct. Although he faintly guessed their objective, there were still some doubts. Even as an Uchiha, Ryuta does not have much knowledge of the Mangekyo Sharingan, so he wasn't sure if that was really the case. But now that he read everything about this so-called Project Mangekyou Sharinon, he was sure. Hideki Nii-san, I swear to you, I will find out each and every person involved with such tests and kill them with my own hand. I will avenge your death and make sure that you are brought to justice. Taking this oath in his heart, Ryota left the room. Ryota was already aware that with the condition he has, it is a miracle that he is alive, so he has to leave here as soon as possible and search for a shelter to recover his wounds. But Ryota couldn't convince himself to leave unless he finds his brother's Sharinon. As such, Ryota continued staggering along the dark stone passages. His steps were heavy yet firm. After walking for a few minutes, Ryota finally arrived at the end of the passage and noticed the door engraved with the Gunbei Uchiwa, that is Uchiha clan's crest. Why is Gunbei Uchiwa engraved on the door? Ryota was confused, and thought, could this be a secret house where these bastards store the Sharinon stolen from the Uchiha shinobi? Understanding this, Ryota's speed subconsciously increased. His heart was beating furiously and he soon arrived at the front of the gate from which a beam of candlelight was leaking through a small crack illuminating the Uchiha clan's crest. Just as he was about to push the door open, Ryota suddenly took a step backward and drew out the short sword. Ryota may have been only a few steps away from death, but he has to be cautious, who knows what kind of sickening thing was awaiting inside the room. After mentally preparing himself, Ryota approached the door open and put his ear against the wall. He was able to hear the sound of mellow breathing and calm heartbeat on the other side of the room. This undoubtedly means that someone is inside the room, and for some reason, Ryota seems to be getting a familiar feeling from that person. However, this familiarity was also mixed with some indifference and coldness which made him feel a little strange. After a bit of hesitation, Ryota calmed himself, kicked open the door, and rushed inside. As soon as he entered, the lights in the room were suddenly lit, which was contrasting to the gloomy dark passage he saw in up to now. And even with his Sharinon that has not seen the daylight for the past 2 months, he was overwhelmed and uncomfortable. He was forced to lift his only hand and put it before his eyes to cover them. At this time, a cold and indifferent voice sounded in the room. My dear Ryota, you were able to make it here. As expected of my brother, you didn't disappoint me. Ryota couldn't see the source of the voice, but he didn't need to. He is too familiar with this voice. For this reason, he can't help but be extremely shocked, and stuttered, Nii-san. In the sudden shock and surprise, Ryota removed his hands regardless of much his eyes will be damaged. He didn't care. All he has to see now is his brother. Looking around, Ryota could vaguely make out a throne-like stone chair, with its high back facing towards him. The voice he heard just now seems to have come from the chair. While Ryota tried to adapt to the strong light, the high-back chair turned around. Looking at the person sitting on the high-back chair, Ryota's pupils suddenly shrank, and the sword held in his hand was also dropped on the ground because of shock. Ryota simply can't believe it. It's because the person sitting on the throne-like chair is none other than his elder brother, Uchiha Hideki. Ryota saw that Hideki was wearing the eye-catching Homusubi black cloak of a Matsukami, with the Homusubi mask resting at the handrest on the chair he sat on, and he had a sly look on his face as if everything was happening just as he planned. Realizing what this means, Ryota barely choked out the words, why? His voice was so low, it seemed as if he wasn't asking this question from Hideki, but his own soul. Hideki chuckled, my stupid Otauto, don't you understand it already? Ryota's face was down, his messy hair hanging over his head, covering his eyes. He spoke, I am asking you, why? This time, his voice was louder, but the unwillingness and hesitation were clearly apparent to the listeners in the room. Hideki smiled slightly and patiently explained, the secret of activating the Mangekyou Sharinon is related to love and hate. I know you love me, although I am kind of disappointed that witnessing my death was not enough for you to awaken the Mangekyou Sharinon. I know you can actually do it, so I am willing to ignore that matter. You will fulfill the wish of your dearest Nii-san, won't you? You will give me your Mangekyou Sharinon, right? Ryota suddenly shook his head and said with a cold tone, no, you are not Hideki Nii-san, he would not do such a thing to me. As if in response to Ryota's question, Hideki closed his eyes and suddenly reopened. However, this time the pupils were no longer black, but scarlet red, with 3 black tomo slowly revolving in the copy wheel. Looking at the 3 tomo spinning in the Hideki's Sharinon, and feeling the chakra fluctuations he is too familiar with, Ryota could no longer deny that the person sitting on the high-back chair and looking at him with a mocking look is not his elder brother. Even if Ryota is seriously injured right now, he won't make this mistake. And precisely because he is so sure, Ryota's face was in disbelief and lost. How? I saw you die with my own eyes. I am sure that was no genjutsu? Then how come you are still alive? Ryota asked in confusion. Ha ha ha, true you did see me die, but unfortunately, what we see is not always true. Just because you witnessed my death does not mean that I am truly dead. How can that be? Didn't tell me you used Izanagi? Ryota asked with a horrified look. Chuckles no, it wasn't Izanagi either, and whatever jutsu I used is of no importance. All you need to know is the fact that I was never dead. Hideki said with a faint smile. Ryota didn't know what to speak anymore. The only reason he was able to survive this hellhole was because of the support of his belief and desire to avenge his brother, and now he sees that his brother was never really captured. In fact, his brother was colluding with the enemy and put him under such torture. Knowing this, the belief that has been supporting him to survive collapsed. Hideki questioned in a playful tone, look at that face, you seem to be in disbelief. Why, is it really that hard to accept? Ryota muttered, why did you do this? Hideki stared at Ryota with a deep look and said, "Didn't I already tell you? I want your Mangekyo Sharinon. You tortured me daily, made me go through such a hell, all for Mangekyo Sharinon." With a saddened smile Ryota continued, "I am afraid I will disappoint you. I have to come to realize that I am not really talented enough to awaken what you desire of me. If you want the Mangekyo Sharinon so much, you will have to rely on your own ability and talent." At novel bin at. Hideki chuckled, "Awakening Mangekyo Sharinon is not really a difficult task for me, Otauto." As soon as he heard this, Ryota shouted, "Then why the fuck did you make me go through such torture?" Hideki's eyes narrowed, and he spoke with a solemn expression, "Because Mangekyo Sharinon is not the end of it. What I really want is the power above the level of Mangekyo Sharinon." The power above the level of Mangekyo Sharinon. Ryota muttered with a frown, "Is there any dojutsu above the level of Mangekyo Sharinon?" This news was new to Ryota. After a while of brainstorming to avail no possible result, Ryota roared hysterically, "What is the power above the level of Mangekyo Sharinon? The Mangekyo Sharinon itself is the ultimate power." Hideki gave Ryota a "you really are an idiot" look and said while shaking his head, "My stupid Otauto, your narrow vision is what limits your life, similar to the most Uchiha. And perhaps you are right too. For useless people like you, Mangekyo Sharinon may as well be the ultimate power. But for me, Mangekyo Sharinon is just the beginning of everything." Ryota yelled, "I don't understand what you are saying. You are being crazy. Ever heard of the statement, there is only a fine line between a genius and insane, and that is defined by his success and failure. And what the hell does that have to do with everything?" shouted Ryota in anger. "It does, Otauto, it does. Now that I think about it, this does remind me of another statement that someone I admire once said, people live their lives bound by what they believe to be a reality and you are no different." Hideki said, "Stop playing around and answer my question, damn it," Ryota yelled. Hideki pondered for a moment, and said, "You know anything about the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon?" Ryota heard about this for the first time and was at a loss. Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. Hideki nodded and continued, "You must have heard about the rumors that Uchiha Madara gouged out his younger brother's eyes, right? Well, those are not just rumors, he really did so. The light of Mangekyo Sharinon weakens after each use and ultimately leads to total blindness." Ryota was surprised, "You mean to say?" "Yes, the more frequent you use Mangekyo Sharinon, the faster you will lose your light." After a pause, Hideki continued, "And there is only one known way to counter that curse of blindness, just as Uchiha Madara did, by obtaining eternal light, that is by awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon." Ryota understood what Hideki was referring to and was angrier, "So you want to take my eyes just like Uchiha Madara stole his brother's?" Listening to Ryota's question, Hideki's face changed to a fanatic look. "Yes, as long as one's eyes are changed with his blood relative, preferably brothers if possible, then the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon can be awakened, and once I obtain the same level of power as Uchiha Madara, then what Hokage, what Danzo, Uchiha clan will not only rule over Konoha but over the entire shinobi world." "I see." Ryota muttered with a dazed look, and fell on the ground. He can't think of anything anymore. If previously he thought that his brother has gone crazy, or someone was manipulating him to do such a thing, but now that he learned the secret of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, Ryota finally understood that his brother had been playing such a game. Hideki didn't care about Ryota and continued, "Ryota, you are my Otauto, the only brother I love so dearly, and you are also the only person who can help me awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. You will help me achieve my dream, won't you?" Ryota didn't look up or answered Hideki, but he asked a question with an indifferent tone. "Before I answer anything, I have another thing I want to know. How did you convince Shisui to work in your plan?" Hearing Ryota's question, Hideki laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha ha, you are worried about that? Why wouldn't Shisui help? This was all done under the knowledge and instructions of Fugaku-sama, so Shisui will obviously following Patriarch's instructions. Is that so? I guess I should have expected that." Ryota spoke sadly, the last bit of belief he had was also shattered now. "I have a few other questions, will you answer them?" I might, it depends on what you want to ask," Hideki said after a bit of mulling. "How did you rope in Shisui's team member, Hyuga Kuroto, into your plan?" asked Ryota. "It was just a bit of curiosity and nothing more." That was very easy my dear Otauto. Hyuga Kuroto is Orochimaru's former disciple, so it was easy to convince him to work with us. After all, he would be able to research Sharinon, coupled with some threat to him and his fiancée's life and some temptation in helping him break the caged bird curse seal, and bam, he was literally wagging his tail to work for me. Of course, he would have been disposed of anyway, so letting him have some fun was nothing to be worried about. And now that I think about it, he didn't really do a good job, but meh, you killed him so that's the end of it. I see. Ryota nodded. Now there was no need to take revenge from Hyuga Kuroto, this wasn't even his doing. After all, he was working as per Hideki's instruction, that is to say, he was just a pawn playing in the hands of his brother? Hideki asked, "So do you have any more questions you would like me to answer?" "Nii-san, will you really be gouging out my eyes?" Ryota spoke with a surprisingly calm tone. Hideki heard Ryota's question but he chose to not reply to this question. At this time, Ryuta's face changed from despair to a realization, and his expression was in a stupor, but Ryuta immediately recovered, and noticing that there was no reply from his brother, Ryuta continued, I see, my question is so ridiculous that it is not even worth answering, of course you will dig out my eyes, after all, that was your goal from the very beginning. Ha 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 ha, I see, I was an idiot my whole life. At this moment, if Ryuta lifted his head to look at his brother sitting on the high-back chair, he would have noticed that Hideki was stopping his right hand with his left hand, and his body was shaking, trying to resist something, and trying to suppress something but was having a hard time doing it. But sadly, Ryuta did not lift his head, while still hanging his head, he suddenly started laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha, ah ha 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 ha, ah ha 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 ha, ah ha 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 ha. Followed by the laugh, Ryuta's chakra also became terribly gloomy. Even a blind person can see that Ryuta's chakra has undergone severe changes. Looking at the saddened and maddening appearance of Ryuta, Hideki suddenly shed tears of blood, and 3 tomo in his Sharingan started spinning rapidly. Ryuta. Ha 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 ha, ah ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ah ha ha ha, fuck it. The very next moment, Ryuta's laughter came to an abrupt end. He suddenly raised his head, and it could be seen that his Sharingan was no longer the same as a few moments ago, but changed into a strange 5-pointed star pattern. And strangely enough, at the same moment, whether by a coincidence or some kind of resonance, the pattern of Uchiha Hideki's Sharingan also changed from 3 tomo states to an equally strange pattern. Accompanied by 2 heart-shaking roars, 2 humongous ethereal figures appeared at the same time. The gloomy and narrow mountain dungeon could not withstand the sudden emergence of massive figures. As a result, amidst the shaking of the mountain, the secret prison dungeon built by Hyuga Kuroto completely collapsed. Boom. Hwala. 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 Instantly, a violent whirlwind swept all around, with loud noise echoing. The mountain that was housing the prison dungeon collapsed. The collapse of the mountain caused a large amount of dust and smoke clouds to rise in the sky. Amidst this chaotic scenery, Hyuga Kuroto was standing calmly with a protective gravity ball surrounding him from all sides, protecting him from all the falling stones and boulders. Currently, he was not wearing any disguise, dressed in his usual simple white kimono. He was observing everything with his Byakugan. The 2 Susanoo who were facing each other, both very similar in appearance with only a slight color difference, Uchiha Ryuta's Susanoo being golden while Uchiha Hideki's Susanoo also being golden but with a touch of orange. I did not expect Uchiha Hideki to be able to awaken Mangekyou Sharingan, muttered Kuroto with a thoughtful look. He was really surprised and it was indeed a bit unexpected. Uchiha Hideki had already collapsed and entered a vegetative state because of being unable to bear the psychological pressure. As such, Kuroto judged him to be useless with no aptitude to survive the emotional stress needed to awaken Mangekyou Sharingan. But it turns out that Hideki managed to surpass Kuroto's expectations. At novel bin at. Hideki even managed to give Kuroto a bit of a hard time, while Kuroto used the Tenseigan Soul Descend to take over Uchiha Hideki's body. Before this, Uchiha Hideki entered a vegetative state. Therefore, Kuroto took over Hideki's body with the Tenseigan Soul Descend for the final despair test for Uchiha Ryuta that would allow him to experience true despair in order to stimulate him emotionally so that he can awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan. But Uchiha Hideki also somehow managed to recover from his vegetative state, and he awoke stronger than before. As such, he was able to fight, albeit only to a certain extent, but that was enough to give Kuroto a hard time. The activation of Uchiha Hideki's Sharingan was also Hideki's doing. It just so happened that the instant was perfect, so Kuroto didn't suppress that action and allowed Ryuta to verify that he was really in the presence of his elder brother. Although this did allow Uchiha Ryuta to confirm that the person sitting on the high-back chair was indeed his brother, plunging him into grief, disbelief, and despair. But the activation of Sharingan helped Hideki struggle against Kuroto more strongly and slowly regain his control over his body. And this is the reason why Uchiha Hideki, who was sitting on the high-back chair, was acting strangely, with a distorted expression, pressing his one hand over the other, as if suppressing something within. That was because Kuroto and Hideki's souls were engaged in an extremely fierce conflict to take over complete control of the body, but Kuroto wasn't much worried as he knew that he was the dominant one. In the end, Hideki's love for his younger brother allowed him, a dead man who was on the verge of collapsing and fading away, burned out all of his potentials and somehow awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. As soon as Kuroto discovered that Hideki has also awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, Kuroto no longer suppressed Hideki's soul and deactivated the Tenseigan Soul Descend and came back to his main body. And now we have 2 titanic, humanoid chakra avatars facing off one another. On the Uchiha brothers' side, Uchiha Ryuta held his forehead with the only arm he has, his breathing rapid and distorted, voice weak and unsteady, yet indifference apparent in his lifeless eyes. Looking at his brother who also awakened the Susanoo just as he did, Ryuta said, "Nii-san, no, we are not brothers anymore. I refuse to acknowledge someone like you as my brother. It turns out that you have always kept me in dark. Your talent and qualification have always been better than me. You also awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan far before me. In fact, with the character you have displayed, I wouldn't even deny if you are the person responsible for controlling the Kyuubi and destroying Konoha. But what does it matter? After all, everything's going to end today anyway. I will make sure that I kill you today, then kill every single traitor who made me go through this. Uchiha Hideki, who just seized control over his body after such a tiring battle of the soul against Hyuga Kuroto, opened his mouth, trying to explain to Ryota, but no sound came out, and he could only flap his mouth like a fish. Undoubtedly, Hideki is too weak to be able to control all his body. Ryota looked at Hideki with an indifferent look and spoke, "Do you have any last wish to speak to me, because this will be the last time, as either one of us will die today?" Hideki stood up and put all his effort to speak, but all that came out was incoherent stammering. Ryota, be careful. Be careful. Ryota snorted coldly, and said, "Well, of course, I will be careful against you. Now I have realized just what kind of a sickening person you are, so I will make sure to be careful of you. Come on, Uchiha Hideki, one of us must die, and whoever wins will get eternal light. If I die, then you can have my Mangekyo Sharingan as you planned, but if you die, then I will gain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and then I will do what I have to do, with the Uchiha and Konoha." Uchiha Ryota knew full well that compared to Hideki, who is in the top state, his possibility of winning are very slim given the physical and mental state he is in, but Ryota will not make it easy for this bastard brother to get what he wanted so easily, and if there is even a slight possibility, then Ryota will give everything he has to kill Uchiha Hideki and then have his revenge against Fugaku and Shisui. This is his last stubbornness. With that decision, Ryota controlled his golden Susanoo to bring out chakra swords in one arm while and punched Hideki's golden orange Susanoo with the other arm, followed by the attacks from the chakra sword. Boom. Boom. Each punch is enough to shatter the mountain, and as Hideki's Susanoo collided with the collapsed mountain, rubble was flying everywhere, smoke and dust kept rising in the sky. With just 2 punches and 2 sword attacks, Hideki's Susanoo was severely knocked to the ground and its appearance started becoming illusionary, as if it was close to fading away, clearly indicating that it is really hard for Hideki to keep it maintained for very long, because of his weak spirit. Ryota noticed that something was strange and frowned. "Why is your chakra so weak?" With just one combination of attacks, Ryota discovered that currently Hideki's chakra was even weaker than him, which shouldn't be the case, and this made him suspicious. Could it be possible that he is intentionally acting weak so that I let down my guard? Yes, this has to be the case. With that thought, Ryota again started the onslaught of attacks. Each attack caused devastating damage to the already damaged surrounding, and Ryota's mind was also in a mess. The more he attacked, the more he discovered that Hideki was not acting and his chakra was slowly getting weaker. Moreover, Hideki made many attempts, but he was not able to resist. Just what the hell is he doing? He couldn't understand Hideki's intentions, so stopping midway he asked, "Just what the hell is wrong with you? Stop pretending already. If you think that you can take advantage of me again, then you are dead wrong." Hideki panted weakly as he finally had the opportunity to catch his breath. Now he was also able to regain complete control over his body and explained, I am not pretending, Otauto. You have to listen to me. We are being played in the hands of that bastard who has been controlling everything from the start." "Shut up. You are lying again. You just want me to drop my guard so that you can strike at that opportunity," Ryota retorted. Hideki shook his head. "That's not true, Otauto. The other party is capable of using a weird type of jutsu that allows him to take control over others' body. I am no different from you. I also experienced the similar hell that you did. And finally, when I couldn't awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, he deemed me unqualified and took control over my body to enact all that you witnessed. Please trust me, it was only when I saw you and your suffering did I manage to put up resistance and break free of his control, but unfortunately it was already too late." Although Ryota was highly skeptical of Hideki's explanation, he still decided to listen. Something was telling him that Hideki was not lying, or maybe, this was just his hope. At this time, Hideki looked around vigilantly and explained, "He has to be hiding here somewhere, in order to observe us. Be careful, Ryota. He might try to take advantage of our weakness and kill us to dig out our eyes." Ryota, who heard this, immediately became alert. "Just who is he?" asked Ryota in doubt. "He is." Hideki was about to answer the true identity of the person who was responsible for their misery, suddenly paused midway because while he was looking around, he finally found the traces of that person. "I found him. There he is. Why don't you come out already, you bastard?" As soon as Hideki pointed, Ryota turned his face in that direction to look over. Beckoned by Hideki's shout, a person waltzed out leisurely from the cluster of rubble and spoke with a disappointed tone. "Sigh, found me already? That's a bit of a letdown, and here I thought that the two of you will continue to duke it out like the idiots you are. One will kill the other, saving me a lot of trouble as I wouldn't have to kill both of you, but it appears that won't be happening anymore. But I guess I should have expected as such. The feeling between a pair of brothers will always maintain a certain level of trust even when the two are after each other's lives. This has been the case before and will certainly not change." Uchiha Ryota and Uchiha Hideki immediately urged all their strength to strengthen their Susanoo as that person walked over. Before the small figure of Hyuga Kuroto, the two massive skeletal figures of Susanoo were like two gods of death ready to cleave the head of a sinful mortal. Looking at the familiar figure walking towards him, Ryota was suddenly alarmed. "You? How are you still alive? I am sure I killed you before, or could it be that it was someone else?" Hyuga Kuroto chuckled and spoke while tilting his head to the side. "Maybe, or maybe not. Which one is it? But wait. You already forgot the lesson your beloved Nii-san taught you a while ago? Just because you witness me die does not mean that I am truly dead. I have to say, you are making me sad, and here Nii-san thought that he imparted some knowledge to his soon-to-be dead Otauto. You bastard? That really was you? So, Nii-san was speaking the truth, you were really controlling him. Ryota roared. Kuroto chuckled condescendingly. The Hyuga Kuroto that Ryota killed in his prison cell while trying to escape was obviously the low-quality clone Kuroto cultivated using his own DNA. At that time, he was controlling the clone body using the Tenseigan soul descent technique. When Kuroto came to the prison cell, Ryota was forced into desperate circumstances, and he didn't even try to conceal the fact that he was breaking the seal. At that time, Kuroto was so embarrassed that he had no choice but had to turn his back to pretend that he was busy cleaning the surgical and torture devices and therefore couldn't notice what Ryota was doing. Because Ryota's act of breaking the four symbols was so obvious, that even with his acting skills, Kuroto found it difficult to act. He did not notice Ryota's actions. In the subsequent battle too, Kuroto did not use full strength. Even if Kuroto was controlling a low-quality clone, he wouldn't be so helpless in the face of weakened Ryota. Therefore, Kuroto let Ryota kill that clone and see if Ryota could awaken Mangekyo Sharingan after avenging his brother. However, for the sake of safety, Kuroto made sure to cut off one of Ryota's arms, that way he would no longer be able to use ninjutsu, thus greatly limiting his strength in battle. The Uchiha clan is indeed famous for their Sharingan, but they are also known for their fire-style mastery, so the loss of one arm would again limit Ryota's combat effectiveness. This was pre-invested insurance to ensure that after Ryota awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kuroto would always have an upper hand in the battle that will occur in the future. And the next part is already understandable. Kuroto wanted Ryota to believe that he finally killed Yama, Hyuga Kuroto, and avenged his brother so that when he discovers that his brother is still alive and learns the truth from his brother's mouth, the emotional stimulus would be extraordinary, thus, pushing Ryota into the depths of despair and successfully awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Hideki said, yes, it is him, Hyuga Kuroto, the person responsible for making us go through all this, and Homusubi is Uchiha Shisui, the traitor. Kuroto did not care about what Hideki said. Both of them are going to die regardless, so it does not matter. Hideki continued, I have to agree that you are a terrifying person indeed, but this time you miscalculated something. Kuroto muttered with an innocent and confused look, miscalculated? Whatever could that be? The more innocent Kuroto acted, the angrier Hideki got. He roared, you never expected that both of us would awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan at the same time. Kuroto gave an O-type surprised look and nodded, indeed, this is beyond what I expected. After all, you were supposed to be worthless, and yes, it's a bit surprising that you managed to come out of your vegetative state, but what does that matter? The last part was spoken with a confused look. Hideki's eyebrows twitched upon Kuroto's blatant use of worthless. At this time, Ryota spoke with a cold smile, now look carefully here, what you see before yourself is Susanoo, the strongest technique of the ultimate dojutsu. This is the exact same power that you covet, but this is the power that only the gods of shinobi can have. A humble ant like you is not qualified to wield the supreme power of the Uchiha clan. Hideki also added, you asked what does that matter, right? It matters a lot, you are going to pay severely for your greed. Almost at the same time, Hideki spoke. Both Ryota and Hideki controlled the arms of their respective Susanoo and hit towards the spot where Kuroto stood, one coming from the left and the other from the right. Boom, boom. Amidst the sound of breaking wind, the two gigantic fists caused a lot of rubble to fly as a deep pit was smashed. The power of two Susanoo, but Hyuga Kuroto was nowhere to be seen. He has long since disappeared from his position and landed on top of a nearby rock boulder. Looking at Hideki and Ryota brothers fighting him, Kuroto thought, why do I feel to be in the same situation as Kabuto? This scene reminded Kuroto of the battle of Itachi and Suzuki against Yakushi Kabuto, where both Itachi and Suzuki also fought the battle using their Susanoo. However, the situation before Kuroto is obviously not on the same level as what Kabuto faced. When facing Kabuto, Itachi was in the Edo Tensei state, so his stamina wasn't restricted because of his illness, and Suzuki also had the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. So the level of danger that Kabuto faced was several times compared to what Kuroto is facing. Uchiha Ryota lacks an arm, is severely injured, along with many burns, and the same is the case with Uchiha Hideki. His body may not have many injuries because of the treatment that Kuroto gave him, but his spirit is gravely injured, thus his chakra is extremely weak. As a result, both Hideki and Ryota have reached their limit. Kuroto can even see that if he deliberately stalls them for a while, both Hideki and Ryota will not be able to hold on for too long and soon collapse. However, considering that each pair of Mangekyo Sharingan comes with its unique ability, so Kuroto doesn't want to take any risk. If either of them manages to awaken something like Kamui by some chance, then that would be extremely troubling, as both of them are now aware of his identity. Therefore, Kuroto does not plan to underestimate the enemy, which may give them a chance to escape here. At this time, Ryota laughed arrogantly. Your greatest mistake was to covet the powers of Uchiha clan. A mere Hyuga slave like you is unworthy of wielding such power. Now it's your turn to experience the despair that you put us through. Hideki added, do not worry, we will not be killing you right away. We will let you experience the taste of everything that you put us through, and your Hyuga clan will not be any different. They too will bear your sin. Kuroto spoke, you think so? But let me tell you something again, you seem to be making a mistake here. Ryota saw that even in the face of him and his brother, Kuroto was still calm and collected, and he spoke with a cruel grin. You seem to be doing fine even if you understand what's coming next, and you are still capable of barking out? I would love to see how you wail when I rip you apart. I can't help but really look forward to torturing you more and more. However, unlike his brother, Hideki frowned. You said that we are making a mistake here, correct? What mistake are you referring to? Kuroto chuckled. Mangekyo Sharinon is indeed a rare treasure in the shinobi world, and you Uchiha have every bit of right to be proud of it. Kuroto paused here and then continued, but if it does not have that particular power or something similar, then it is just a dispensable eye that only has some research value, and for your information, there are a lot of Uchiha in Konoha. How many Mangekyo Sharinon can they give me? Just think about it. The last part was obviously a bluff. Kuroto does not plan to do such a thing to the Uchiha clan. However, the first part was indeed correct. If the pair of Mangekyo Sharinon does not have Kamui or a somewhat similar ability, then they are just valuable for research and nothing else. Adat novel bin adat. Cough cough. After coughing out a mouthful of blood, while he keeps himself steady, Hideki asked, that particular power? What do you mean? Hideki was very concerned about what Kuroto said. From his words it can be easily understood that Hyuga Kuroto is incredibly knowledgeable about the Mangekyo Sharinon, and something was telling Hideki that it wasn't Shisui who gave such information to Kuroto, because Hideki can be sure that even he and his brother are unaware of something like eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, so Shisui should be unaware of it too, but Hyuga Kuroto is. How is that possible? The fact that the Uchiha are unaware of their powers but non-Uchiha has to be taken incredibly seriously. Ryota spoke. Nii-san, don't waste your time talking nonsense with him, he won't answer it directly anyway, so it would be prudent to torture out all the information that we wish to know, so let's catch him and be done with it. Ryota knows that similar to his brother he too is very close to his limit, so if Hyuga Kuroto is not captured in a short time, then the consequences are worse. But Ryota is not that worried, because he knows that a battle between the gods of shinobi against a mere Takubitsu Jonin will result in only one outcome. Looking at the two Uchiha brothers who are severely injured and exhausted and still believe that they can easily defeat him, Kuroto chuckled lightly and raised his hand to print the hand seals. Sensing the chakra fluctuations, both Ryota and Hideki had a sudden bad feeling. Both of them did not understand the specific reason why they were having such a premonition, because in their belief no matter what Hyuga Kuroto may try to do, he wouldn't be able to change the inevitable. As, according to Ryota and Hideki, no one in the entire shinobi world would be able to resist two Mangekyo Sharinon awakeners at the same time, not even the former god of shinobi, Senjo Hashirama. So, why was there uneasiness? Why a sense of dread plaguing their hearts? Was it just because of the shadow left by Hyuga Kuroto or was there something more to it? Ryota gritted his teeth and suppressing the apprehension in his heart he shouted, don't waste your effort you damn ant. You have incurred the wrath of Uchiha, even if you beg us, you are going to face the consequences of offending the gods of sh. Hwala. Hwala? Ryota suddenly stopped midway as the cyan blue chakra flames gushed out of Kuroto's body and covering his arms up to the elbow joint and legs up to the calves. P.S. The appearance of this type of cloak is similar to the thunder cloak that Luck Voltia of the Black Bulls from Black Clover uses. I already said that you seem to have made a mistake. Slowly rising in the air, Kuroto muttered in an indifferent tone, even if both of you have awakened Mangekyo Sharinon, it makes no difference, in the face of the level of strength that I have, your so-called Susanoo of the absolute defense is not even worth mentioning. In an instant, the cyan glow of Tenseigan chakra further illuminated the night sky. This. Ryota and Hideki looked at Kuroto's state with a surprised expression. They have never seen or heard about a technique like this, and both of them could tell that this technique was extremely dangerous based on the chakra fluctuations emitting from those cyan flames. And precisely why both of them realized this, they also understood that contrary to what they expected, Hyuga Kuroto is really not an ordinary shinobi. Facing such a change, Hideki shouted, how can you have such strength? It's just not possible. And if you have such strength then why the hell are you after Mangekyo Sharinon? You can't even use our dojutsu? Just what the hell do you want from all of T-? Hideki did not get to finish his words, and Kuroto who was indifferently hovering in the air disappeared from his position. Even with the Mangekyo Sharinon, Hideki was not even able to notice any trace of the position Kuroto went to. And suddenly feeling the same chakra fluctuations coming from above his head, Hideki was taken aback. He appeared above me. But by the time Hideki realized, it was already too late. Boom. As soon as realized Kuroto's position, he tried to look up and move away from his spot, but suddenly a fist collided with the skeletal frame of his golden Susanoo, and the so-called absolute defense instantly shattered and disappeared into multiple ethereal fragments. Susanoo, the most powerful technique that a Mangekyo Sharinon awakener has in his arsenal of techniques, collapsed as if it was just a termite-ridden wooden figure in the face of Kuroto's attack. And this scene was indeed shocking. With the Susanoo armor broken, Hideki collapsed on the ground and muttered in disbelief, why, how could this be possible? At the moment he awakened the Mangekyo Sharinon, Hideki felt that there was nothing he has to fear anymore, and he could make storms in the shinobi world, but the moment his Susanoo broke as if it was nothing, and that was not just Susanoo breaking but his worldview collapsing. Hideki again felt that he has returned to that very same torture cell, with his status being the prisoner suffering at the hands of Hyuga Kuroto, like a test subject, and he no longer has any control over his own life or death. Whoosh! Another sound of breaking past the wind speed resounded in Hideki's ear. This sound brought out Hideki from his trance. He found that Hyuga Kuroto was just a few meters away from him. Hideki was suddenly panicked and tried to retreat. You get away from me. But regardless of what he said or how hard he tried to resist, Hideki was controlled by some kind of traction force and flew towards Kuroto. Kuroto caught Hideki by the neck and without any hesitation, he gouged out Hideki's eyes with his other hand. Ah! Hideki's cries of pain resounded in the surroundings, but Kuroto didn't care. And after digging out both of Hideki's eyes, Kuroto threw him to the side and put the pair of freshly stolen Mangekyo Sharingan in a small nutrition tank he prepared beforehand. Boom! A sudden collision sound of a giant chakra blade with an intangible barrier rang out while Kuroto was busy with this process. Uchiha Ryota, who suddenly attacked Kuroto, seeing that his brother was in danger, couldn't deal any damage as the chakra blade from his Susanoo collided with an intangible gravity barrier that sent him flying back. Ryota was flabbergasted now. From the moment of Kuroto's activation of that unusual technique to now, only a few seconds have passed, but the battle situation has flipped by a 180-degree turn. Hyuga Kuroto was too fast, Ryota couldn't even react to what happened, and when he tried to defend his brother, the attack did no damage. How are you supposed to beat someone whom you can't even touch? If not for being sent flying back by that gravitational push that broke another few of his bones, Ryota might have even wondered if all of this is some genjutsu? Kuroto did not care about Ryota's attack or Hideki's painful cries. He calmly sealed the small nutrition tank containing Hideki's Mangekyo Sharingan inside a storage scroll. After he was done with this, Kuroto put the scroll inside his ninja bag and then turned to look at the bewildered Ryota. One done, another one to go, muttered Kuroto with an indifferent expression. His expression had no signs of happiness even though he easily defeated Hideki and acquired a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. The reason is pretty simple. Hideki may have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, but given the terrible state he was in, Kuroto is sure that Hideki did not even use 10% of the true power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Therefore, Kuroto's win is only natural even if he did not use the Tenseigan chakra mode and only chose to cloak his arms and legs with the flames of Tenseigan chakra. At this time, Ryota got up and spoke in horror. What in the hell are you? Are you even a human? Chuckles, are you so surprised? Were you not the one referring to yourself and your brother as gods of shinobi or whatnot? And now you are scared of a mere Takubitsu jonin one such as me? You really crack me up, Uchiha Ryota. But all things aside, does it really matter whether I am a human, a demon, or a god? Taking a pause, Kuroto continued with a mocking tone. I mean, it's not as if that's going to change anything for you. Ryota drew out the short sword, which is actually Kuroto's Kusanagi sword, he was carrying with him, and roared, "Give me back my brother's eyes." Following the shout, bloody tears spill out of Ryota's eyes. Kuroto was able to see chakra gathering in Ryota's left eye and understood that Ryota planned to use his Mangekyo-specific dojutsu. Kuroto would obviously not be careless in the face of Mangekyo-specific dojutsu, so pulling Ryota towards himself with rain wheel pull, Kuroto also flew towards the incoming Ryota by increasing his flight speed with a gravitational boost. Under the effect of rain wheel pull, Kuroto rapidly approached the incoming Ryota. As he was flying forward, Kuroto was able to clearly observe the chakra fluctuations in Ryota's left eye. Without a doubt, Ryota planned to use his Mangekyo-specific technique. Understanding this, Kuroto muttered, his lack of physical energy is restricting him to be able to use his dojutsu. This is the best opportunity to deal a heavy blow. In just a short moment, Kuroto noticed that although Ryota's chakra fluctuations were aggressive, because of his several injuries, the chakra was also quite chaotic, therefore his speed of molding and controlling chakra slowed down. Whoosh! Kuroto further accelerated his speed to such an extent that it left a whistling sound, and while reaching close to Ryota, he brought his hand backward and punched the Susanoo with the same amount of strength as he did for Hideki's Susanoo. Boom! Crack! Cracks! Kuroto's fist collided with the Susanoo, producing a loud sound. A large amount of dust and soot rose into the sky and the bone cracking sound resounded. Crack! Cracks! When the dust cleared, Kuroto noticed that even though there were many cracks in the skeletal body of Susanoo, it still managed to resist Kuroto's attack without being one-shotted. This was contrary to Kuroto's expectations, as he can be sure that his strength and speed in this state far surpass Yondaime Reikage, and yet he couldn't smash Ryota's Susanoo as he did with Hideki's? That's strange. Well, no matter, I guess I'll have to put some effort into this one, muttered Kuroto. If Ryota's Susanoo can't be shattered in one blow, then he has got more of them coming. Let's see how many can he bear. Ha 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 ha. But before Kuroto continued, Ryota's maniacal laughter sounded from within the cracked ribcage of Susanoo, and his chakra fluctuations started to get more intense. Kuroto's eyes narrowed at this moment, and instead of initiating another barrage of attacks, he withdrew his fist and retreated backward, observing the changes with a doubtful expression. Ryota's laughter did not stop, and soon, bloody tears flowed down from his eyes, giving him a devil-like look. Almost at the same instant, the skeletal body Susanoo covering over his body started to change. The skeletal figure that only has the upper body part down to the waist grew tall in the blink of an eye with legs coming out from its lower frame, followed by the appearance of 4 arms. The muscles and skin grew over the skeletal frame simultaneously, but it didn't stop there as armor formed over the humanoid figure for further protection, and that still wasn't the end. Soon it turned into a complete body Susanoo that even had wings for flight, Tengu-like nose coupled with the robes and ornate armor. Just when Kuroto was stunned and thought that this was the end, another coating of golden flames shrouded over the entire complete Susanoo body, making it more dangerous. These golden flames were not ordinary, they were conjured by the second Mangekyou technique that Uchiha Ryuta awakened, and like another layer of armor, they enveloped the giant turning, the golden-orange giant as hot as the core of the sun. Immediately afterward, Uchiha Ryuta's body entered the diamond-shaped cavity in the forehead section of the Susanoo. Are you kidding me? That's the complete body Susanoo, Kuroto exclaimed in surprise. If it was someone else, they might be left stunned when they see such a majestic and omniscient figure, but Kuroto was just a little surprised and soon recovered. But one thing is very true, he really did not expect that Ryuta could display such a thing here, at least not with the condition he is in currently. After a bit of thinking, Kuroto muttered in surety, no, he really should not be able to use the complete body Susanoo. Although Susanoo is a technique common to all Mangekyou Sharingan users, even geniuses like Shisui and Itachi have not been able to use something like full body Susanoo when they awakened Mangekyou Sharingan. Moreover, complete body Susanoo should only be accessible at the level of eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, or by 6 paths chakra, as in the case of Madara, Sasuke, and Obito respectively. And Ryuta does not have eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, and definitely not the 6-path chakra. Not to mention, Ryuta's condition limits the amount of chakra that he is able to use. Therefore, common sense states that Uchiha Ryuta should not be able to use full body Susanoo. And yet he is able to use the full body Susanoo, which can only mean one thing. This is the effect of his other Mangekyou dojutsu. Because of all the aforementioned reasons, Kuroto could only think of this possibility. One of Uchiha Ryuta's Mangekyou Sharingan techniques somehow allows him to strengthen the Susanoo to an unusually strong level that he is able to use the full body Susanoo. And it is indeed a possibility as there are many debates about Madara's Mangekyou ability being very similar to this one if not the same. So, Kuroto can't deny this possibility. Mangekyou Sharingan can have all sorts of bizarre and dangerous techniques derived from the user's emotions at the time of awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan. Based on his knowledge, Kuroto has divided these techniques into 4 different categories, based on their effects. The first category lists the genjutsu-type techniques, such as Shisui's Koda Amatsukami, Itachi's Tsukuyomi, and Fugaku's Taikyakuzu. The second category lists the ninjutsu-type techniques, such as Itachi and Sasuke's Amaterasu. The third category lists augmentation-type or transformation-type techniques, such as Sasuke's Kagutsuki, and Shinichi's Hachiman. The fourth type lists the strangest and most unpredictable spacetime techniques, such as Obito and Kakashi's Kamui, and Shinichi's Nikisuame. Ryuta's Mangekyou Sharingan technique, which allows him to transform the Susanoo, can probably be listed in the third type, as it is most likely an augmentation-type technique. And the other technique, which is somehow related to those golden flames, can be listed in the second category as it is a ninjutsu-type technique. Well, putting that aside and coming back to the battle. Since the full-body Susanoo is capable of flight, so, at this time, Ryuta controlled his majestic Susanoo and flew into the air. Looking at Kuroto in the distance, he shouted with a burst of fiendish laughter, "Ha ha ha, how? You have no way of beating me now, hand over my brother's eyes, and I will be kind enough to give you a painless death." At novel bin at. Kuroto did not care about Ryuta's words and muttered with an observant tone, "It appears that both of you brothers are going to surpass my expectations, again and again. I did not expect that you would be able to use something like the full-body Susanoo. Now I have to reconsider some things. Your Mangekyou Sharingan pair turns out to be quite valuable actually. Full-body Susanoo allows the user to step into the realm of Super Cage level, therefore, Ryuta's Mangekyou Sharingan is indeed very valuable." Ryuta heard Kuroto's words and was reminded of the time he was tied to that pillar being tortured repeatedly while that masked freak muttered various analogies and theories. He was filled with rage and shouted angrily, "I am going to show you what the hell is truly like." Speaking so, Ryuta used all his power to urge the Susanoo to fight Kuroto. At this point he didn't even care about the consequences, all he wanted was to rip apart Hyuga Kuroto. At a small unimportant village about 8 miles away from the mountain where Kuroto and Ryuta were fighting. Inside an izakaya, a 4-man team of shinobi passing through this village was taking a short break. While having some rest, one of the ninjas of the team looking at the night sky through the glass window sill suddenly frowned. To confirm what he saw, he leaped out of the window and jumped on top of the roof, and gazed towards the distant mountain intently. Noticing his actions, even the other members of the team also jumped on top of the roof one by one. And soon everyone found one golden light and one cyan light flickering across the distant horizon. The team of shinobi was unable to judge what exactly caused the flickering of lights because of the large distance and the cover of mountains, so no one could figure out the exact cause of the glow to appear too. One of the shinobi muttered, "Could it be possible that those lights are generated by fireworks?" At novel bin at. Another one said, "Could be possible. But if I remember correctly, that mountain is pretty isolated, so I don't think there was any settlement nearby that mountain." The third shinobi who was looking at the map said solemnly, "You are right, there is not a single commercial road passing nearby that mountain, let alone a village or town, even small settlements are not there. In the shinobi world, Land of Fire is believed to be the richest and most stable of all nations, and this is true even when it comes to the economics of the nation, and for this reason most of the villages, towns, and settlements that don't try to particularly isolate or hide for whatever reasons are settled nearby the commercial roads. Since no commercial road passes by that mountainous region, so the possibility of a settlement being built there is less likely. And the possibility of a grand fireworks display in places where there are no settlements built is obviously very less. Therefore, everyone immediately reacted at those solemn words and understood that those lights are probably a result of powerful shinobi confronting each other. Although no one can understand why a fight between shinobi would generate such strong light that its traces are even visible miles away, what's more concerning is the identity of the shinobi in that confrontation. Konoha may have put their hunting operation on a halt because of obtaining no result for the past 2 months, but this does not mean that the shinobi have lost their vigilance against Amatsukami. Now everyone is more than ever clear that Amatsukami is not a simple bounty nin organization and has to be dealt with extreme caution. Therefore, all shinobi have been ordered that they must pay close attention to any signs leading to Amatsukami during all their missions, secure that intelligence, and submit it carefully. The captain of the team thought for a while and finally ordered, "Fire the signal flares." Bang, huiaistli. Boom. Bang, huiaistli. Boom. Bang, huiaistli. Boom. Bang, huiaistli. Boom. 4 signal flares were fired simultaneously. This will surely allow other ninjas to discover their positions. Kuroto sighed. Seeing that Uchiha Ryota was using the full-body Susanoo, Kuroto immediately printed the hand seals, and this time his entire body was covered with the Tenseigan chakra cloak, and the very next instant 7 truth-seeking orbs appeared behind him. Kuroto transformed 2 of the black balls and formed a protective wall that defended against the attacks of the full-body Susanoo's chakra blades. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Attacks after attacks kept on coming, but not even a single one of them could get past the defense of the black wall. Although the golden-orange chakra sword was extremely strong and as hot as the sun itself, it was still nothing in the face of truth-seeking orb's defense. Each attack that landed on the defense wall broke that chakra sword, splashing flames all over the mountain, immediately igniting the whole mountain in a sea of golden flames. One more attack failed, and Ryota crouched in the diamond cavity of the full-body Susanoo, all while he was spurting out large amounts of blood. His coughing was even harder than previously, but he didn't care. He must kill that bastard. At this time, Kuroto waved his hand, removed the black wall from the front, and calmly observed Ryota's state. The unrestrained use of all the Mangekyou techniques at the same time is obviously not easy for Ryota, and this could clearly be seen. Kuroto could perceive that Ryota was sacrificing his vitality to continue maintaining the Susanoo, so he was dying faster than ever. The situation has developed to such a point, and given the fact that Ryota is pushing himself to such an extent despite understanding that he will die, so such a result is inevitable. Kuroto can be sure that he doesn't even need to attack anymore, just dodge, defend and parry against the attacks, and within just a few seconds Ryota's vitality will burn out completely. As a result he will die. But Kuroto isn't going to go with that option. This is because he also noticed that signal flare fired just a second ago, which means that the battle here has been detected by some passing shinobi, and this news will soon reach the ears of Konoha authorities, and within a few minutes hordes of shinobi will be coming here. So if the battle site is not cleared as early as possible, then Kuroto will have too many troubles. Secondly, the fusion of the 2 Mangekyou Sharingan pairs into Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan might also require Ryota's input. Therefore, Ryota's use has not been finished yet, so Kuroto does not want him to die so early. For these many reasons, Kuroto did not delay any longer, and without any more wait, he directed the 9 truth-seeking orbs in his right hand. 3 of the 9 truth-seeking orbs merged together to form a much larger orb. Then the remaining 6 orbs too merged into pairs of 2 orbs each, as a result forming 3 large orbs. Under Kuroto's control, the resultant 4 were circling upon his hand following the pattern of a planetary system. Next, Kuroto transferred all the Tenseigan chakra surrounding him towards his right hand. As a result, each of these truth-seeking orbs changed their color to azure color, and they further inflated to the size of a small-tailed beast bomb, making them extremely deadly. Azure Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Translator's note: the appearance is similar to Naruto's planetary Raise-Non, each ball being around the same size as a small-tailed beast bomb, and the color is azure blue. With a soft murmur, Kuroto threw the entire planetary system type attack towards the full-body Susanoo. On the other side, Ryota also got up and shouted, I am going to show you the consequences of offending an Uchiha. With the last battle cry, Ryota directed all his chakra towards the 4 swords held by the 4 arms of his Susanoo. Each sword was at least 200 meters, and the golden flames were also transferred, creating a high-temperature coating over the 4 swords. Finally, the Susanoo armor also started spinning in a drilling motion and rushed towards the incoming planetary Azure Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. The planetary balls were continuously inflating as they went closer to the incoming Susanoo. Looking at Ryota coming towards the planetary balls, Kuroto had a look of pity for him. This is because Kuroto is sure that no matter how much Ryota tries, he wouldn't be able to resist this attack. And just as Kuroto expected, the final collision between the two attacks took place. As soon as the two attacks collided, a battle for the hegemony started. But this battle was very short and was soon concluded as planetary orbs easily overpowered that four swords drills and soon engulfed the Susanoo body in it. This would be the end of it. With Kuroto's murmur, the planetary balls that have engulfed the entire Susanoo body making a wave-like motion around the Susanoo body as well as the entire mountain. Inside that massive and turbulent wave-like vortex, the Susanoo did not pose any resistance and was completely shredded without leaving any fragment behind. But that wasn't the end of it. Followed by the Susanoo, the entire mountain was engulfed by the turbulent vortex, and soon enough due to an extremely large amount of energy and no one controlling it, the vortex grew too unstable and soon caused an extremely large explosion. Boom! The explosion was so large that the altitude it covered stretched up to several kilometers in the sky and quite deep into the ground as well. But strangely enough, the radius of the explosion was not too large and only stretched up to the radius of several hundred meters. However, due to the high altitude it covered, the explosion was clearly visible from several miles away. The light and sound produced by the explosion were also quite lethal, as all the people blown away by the resulting terrible wind pressure generated due to the explosion and could only hear their ears buzzing for the next few minutes. After who knows how long, the dust finally cleared and Kuroto could clearly observe the situation. At this time, a pit, hundreds of meters deep, was left in place of the mountain and Uchiha Ryota lied in the center of that pit, battered and bruised, blood flowing out of all his wounds. His appearance was also aged. Ryota's eyes were lifelessly gaping at the sky, and seeing Hyuga Kuroto arrive next to him, he can't help but ask, "Why did I lose?" Kuroto did not bother to answer, because he understood that this question Ryota did not ask him, but asked from himself. Receiving no answer, Ryota did not bother to speak anything more and soon lost his consciousness. With this over, Kuroto immediately removed Ryota's Mangekyou Shurinon, put them into another small nutrition tank, and stored the small nutrition tank inside a storage scroll. After putting the storage scroll inside his ninja bag, Kuroto lifted the fainted Ryota using rain wheel pull and then walked towards Hideki, who was also lying unconscious not far away. Next, Kuroto observed the entire battle site to see if anything that would point to him through the grapevine was left. Although he has already removed all the traces from the mountain beforehand, you can never be too careful, so after checking that nothing was left, Kuroto finally breathed a sigh of relief as his objective of this entire ordeal was finally completed. With nothing more left to do, Kuroto printed the hand seals, and the very next moment both he and the unconscious brothers disappeared from the battlefield, leaving nothing more than a cloud of white smoke. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another a large number of shinobi leaped from one tree to another in the night forest. Although these figures were coming from all directions, their converging point was the same, that is, the place where that loud large explosion occurred a few minutes ago. As soon as they reached the place, the first thing that they were greeted with was the sea of golden fire that was burning uncontrollably. The next thing they discovered was the deep pit which lied at the center of the sea of golden flames. Then there were several hundreds of meters long trenches all over the battlefield. Overall, it appeared as if a devastating war just took place here, which was actually true in a sense. Before proceeding to take steps on the battlefield, the burning fire must be extinguished as the temperature of the flames was unusually high, which would cause burns if anyone carelessly treads at the battlefield. At novel bin at. As such, the ninjas that arrived at the battlefield endured the charring smoke that choked their throats and high temperature that caused heat burns even from a distance and began using all sorts of water-style jutsu to extinguish the flames. However, some soon discovered that this unique type of golden fire was too violent and couldn't be extinguished by water. Fortunately, the fire was not spreading to the surroundings and was only burning this area, so that was a bit relieving, but they will have to put down the fire if the site analysis has to be done. Not long after, Shimura Danzo, the commander of the hunting operation, soon led a team of shinobi and arrived at this burning site. Coming with Danzo were not only a large number of Umbu of the Root subdivision, many elites shinobi as well as the Toad Son in Jiraiya. Looking at the mess that this once upon a time calm mountain is now, Danzo had a gloomy look. Nobody could understand what Elder Danzo was thinking at this moment. By now, the flames have started to gradually fade away for some unknown reason, so it saved everyone a lot of trouble. Carefully walking through the battlefield, Jiraiya squatted before a long trench and looked at it thoughtfully. Hyuga Hisashi, who has recovered from his injuries, walked to the side of the Toad Sunin and muttered in disbelief, "What kind of ninjutsu can cause such trenches all over the battlefield? Are they caused by some kind of wind-style ninjutsu?" Jiraiya knew that Hisashi wasn't asking this question from him but from himself. He still decided to speak, so shaking his head, Jiraiya spoke. "These trenches are not made by the use of wind-style ninjutsu but because of sword energies." Unlike other shinobi from Konoha, Jiraiya's summoned toad, Gamabuntai, uses a tanto. Of course, this tanto is small only relative to Gamabunta's humongous size, but that's another topic of discussion. So, anyway, Gamabunta's tanto is a huge short sword. And Jiraiya is used to seeing many such trenches left on the ground every time he summons Gamabunta to participate in battles. Therefore, he could easily tell that these trenches were not formed by some kind of wind-style ninjutsu but by some kind of giant sword slashes. Sword energies. Hisashi was stunned. What kind of sword can create such long trenches? This was beyond Hisashi's understanding. If the trenches were tens of meters long, then that could still be found acceptable, but hundreds of meters long? Were the people fighting here were humans or towering titans? While everyone was busy making their own analysis, the sensor ninjas also got busy in search of any remains of chakra they can use to identify the people who fought here. The leader of the sensor ninjas spoke. There are 3 types of chakra traces present here, 2 of which are very similar and should belong to the closely related people, and their chakra is very cold and evil, while the 3rd type of chakra is kind of strange. I have never sensed something like this, but this chakra is unusually gentle and soothing, completely opposite to that of the previous 2. Uchiha Kaminari asked eagerly, can you identify who they are? Let me try and see if that is possible. The leader of the sensor nin again closed his eyes and tried to sense, and after a few seconds, he shook his head. Reading the characteristics of chakra is indeed possible, but their traces do not match with any type of chakra I have sensed before. But there's something strange, all the 3 chakras, he couldn't seem to be entangled in words on how to describe it. Jiraiya walked over at this time and questioned, what happened to these chakra traces? As soon as he noticed Jiraiya, he seemed to have found his point of reference and immediately spoke. Jiraiya-sama, the intensity of those 2 cold chakras is not any lower than yours, but what's troubling is that the chakra of the last one is much higher than you. I have sensed the chakra of many people, even that of the Sandame Reikage, but it wouldn't be wrong to say that the chakra of this 3rd person was even higher than him. And from this, I can conclude that the people who fought here are only 3, not even a single more. Moreover, that 2 evil and cold chakras were confronting that gentle and peaceful one. Jiraiya was also stunned. If the chakra of those people reaches such an unusually high level and one of them even surpasses someone like the Sandame Reikage, then that is a very concerning issue. Not just Jiraiya but even the other shinobi around were stunned by the sensor nin's words. It must not be forgotten that Jiraiya is one of the strongest shinobi of the current Konoha, so the fact that it can be confirmed that all the 3 people who fought here were either on the same level as him or probably higher is indeed very concerning. One of the shinobi said, could it possible that they are the last members of the Uzumaki clan? Sensor Nin said, it's hard to judge, so I am not sure. Hisashi muttered anxiously, since when did so many powerhouses appear in the shinobi world? Akimichi Choza muttered with some sadness in his tone, if Yondaime-sama was still alive then these rogue ninjas would have never dared to venture into the land of fire and cause so much trouble. Sigh, but alas. An Uchiha spoke when he heard Akimichi Choza's, do not worry Akimi Kadano, as long as the Uchiha clan is in Konoha, no one will be allowed to humiliate Konoha get by after doing it. As he spoke, another Uchiha added, yes, the Uchiha clan will never let these bastards get away after causing so much trouble for Konoha. Another Uchiha questioned from the sensor nin, can these chakra remains be tracked to find out where they went after the battle here? The sensor nin tried for a while and soon shook his head, I am afraid but it's not possible. Is there really no way to track these 3 bastards? Questioned Uchiha Kaminari. The sensor nin said, there are traces remaining here, however, these 3 shinobi suddenly disappeared, as if they were never even here, so the most likely possibility is that they used some kind of spacetime ninjutsu to leave this place, as such tracking them is most likely impossible. Damn it. Uchiha Kaminari cursed, if only they can be tracked, then with the strength of Patriarch and Shisui it might have been possible to catch them. From the beginning to the end, Shimura Danzo did not interject in the conversation, but he did pay close attention to it. And one doubt was lingering in his mind. He was wondering who the 3 of people who fought here are? If it is assumed that one side is related to a Matsukami, then who is the other party? And why was that part confronting a Matsukami? Is it possible that they are Akatsuki, just like the last time? It does seem possible considering that the hostile relationship between the 2 sides is quite apparent. Kuroto Secret Laboratory. Looking at the 2 small nutrition tanks before him, each containing a pair of Mangekyou Sharinon, Kuroto again breathed a sigh of relief. Although that stimulus test took too much of his time, and was filled with many accidents and variables, the final result he obtained was worth all the hassle Kuroto had to go through. Then Kuroto's gaze specifically turned towards the small nutrition tank containing Uchiha Hideki's Mangekyou Sharinon. What could be Hideki's Mangekyou Sharinon specific techniques? Since Hideki did not use any of the techniques in the battle other than the Susanoo, so it was a little hard to guess. Kuroto's thirst for knowledge is very similar to his sensei Orochimaru and is something he really can't restrain. For this reason, he has been so obsessed with all sorts of experiments. Discovering secrets and exploring the unknown gives Kuroto a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction, which is one of his main driving forces, pushing him forward towards his goal step by step. Therefore, Kuroto did not wait any longer and quickly used the remaining of the 2 low-quality clones. Putting the clone body on the test bench, Kuroto quickly used the chakra scalpel to remove the semi-completed Byakugan from the eye sockets. Putting them in a solution jar at the side to keep them fresh, Kuroto transplanted Uchiha Hideki's Mangekyou Sharinon in those empty eye sockets of the clone body. After having finished all of this, Kuroto sat on the chair at the side and made the hand seals, Tenseigan Soul Descend. As soon as the seals were finished, Kuroto's main body suddenly became lethargic and lowered its head, and at the same instant, the clone body lying on the test bench opened its eyes. After transferring his soul to the clone body, Kuroto suddenly opened his eyes, but a sudden sense of dizziness attacked. Kuroto had to grit his teeth and immediately close his eyes and then open again after a bit of adapting. At this time, Kuroto's brain was able to perceive a strange red and black pattern from his eyes. Kuroto's state was in sort of a trance due to the dizziness, and he had to spend a few seconds getting used to the feeling and then try getting up. It's really not an easy task to use someone else's dojutsu. Kuroto muttered helplessly. Now Kuroto can somewhat understand that people like Nagato and Kakashi, who could adapt to the transplanted dojutsu albeit only to a limited extent, really have a tough time. Shaking his head to let go of these thoughts, Kuroto focused on adapting to these eyes, and when the sense of dizziness subsided, he was finally able to concentrate to some extent. As such, he carefully got up from the test bench and walked towards the mirror. He really wanted to observe these transplanted eyes, and Kuroto was a bit surprised as he saw those unique black eyes with a scarlet pattern, but at the same time, there was a bit of letdown because the pattern was not that of the Mangekyo Sharinon, but of the Three Tomo Sharinon. Understanding this, Kuroto muttered, no wonder the dizziness suddenly subsided. At novel bin at. Initially, Kuroto was a bit happy and felt that the adaptability of the Mangekyo Sharinon was much easier than he expected, as it only took a few minutes to adapt to the transplanted pair of Mangekyo Sharinon, but it appears that wasn't the case, as the Mangekyo Sharinon automatically retracted to the Three Tomo state. But after pondering for a while, Kuroto felt that this is natural. After all, even Kakashi, whose Mangekyo Sharinon was awakened by his own chakra, also couldn't fully adapt to the Mangekyo Sharinon, and had to spend a whole lot of time to train and get used to the Mangekyo Sharinon. Even Nagato's case was the same, and so was Danzo's. This clearly shows that transplanting others' dojutsu is never going to be easy. Of course, Kuroto has a lot of advantages over these people. Firstly, Kuroto himself is a shinobi who has access to two dojutsu, being the Byakugan and the Tenseigan. Secondly, because of his experience in adapting to the Tenseigan at the time of awakening it, Kuroto will obviously not face as many problems as Kakashi and others went through. Thirdly, his soul is used to the feeling of Tenseigan chakra, which is a superior dojutsu compared to Sharinon and Mangekyo Sharinon, so that's another plus point for Kuroto. And finally, compared to Kakashi, who had no personal knowledge, resource material, or guidance on how to use Sharinon and Mangekyo Sharinon, Kuroto is in a much better case. There is a lot of information he tortured out of the Uchiha brothers. Then there is Shisui and Shinichi, who would not mind giving him all the information he needs. Thus Kuroto wouldn't have to spend a lot of time and effort in getting used to the basics, unlike Kakashi. With that clear, Kuroto used the same approach to activate the Mangekyo Sharinon as he used with the Tenseigan. And soon enough, as the chakra was directed towards the eyes, the three black tomo spinning in the scarlet copy wheel started converging together. Followed by the merging, the same sense of dizziness again struck Kuroto. The sudden trance caused by the dizziness interrupted the eye-opening process, as the first attempt resulted in a failure. Huff, huff. Stabilizing himself to prevent the fall, Kuroto heavily gasped for breath. Although this attempt resulted in a failure, there was no sign of disappointment on Kuroto's face. This is because Kuroto understood that his approach was indeed correct as he expected. It's just that it would take some time to get used to the pressure of Mangekyo Sharinon. However, time is a currency that Kuroto lacks the most. Slow adaptation is also undesirable. Although the current clone he is using does not have genes belonging to the Uchiha clan, no matter how much effort is required to adapt in the least amount of time possible, Kuroto must do it. Having made up his mind, regardless of whether he could bear the immediate burden or not, Kuroto forcibly directed chakra to the Sharinon to activate the Mangekyo Sharinon. Under Kuroto's control, the chakra in his body violently gathered around the veins moving towards the eyes and flowed into the Sharinon, as a result activating the Mangekyo Sharinon, but the sense of dizziness interrupted midway. TCH, now even a pair of Mangekyo Sharinon wants to stump me. As he cursed, Kuroto's expression hardened and he put more effort. Kuroto didn't know how long it passed, but the dizziness finally started to diminish and no longer prevented Kuroto from concentrating and thinking. At the same time, his blurry vision also gradually started clearing up. On his image inside the mirror, Kuroto also saw that the pattern of the eyes has finally changed from the three tomo to that of Hideki's Mangekyo Sharinon. Soon, information started coming to his mind about the name of some techniques and their mechanism. So, it's called Daikokuden. Kuroto muttered with a thoughtful expression. The techniques of both the eyes are the same. It is called Daikokuden and it guards the user against darkness and guides the user towards the light. The darkness can be anything, that is spiritual, genjutsu attacks, soul attacks, or funjutsu attacks that affects the soul of the user can be counted in the range of Daikokuden's coverage. In other words, Daikokuden is a type of defensive jutsu that guards the user's soul. It's just that it does not have any active use but a passive one that would help the user stay guarded against any type of soul-damaging attacks. Jutsu like Koda Amatsukami, Tsukuyomi, Taikyakuza, Shiki Fujin, Dead Demon Consuming Seal, would no longer have any effect on a person who has Daikokuden in his arsenal. Understanding this, Kuroto thought, although this dojutsu wouldn't be useful most of the time when needed in the face of people like Shisui, Itake, Fugaku, and Uzumaki Funjutsu users, Daikokuden will be a real lifesaver. As such, this technique was really valuable. Who knows what is the true extent of this ability? There might even be a possibility that this dojutsu can even resist jutsu like Mugen Tsukuyomi and Karma Seal to a certain extent, and if that's really the case, then Daikokuden is incredibly valuable, and Kuroto can't help but feel greedy for this technique. since he has already found out the technique of Hideki's Mangekyo Sharinon. Next he replaced those eyes with Ryuta's Mangekyo Sharinon to better understand what are the techniques Ryuta awakened. As soon as the information was received by his brain, Kuroto learned that the two techniques Ryuta awakened are called Yayo Rozo and Amatsuikon for the left and the right eye respectively. Yayo Rozo, the technique of the left eye, is an augmentation type technique and allows the user to increase the physical stats of all the things that he wants to, sort of like a buff or strengthening for the physical aspects of things. While Amatsuikon, the technique of the right eye, is also an augmentation type technique, but it is different from its antipode, Amatsuikon, that allows the user to increase the energy stats of all the things that he wants to, sort of like a buff or increase the energy aspects. After getting this information, Kuroto was able to understand how Ryuta was able to maintain such a large Susanoo with the condition he was in and was still alive even after suffering damage from Azure Wheel reincarnation explosion. Ryuta used Yayo Rozo to increase his own and Susanoo's physical aspects, then used Amatsuikon to increase the chakra in his body to supply the necessary amount of chakra needed to maintain such a large full-body Susanoo. But there was still one thing confusing Kuroto. If the two techniques are these, then what was that golden fire? I mean, his Susanoo's color is indeed golden, but those golden flames were a bit different, so they couldn't have been the same. Or is it possible that he created that golden fire using these two techniques? This might be the case. Or is it possible that those golden flames are abilities of Ryuta's Susanoo itself? Each Susanoo grants its user some kind of weapon. Perhaps Ryuta's Susanoo allowed him to wield those golden flames. I will have to look into that later on, muttered Kuroto. With that out of the way, Kuroto was now in another dilemma. He has to choose two techniques out of the three that he is going to keep at the time of fusing the two Mangekyo Sharinon pairs into the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon pair. It is inevitable that when the two pairs fuse to give the eternal Mangekyo, the abilities of one of the pair will be lost, and since all the three techniques are incredibly useful, so there is a tough decision before him, and Kuroto will have no choice but to make it sooner or later. Which one to abandon, Daikokyuden, Yayo Rozu, or Amatsuikon? A tough decision indeed. About the method of fusion of two pairs of Mangekyo Sharinon into a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon and key points related to it, Kuroto isn't really sure how it's achieved, because there is not much information available in regards to this that Kuroto can use for reference. After all, there were only two people shown to have ever awakened eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, and they were obviously Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Suzuki. In Uchiha Madara's case, close to nothing but speculations are known about Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna's Mangekyo Sharinon abilities. Senju Tobirama may have stated that he has seen Amaterasu before, and even if we assume that Amaterasu was related to Uchiha Izuna, but there is no hard evidence to prove whether that speculation is indeed correct or not. Even the techniques Uchiha Madara had after awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon are unknown. Therefore, the only one Kuroto can refer to is the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon of Uchiha Suzuki. At novel bin at. Itake's Mangekyo techniques were Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, and before his death, Itake used transcription seal to seal Amaterasu in Suzuki's Sharinon for it to be activated the moment Suzuki sees the so-called Madara's Mangekyo Sharinon. And coincidentally enough, Suzuki awakened Amaterasu as one of his Mangekyo techniques. Although Suzuki's awakening was also related to his hatred and intent to destroy Konoha, the fact that he specifically awakened Amaterasu couldn't have been just because of his hatred. Of course, Kuroto isn't sure whether this conjecture of his is correct or not, but it could be true as there is no evidence to deny this possibility. So, there is a possibility that Itake's sealing of Amaterasu in Suzuki's Sharinon played some role in Suzuki's awakening of Amaterasu. Therefore, we can consider that the transcription seal might have some degree of influence on the Mangekyo technique of an awakener. And if this conjecture is true, only then can Kuroto make the choice. Kuroto has decided that he would choose Daikokyuden of Hideki's Mangekyo Sharinon and Yayo Rozu of Ryuta's Mangekyo Sharinon. The idea is to seal Hideki's Daikokyuden into Ryuta's right eye using the transcription seal. In this way, it may be possible for Ryuta's right eye to gain the technique Daikokyuden of Hideki's eye at the time of awakening eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. As for the original ability of Ryuta's right Mangekyo, which is Amatsuikon, Kuroto feels that although this technique is also incredibly useful, it would be relatively unnecessary for him. After all, he already has Ryu Mayako with him, so Kuroto wouldn't be facing problems of chakra shortage as far as he could think, and Kuroto still finds Daikokyuden to be more useful with more potential compared to Amatsuikon. Therefore, Daikokyuden and Yayo Rozo are the most optimum choices, muttered Kuroto while walking towards the other room of his secret laboratory. This room was only recently created and was equipped with all sorts of medical devices, additionally reinforced walls and surroundings with complicated ceiling combinations capable of completely destroying the room instantly if Kuroto desires so. Although it is said that the room is equipped with all sorts of medical devices, but in actuality, not much is present here of significant importance. There are only two large nutrition tanks equipped with a complete life support system. The people inside the large nutrition tanks are none other than the Uchiha brothers who were being tortured by Kuroto until not long ago. After the previous battle, Kuroto gouged the Mangekyo Sharinon of both the brothers, coupled with irrecoverable injuries they suffered during their time in prison cells, and in the following battle, both of them are in a deep coma and would have died within minutes if not for Kuroto to keep them alive using the life support system. But even Kuroto knows that although they are alive, their bodies and spirits are beyond exhaustion and will never experience true recovery. As such, they won't ever be able to get back to their peak state. Therefore, ideally, both of them are useless, more so given the fact that Kuroto has stolen the eyes of both of them, so they should be disposed of as early as possible to avoid any risks, but Kuroto wants to keep them alive a little longer. And to not be careless, he has made sure to put seals all over their body, including their blood. Therefore, Kuroto can be sure that, let alone breaking the seal, they wouldn't even be able to blink their eyes unless Kuroto orders so. They are also being continuously injected with anesthesia, so would always be staying in a coma unless Kuroto feels the need to wake them up. There are many reasons Kuroto kept them alive. First is obviously to show that he will always remain grateful for both of them, that they volunteered to be tortured and willingly offered their Mangekyo Sharinon to Kuroto. As such, they must suffer less pain from here on until their eventual death. After all, Kuroto is not a lunatic or a madman who has a special interest or takes pleasure from torturing his captives, right? So, there is obviously not much reason left for him to torture these two anymore. The second reason is obviously that their use has not ended yet. Until he finally obtains the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, it would be best to keep both of them alive for convenience's sake, as Kuroto could need their further assistance in the fusion process. Nodding to himself, Kuroto left the room where the two Uchiha would be living their last days and returned to the main lab while thinking, it would be best to learn transcription seal before the fusing the two pairs of Mangekyo into eternal Mangekyo. Based on the two known instances of transcription seal being used, it was used by the people of the Uchiha clan being Madara and Itachi, indicating that the transcription seal was undoubtedly developed by the Uchiha clan. So if Kuroto wants to learn transcription seal, he can only obtain information about it from the Uchiha clan. But that aside, what Kuroto must do at the earliest are not the Mangekyo fusion or learning transcription seal. Kuroto's current top priority is something else. The top priority right now is to clear up the suspicions on Shisui being Homusubi. The matter of learning the transcription seal, eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, cultivating the fire clone body with Uchiha clan DNA and all can be done at a later date, but suspicions on Shisui must be resolved first, so the restrictions imposed on him will be cleared up. With this thought, Kuroto sat on a chair and devised the outline of the next plan he is going to be using to achieve this purpose. While thinking, he can't help but let out several yawns one after another. Honestly, Kuroto is a little tired after tonight's ordeal. It was only due to the adrenaline rush because of the excitement of obtaining two pairs of Mangekyo Sharinon that he did not notice it until now, but now that this excitement has subsided, the exhaustion has taken over, so Kuroto closed his eyes and took a temporary rest to recover his spirits and counted all the gains from the Uchiha brother torture arc. After a short rest of an hour, Kuroto took a deep breath and unfolded the latest outlined map to plan out the next course of action. Being an Umbu has many perks, and this task where Team 11 was responsible for monitoring the entire hunting operation of a Matsukami allowed Kuroto to be aware of all the routes that were being used, are being used, or will be used in the future. Therefore, it is very easy for him to find the safest and most effective location to bring Homusubi into public sight. Next morning, Uchiha clan grounds, Shisui's house. Similar to the past few days, Shisui was doing some practice in the training range in the backyard training range of his house. Although he is under house arrest under Patriarch's order, Shisui is allowed to carry out his training in the backyard to keep his skills rust-free. Tuck, 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 tuck. Amidst the sound of shuriken piercing the wooden targets, Shisui, who was flipping in the air, slowly landed on the ground with his back facing the targets. Turning around, Shisui glanced at the several targets placed at different angles and distances from his position and was happy to find that all the shuriken he threw were piercing the center point of the targets, and the corners of his lips curved in a proud smirk. Even in the Uchiha clan, not everyone can use such meticulous and precise shuriken jutsu, therefore Shisui's mastery and skills in shuriken jutsu are undoubtedly recognized as the best within the clan. Of course, Shisui will feel some pride about this. Clap, 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 clap. At this time, the sound of clapping was heard from the other side of the training field. Turning his head towards the direction from where the sound of clapping came, Shisui said with a smile, "Itaki, you are here." "Yes, Shisui-san," Itaki nodded. "Oh, Shisui-san, I am also here." A small figure that sprang out from behind Itaki said. Shisui quirked his eyebrow and spoke with a sly grin, "Suzuki, you are here too? I am really sorry, Suzuki, you are just too small that I was unable to notice you a moment ago." Suzuki pouted and looked a little upset after hearing Shisui's words. Although Suzuki was abused by Yama, he didn't suffer much damage aside from some traumatic experience. And that trauma was also relieved because of the psychological care Itaki provided Suzuki after that experience. After all, Uchiha Itaki wouldn't want his brother to suffer, right? And unlike the cold and indifferent Uchiha Suzuki who fell into loneliness and hatred after the annihilation of the Uchiha clan at the hands of Itaki, he is still a cheerful and sweet kid who seeks his brother's and father's attention and acknowledgement more than anything. So Shisui's words made him a bit sad and annoyed. Itaki noticed Suzuki's change and flicked his forehead. "Shisui-san is just teasing you, Suzuki." Suzuki blushed, and after nodding at his brother's words, Suzuki turned around as his gaze turned towards the shuriken targets spread all over the training field, and his expression turned to an eager one. It seemed as if he was itching to try. Understanding Suzuki's eagerness, Shisui handed him a shuriken and said, "Wanna give it a try?" When Itachi was around your age he was already very good at it. He was even able to hit multiple targets easily. Suzuki's eyes gleamed with excitement. Taking the shuriken from Shisui's hand, Suzuki turned his head and looked at his brother. "Nii-san, is that true? Were you really able to hit the bullseye of multiple targets when you were of my age?" Itachi smiled awkwardly and finally nodded in acquiescence. In fact, when Itachi was 4 years old, he had even been to the battlefield, killed enemy ninjas, and had to burn the sight of mountains of dead bodies to understand what war truly is, something that is much traumatizing from what Suzuki went through a few months ago. If Nii-san can do it, then I can do it too. After saying that, Suzuki, who was full of confidence, aimed at the target directly in front of him and threw the shuriken with all his strength. Huieish. With the sound of cutting through the air, the shuriken thrown by Suzuki flew out of Shisui's courtyard and disappeared. Aho, aho, aho. An awkward silence. And the cawing of Aho Crow. Immediately afterward, a shout came from outside the courtyard. "Who is throwing shuriken around?" Suzuki immediately shrank, his face full of frustration and disappointment. Even Shisui didn't know what to say. In the past 2 years, he has been so busy with the missions of Team 11 and the matters between the clan and the village that he had no time to pay attention to Suzuki. Only now did he realize that compared to Itachi, whose talent is simply otherworldly, Suzuki's talent may not be same. While three remained in silence, a crow flew down from the sky and sat down on his shoulder. Shisui received the secret message scroll from the crow and unfolded the scroll without minding Itachi and Suzuki's presence. As soon as Shisui saw the content of the scroll he frowned slightly. The reason was that the scroll only recorded a time and the name of a location. Seeing Shisui's expression, Itachi asked, "What's wrong, Shisui-san?" Asked by Itachi, Shisui just shook his head in response without giving any detail and burned the scroll immediately. Shisui may have confessed to Itachi that he is Homusubi, but he still doesn't want Itachi to get involved in the matters of Amatsukami, for the time being at least. Somewhere in the hinterland of the Land of Fire, Uchiha Iragi, with whom Kuroto once had a duel, and Uchiha Yado, a Takubitsu Jonin, were patrolling the territory. This route is a shortcut connecting the Land of Fire with the Land of Hot Water and is often used by bounty hunters, missing nin, and other mercenary ninjas because of its remoteness and complex terrain. Uchiha Yado said, "Did you hear the news that a mountain not far from the village suddenly collapsed last night?" Uchiha Iragi nodded. There are even speculations that someone of Amatsukami was fighting there, and the result was an explosion that left a great amount of damage to the nearby territory." Yado sighed with frustration. Just what in the hell is this Amatsukami? Why is there no information about this organization? Iragi glanced at Yado and snorted. Are you scared? Yado chuckled condescendingly. "Aren't you scared at all? The village has been searching for their traces for the past 2 months and yet there is no success. Ryota-sama and Hideki-sama were captured so easily by them. Shisui was defeated by them. Even Sandaime couldn't." Yado suddenly stopped and his gaze narrowed at something. Iragi turned towards him and asked, "What happened?" Yado raised his hand and pointed into the distance with his finger trembling. Do you also see those two? They wouldn't happen to members of Amatsukami, right?" Iragi followed the direction of Yado's gaze and his expression shrank immediately. The sight he saw was not at all horrifying or anything, just 2 people wearing that unique type of black cloak with a golden threading pattern all over it, a unique symbol around the chest part of the cloak, and finally a mask over their face. The symbol on one of their chests was that of the fire chakra nature while the other one had the symbol of wind chakra nature. Similarly, the masks they wore were also different. One wore a fire-patterned mask while the other one had a wind-patterned mask. "You are right, they have to be members of Amatsukami." Iragi was surprised and thought silently, "Damn it, they have come after us this time. What should we do now?" The achievements of Amatsukami can really make anyone panic when they suddenly encounter members of that fearsome organization. Successfully infiltrating Konoha, assassinating the leader of Kumigakure's peace delegation and finally managing to escape with his body, even under the combined siege of Sandaime Hokage, a large number of Umbu, and Konoha military police force. Successfully defeating Uchiha Shisui, as well as kidnapping Uchiha Hideki and Uchiha Ryota one after another without leaving any trail behind makes everyone subconsciously have a fear of Amatsukami. And now that Iragi and Yado have suddenly noticed 2 members of Amatsukami coming from the opposite end, they are clearly frozen and can't think of anything. Based on the intelligence, the 2 members who are coming from the opposite end are already known. The one wearing the fire-patterned mask is Homusubi, the person said to have the Mangekyou Sharingan. While not much is known about the second person walking on the side, but he did participate in ambushing 2 members of Umbu Team 11 and based on the intelligence those 2 have given, he seems to be stronger than Sujin and Homusubi. Yado took a deep breath and spoke with a stammering voice. What should we do? What should we do now?" Immediately Iragi also took a deep breath and shouted, "Fire the signal flare." "What?" Yado was taken aback, and immediately spoke, "Then what about us? We will definitely have the same fate as Ryota-sama and Hideki-sama if we stay here. Do you want us to just die? How about, why don't we run away now?" Iragi took out the signal flare from the ninja bag on his waist and spoke with a bitter tone, "Don't be stupid. Do you seriously think that we can escape now? At least this way, it will be known." Saying that, Iragi immediately fired the signal flare. Bang, huieiniously. Boom. As soon as the signal flare was fired successfully, Iragi breathed a sigh of relief. Although it is still daytime, the signal flare will be easily noticed, therefore, Iragi was not worried that others wouldn't be able to spot the signal flare. The two members of Amatsukami noticed that Iragi was firing the signal flare, but they did not take any action to interrupt him and were calmly walking towards them. Seeing that the two members of Amatsukami did not have any intentions of retreating, both Iragi and Yuto looked at each other and gulped in nervousness, following which they both nodded to each other with a hardened gaze. If our death is unavoidable, then it is better to die fighting rather than running, were the silent words that their gaze said to each other. Both of them immediately took out their weapons and got ready for the fight. Iragi had his favorite and trusty sword, while the other one had a kunao in both his hands. As the two members of Amatsukami came closer and closer, Iragi let out a battle cry. Although the odds are not in our favor, as Uchiha, we must not cower or run away in the face of the enemy of the clan and village. Yuto also gritted his teeth and finally nodded. Yes, fight to the death. At the moment Iragi and Yuto finished, the two members of Amatsukami were just 7 steps away from them. Step. Traces of sweat flowed down the temples of both the Uchiha. Step. Gaze hardened and locked at the enemy. Step. Chakra started to flow down to muscles amplifying strength. Step. Muscles started expanding, ready to take action any moment. Step. Weapons were drawn backward to give them momentum. Step. Lungs expanded to fill in the necessary air. Step. Both Iragi and Yuto ready for the battle. Step. 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 Both Iragi and Yuto were ready to die, but the two members of Amatsukami did not give the two Uchiha even a single glance from beginning to end and passed by them as if both Iragi and Yuto were just ordinary rabbits in the forest. At novel bin at. A strange silence. Uchiha Yuto let out an awkward groan at what just happened. Iragi also had an awkward expression, but indescribable humiliation suddenly flooded his mind. Damn it! You dare ignore us! With a roar, Iragi turned around and rushed towards the two members of Amatsukami. At this time, Homuzubi turned his head to look back, causing Iragi to suddenly stop his attack. No word was spoken between them and Iragi suddenly dropped his sword. The other member of Amatsukami did not even turn around from beginning to end, as if he did not care about what Iragi intended to do. With Iragi frozen midway, Homuzubi retracted his head and walked away. As the two members of Amatsukami walked away, Uchiha Yuto carefully came next to Iragi and spoke while shaking him. Iragi-san. Iragi-san, what's wrong with you? Are you alright? Urged by Yuto, Iragi finally took a breath and immediately collapsed to the ground. The pressure and bloodlust a few moments before were too much for him to bear. His expression was in a daze and he murmured, Mangekyou Sharinon? That person really has Mangekyou Sharinon. Moreover, the pressure he released was too terrible. Inside a hidden cave in the territory of the cough. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. Cough 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 cough. Cough 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 cough. As soon as Kuroto removed the Homuzubi mask that he wore earlier, he started coughing uncontrollably, and the coughs did not show any signs of subsiding but became more and more intense to the point that blood started to come out of the throat. It felt as if someone was choking his throat a few moments ago. After a long time passed, the coughing finally calmed down and Kuroto could finally breathe in relief. While wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, Kuroto sighed and took in the nutrition drug especially created by him to prevent this low-quality clone body from degrading before getting the job done. At this time his face was dull and showed clear signs of weakness. Undoubtedly the burden of Mangekyou Sharinon on this body is very severe. Kuroto only activated the Mangekyou Sharinon for few seconds to scare Uchiha Iragi, but those few seconds also seems unbearable. It's no wonder that even keeping the Sharinon in the 3-tomo state is very difficult and exceedingly exhausting for Kakashi. Makes me wonder if he isn't secretly half Uzumaki or possibly half Senshou, that he even managed to master the use of his Mangekyou Sharinon, albeit through some training, but that's a big achievement compared to Danzo, who had to rely upon the Hashirama cells to achieve yin-yang balance so as not to lose himself or be overwhelmed. Muttered Kuroto while still panting for breath. Judging from the current condition of this low-quality clone, using the full potential of the Mangekyou Sharinon will be next to impossible. While playing with the Homuzubi mask in his hand, Kuroto thought, if I want to truly be able to use the power of Mangekyou Sharinon or the eternal Mangekyou Sharinon, then it can only be done by cultivating a clone body with the Uchiha clan DNA. Otherwise, being able to fully display the power of Mangekyou Sharinon is only a dream. Neither Shimura Danzo nor Heitake Kakashi was ever able to display the full power of Sharinon. Understanding this, Kuroto muttered, other than Sharinon, the Uchiha clan is also known for their mastery over the fire style, so using Uchiha DNA for cultivating the fire nature clone to be used for the Chimera technique will not deviate from my main plan, and I will also be able to use eternal Mangekyou Sharinon. But the question is, whose cells should I use for the cultivation of the clone? Konoha village. The news about the sudden appearance of members of Amatsukami soon spread towards the land of fire and was relayed to Konohagakure with the fastest posts. Sandaime, who received the news, immediately ordered an emergency Jonin Council summon. The shinobi participating in the meeting included Sandaime along with the 3 elders of the advisory board, Sun and Jiraiya, patriarchs of all the major clans, including the Uchiha clan of course, as well as several elite Jonin. A series of discussions took place in the meeting and the details were only known to the people participating in the meetings. After the Jonin Council meeting was over, a private Uchiha assembly was organized upon Uchiha Fugaku's orders. In the assembly hall, Uchiha Fugaku sat with a serious expression. The elites participating in the assembly also sat quietly with serious expressions on their faces. Although nobody spoke anything, all the members had a strong will to fight and avenge the two missing Uchiha, while there were also some traces of an unspeakable dread and nervousness in everyone's heart that they chose to keep hidden in there. Fugaku could see the psychological state of all the people present at the meeting, but he did not point that out. These are the trials that everyone must overcome on their own. As the patriarch, he will of course be their support and guide if necessary, but this does not mean that he will spoon-feed them. Death is something that a shinobi must always be prepared to face, and Fugaku trusts that these Uchiha shinobi loyal to him will not disappoint him. Finally, his gaze turned towards Shisui, and a trace of doubt appeared in Fugaku's mind. After having tested Shisui with his dojutsu, Fugaku was convinced that Uchiha Shisui is Homusubi. Therefore Fugaku did not have any more interest in the hunting operation organized by the village to hunt down a Matsukami. On the contrary, he was more concerned about what a Matsukami really wanted, or to be specific, what was their goal that Shisui was convinced to not only betray the clan but also the village. But now that the news of the sudden appearance of Homusubi was passed back from the front lines, especially by Iragi and Yado, so Fugaku isn't sure anymore whether Shisui is really Homusubi. Is it possible that I misunderstood Shisui? The reason for Fugaku's doubt is not wrong. Even if someone else is changed into his position, then they will also reach the same conclusion. After all, there are only two people officially known to have the Mangekyo Sharinon. One of them has already betrayed the village and joined the mercenary organization Akatsuki, so it's not impossible that the only other shinobi who has the Mangekyo Sharinon also chose to betray the village and join the other mercenary organization. Therefore the possibility of Uchiha Shisui being Homusubi cannot be denied. After thinking for a while, Fugaku said, Homusubi of a Matsukami has appeared, and we of the Uchiha cannot allow a traitor to continue to harm the clan and the village. This time once again a hunting operation is being organized. I will also be participating this time, and our main objective is to either kill Homusubi or capture him or seize his Mangekyo Sharinon. Is that understood? Yes. All the Uchiha present in the meeting responded in unison. Fugaku again looked towards Shisui and said, Uchiha Shisui, you will stay with me. Yes, Fugaku-sama. Although Shisui wasn't sure exactly what Kuroto-san planned, the fact that he received that message must mean that there is something he has planned which will clear away the suspicions on him. Therefore, Shisui wasn't much worried about this hunting operation and nodded without any hesitation. In fact, he also understands that just because Homusubi appeared in public sights does not mean that the suspicions on him will be cleared. Only if he and Homusubi fight and that fight is witnessed by many people, then the suspicions will be resolved. While Shisui thought this, the meeting proceeded further, and after some more discussions, the meeting was concluded. Shisui returned to his home, and recalled the information sent by Kuroto through the secret message. The location sent by Kuroto-san is at a distance of about 6 days, so do I have to enact a scene there? But if I play Homusubi there, then who will play Uchiha Shisui? Although he was a bit doubtful, this did not stop him to make all the preparations. Looking at the map spread before him, Shisui analyzed the terrain of the Tojinbo mountain range, which is close to the border of the land of hot water. The terrain is quite complicated and also has many deep lakes. And precisely because of this, the Tojinbo mountain range is pretty much inaccessible to most and has therefore become a paradise for birds of all kinds. Putting away the map, Shisui thought, regardless of what's going to transpire there, I will have to trust in Kuroto-san's plan and hope that it works. Somewhere in the land of hot water, at the temporary Kumagakuer military camp, a Kumo ninja walked into the tent with a document in his hand. Reikage-sama, we have just received the news that the members of a Matsukami were sighted. Yondaime Reikage I took the document, and after reading through it, he immediately ordered, assemble 8th unit. At this time one of the elite jonin in the tent spoke, Reikage-sama, please forgive me, but I must remind you of the peace treaty signed with Konoha. At this time, rashly entering the hinterlands of the Land of Fire will brew another conflict with Konoha, and various diplomatic problems will occur, and considering the recent feuds we are having with Iwagakure, if Konoha too chooses to cause trouble, then I am afraid that we will fall into a very disadvantageous situation. Urged by the elite jonin's words, Reikage did not scold him but took out a confidential document and passed it to the jonin. You needn't worry, this is a request for cooperation from Konoha, signed by Sandaime Hokage himself. Therefore, there wouldn't be any diplomatic issues, and possibly Tsuchikage will also back off and giving in to our demand upon hearing the news of this cooperation. The elite jonin read the document and nodded in understanding. With no more opposing opinions, Ai's order was conveyed and the 8th unit was assembled at the earliest. Before the departure, Reikage did not give any long speech, just shouted, those bastards of a Matsukami not only assassinated Watanabe but also sent his body to the black market in exchange for the bounty on his head. Will Kumagakuer sit back and bear such humiliation? No. Everyone responded in unison. Then what are we going to do? Reikage questioned. Avenge our comrade. Then let's go, Reikage said while raising his right fist in the air. Yes. All the shinobi responded. With the momentum boosted to the limit, the Reikage personally led the 8th unit and marched towards the hinterlands of the Land of Fire with great momentum. Title: Approaching Reikage. Konohagakure's reaction this time was not only very swift but also very decisive. From the notice of mobilization to the final departure, it only took a few hours. At novel bin at. Almost all the elites of the Uchiha clan, including Shisui and the Patriarch Fugaku, as well as other clans, were also participating in the encirclement and hunting operation. As such, the overall momentum was very great and eye-catching. After the departure, it only took a few days of trekking, and the entire unit finally arrived at the area where Uchiha Iragi and Uchiha Yato encountered the two members of Amatsukami. While gathered in a temporary tent, a war council was organized. At the time, the commander-in-chief of the hunting operation, Shimura Danzo, pointed at the detailed map spread on the table with his cane, and explained all the information, while also announced the deployment and encirclement teams that will be responsible for different sub-areas. Jiraiya, you will lead the 2nd and 7th unit and will be in charge of searching in the west. Nara Shikaku, you will lead the 3rd and 8th unit and will be in charge of searching in the south. Hyuga Hizashi, you will lead the 4th and 9th unit and will be in charge of searching in the north. Uchiha Patriarch will lead the Konoha military police force along with the 5th unit and will be in charge of searching in the east. Everyone responded to Danzo's orders in unison. The areas of deployment were predetermined at the Jonin Council meeting behind the closed doors of the Hokage building, so nobody had any objections. After everything was said and done, Shimura Danzo finally glanced at Uchiha Shisui, who hasn't made any public appearance for quite some time on the account of a leave of absence because of facing some health issues, but immediately retracted his gaze back to the map and continued with a cold tone. We are not yet sure for what purpose has the Amatsukami appeared this time, and the possibility of all this appearance being a trap or diversion is certainly a possibility. As such, everyone must pay special attention during the search process and keep a regulated communication between the various teams. At this time, Jiraiya said with a serious expression, although we do not have much intelligence about the ability of this new member with the green wind type mask, based on what we know about Amatsukami, he must be a shinobi specializing in wind release or a Kekkai Genkai user derived from wind release chakra nature. His strength is estimated to be on the same class as Sujin and Homusubi or probably even higher. Therefore, it would be prudent to strategize counter strategies when we encounter him. Everyone nodded after hearing Jiraiya's words. When facing a strong enemy, the results of a battle with a predetermined counter-strategy and no predetermined counter-strategy will often have very different results. As such, collecting information and devising an effective counter-strategy is always one of the crucial things that makes a shinobi strong. Of course, on-site analysis skill is also extremely important, as most of the time what you plan ends up useless, but that does not mean that predetermined strategies do not succeed. Therefore, both are necessary skills that a true shinobi must have. Jiraiya's words concluded the meeting, and as per Shimura Danzo's orders, everyone went to their respective camps to make preparation for following the deployment and leading the units they were in charge of. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui also returned to the temporary Uchiha camp. Uchiha camp, all the elites of the Uchiha clan gathered in the tent waiting for the Patriarch's order. Uchiha Fugaku stood by the table and drew a circle on the map while stating, "This is the area that the Uchiha clan is in charge of." One of the Uchiha elite frowned. The terrain of this area is too difficult to trek in, especially the Tojinbo mountain range. The search will be extremely difficult. Fugaku stated indifferently, "This was assigned by Shimura Danzo, but it matters not. The people of Amatsukami are undoubtedly going to come after the Uchiha clan, so the more complicated the terrain the better advantage we can have if we play it wisely." Shisui was glad that the Uchiha clan was responsible for the area around the Tojinbo mountain range, which is obviously a good thing for him, and decided to volunteer. "Patriarch, by your order, I would like to be responsible for searching the Tojinbo mountain range." Fugaku thought for a while and finally nodded. For extremely complex terrains like the Tojinbo mountain range, he had already decided that either he or Shisui, both of whom have the Mangekyou Sharinon, will be responsible, as the possibility of encountering the enemy here is the greatest, and if Shisui does encounter Homusubi, then that would be the best chance to verify whether Uchiha Shisui is Homusubi or not. After everything was planned and decided, the subcommanders took quick actions, and a large number of Konoha shinobi spread out in all directions in an orderly manner. At this time, if someone were to look at the ground from a high altitude in the sky, they would find countless heads spreading from one center point akin to a large net. Shisui and the team he led were also an unremarkable part of this large net. A total of 8 people, including him, were part of the team and traveling according to the route Shisui determined, and soon arrived at the Tojinbo mountain range. The team consists of Uchiha Shisui as the captain of the team, with 3 other Uchiha shinobi part of the main combat force. Additionally, there are 2 shinobi of the root subunit of the Umbu department, and finally 2 other ninjas, one from the Inuzuka clan and the other from the Abarame clan. Before long, the 8 people who entered the Tojinbo mountain range started a carpet search of the entire mountain range. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the sound of breaking past the wind, Shisui and the others landed on the huge rock boulder one after another. Standing on top of the rock, Shisui looked around with a little anticipation. Counting the time, today is the day that Kuroto-san informed him. Therefore, Shisui knew that Kuroto must have arrived at the Tojinbo mountain range, and therefore, Shisui was both nervous and anticipation because he didn't know what Kuroto had actually planned. At this time, the Abarame shinobi said, "The insects I have distributed through the eastern peak of Tojinbo mountain range have all disappeared, but they did manage to send back a message. The members of Amatsukami are there." Shisui nodded, and after taking a deep breath, he ordered, "I and Iragi-san will go from the front, Fuji-san and Kane-san will circle around from the left, while you two will trap them in a pincer attack from the right, and also pass on this message to the headquarters stating that the enemy is confirmed to be present at the eastern peak of the Tojinbo mountain range." Yes. Everyone nodded in unison and proceeded further with caution. While traveling, as soon as they passed 3 large swamps, the team was forced to come to an abrupt halt, as the 2 members of Amatsukami were present before them, one kami sitting on a high cliff while the other one indifferently standing behind him. Uchiha Iragi was the first one to shout, "It's them." Uchiha Iragi couldn't have been more familiar with those 2 figures. In the past few days, ever since he encountered those 2 and was treated like dirt by that bastard Homuzubi, he has been having nightmares. He is still frightened to directly look at those cold and indifferent eyes, but he is unwilling to endure that humiliation. Shisui also looked at the 2 figures on the high cliff, especially the one sitting and dangling his legs playfully, and thought in confusion, who is that person wearing Homuzubi disguise? Bang! Huieisly. Boom! While Shisui was wondering about this, the shinobi of the route as per Shisui's order has already fired the signal flare. As soon as the signal flare was fired, the 2 members of Amatsukami disappeared from their positions and appeared before Shisui and Iragi in an instant. Translator's note: I will be referring to Hyuga Kuroto as Homuzubi while he is playing Homuzubi. Hey, I didn't expect that Uchiha Shisui will personally come to us so that we can gouge out his Mangekyou Sharinon. Hyuga Kuroto, controlling the low-quality clone and wearing the Homuzubi disguise, said with a chuckle as his gaze was fixed on Shisui, "You know, you got lucky on our last encounter. I was on a tight schedule and didn't have enough time to steal your eyes, but now that you have personally come here, I wouldn't have to go through the trouble of specifically looking for you at Konoha." Shisui was taken aback by the sudden initiation of the conversation, then immediately realized what was happening and responded accordingly. "Last time you managed to ambush us using the element of surprise. This time, won't be the same? I will definitely catch you this time and you won't be escaping." Escape. Homuzubi quirked his eyebrow with a chuckle as his chakra started flaring up and golden-orange chakra phantom started to appear around him. "Why would I want to escape?" Followed by his words, the chakra phantom projected outwards of Homuzubi's body, grew inner bones, then the upper body rib cage, soon musculature and skin formed over it. "Susanoo." Shisui was startled and subconsciously asked, "Who are you?" Although he was surprised, this did not stop Shisui to react instinctively, and a green chakra phantom started appearing over him. The showdown of Susanoo vs Susanoo between Shisui and Homuzubi is the best way to prove Shisui's innocence. Although he does not know who the person wearing that Homuzubi disguise is, it is obviously not the best time to delve into that issue. As such, Shisui did not hesitate at all and urged his Susanoo. Instantly Shisui's green Susanoo also appeared opposite to Homuzubi. Looking at the 2 titanic figures of Susanoo facing each other, the root shinobi who was observing the battle from a distance to strike Homuzubi at the right opportunity was again taken aback and muttered in shock and disbelief, Is this the true power of the Mangekyou Sharinon of the Uchiha clan?" Boom, boom, boom. The huge roars and explosion sounds made everyone's ears numb. The earth was trembling due to large impacts, lightning was crackling in the black clouds gather in the sky, and the whole scene looked extremely frightening. No one could have thought that the battle in front of them would escalate to such a level right from the start. The shinobi cautiously looked at the 2 humongous figures that stood like gods, and their every move changed the terrain of the battlefield. They couldn't help but develop a sense of fear and retreat backward to not be swept away by the stray attacks. Giant chakra blades, countless chakra senbon, chakra shuriken, occasional Yasaka Megatama, and whatnot was continuously being used in the battle, as a result of which many of the huge rock cliffs of the eastern peak of the Tojinbo mountain range were continuously smashed and broken to pieces, and small boulders and gravel. The falling gravel accompanied by the smoke and dust further caused much damage to the surroundings. Flocks of birds and animals of various varieties also ran away from the forest in mayhem, as the scene here looked nothing short of an impending doomsday to them. Amidst all this chaos, the shinobi that were part of Uchiha Shisui's team were safely hidden in the cover and continued observing the battle. Uchiha Iragi had a very excited expression on his face as he watched the battle between the 2 almighty Susanoo at the far end. He can't help but want to be part of such a battle and also want to have such godly powers. This is it. This is the true power that the Uchiha clan represents. If only I too can have such power, then I would no longer be looked down upon by him, and no longer be treated like dirt by him. Iragi muttered with an expecting expression. Iragi may fear Homuzubi and he may resent Homuzubi, but that doesn't stop him from admiring the power Homuzubi has, and even though he doesn't have any ability to interfere in such high-level battles, Iragi still feels very proud. After all, both of them are people of the Uchiha clan. Their mere presence shows just how terrifying the people of the Uchiha clan can be. The mood of the other Uchiha present at the scene was no different from Iragi, and a sense of honor and superiority over the other clans was constantly growing in their hearts. Contrary to the excitement and ecstasy of the Uchiha shinobi, the other members of the team were both shocked and panicked. The Mangekyou Sharinon technique seems to be beyond the scope of their comprehension and understanding of ninjutsu. Seeing the 2 gigantic figures, they can't help but think, is that even a power that a shinobi should have? Taking a deep breath to calm himself, the root shinobi questioned, how long will it take for the reinforcements to arrive? The other root umbu responsible for the communication spoke, the news has been received by Danzo-sama and Uchiha Patriarch, they will soon be arriving here. The kunoichi of the Aberame clan questioned the other Uchiha shinobi, can Uchiha Shisui win? Iragi thought for a while and answered with a confused expression, I can't judge for the time being. If the enemy was someone else, Uchiha Iragi might have been able to confidently say that Shisui will win unconditionally, but now that the enemy is Homuzubi who is an Uchiha and also has Mangekyo Sharinon, it is difficult to judge whether Shisui would be able to win or not. Another Uchiha shinobi said, don't worry, even if Shisui can't win, he will be sure to hold off the enemy until Patriarch arrives. Iragi nodded and moved his gaze towards the other member of Amatsukami who stood on a distant cliff, indifferently watching the battle between the Homuzubi and Uchiha Shisui. That guy doesn't seem to have any intention to take any action, but we can't be careless, his strength is probably on the same level as Homuzubi, therefore, we have to stay alert. Hearing Iragi's words, everyone immediately turned their eyes towards the other member of Amatsukami. At this time, the other member of Amatsukami wearing his outfit quietly stood on a distant cliff. There was no chakra fluctuation around him and he seems to exude a coldness as if he wasn't even alive. This greatly puzzled everyone. On Uchiha Fugaku's side, as soon as he received the message from the Tojinbo mountain range, Fugaku was shocked and confused, and immediately rushed in the direction of the Tojinbo mountain range. While jumping from one tree to another, Fugaku can't help but wonder, although I knew that Amatsukami will target the Uchiha, they really appeared at the Tojinbo mountain range? Is it just a coincidence that Shisui is also there or am I being overly dubious and misunderstanding Shisui? And if Shisui is not the one behind that mask, then who is that person? Was he really the one controlling Kyuubi on the night of Kyuubi's attack? At Novel Bin at. While Uchiha Fugaku led the Konoha military police force and the 5th unit to the Tojinbo mountain range, Shimura Danzo who was at the command headquarters also frowned after receiving the message. Tojinbo mountain range. Danzo's face had a confused expression. What is Amatsukami doing in such an isolated place? Is it possible that their hideout is located there or is it a trap? The root ninja who passed the message asked, Danzo-sama, which other teams have to be notified? Asked by the root ninja, Danzo groaned for a few seconds and said, notify all the other teams and surround the Tojinbo mountain in an unbreakable formation. Tojinbo mountain range, on the battlefield at the eastern peak. Continuing the battle, Homuzubi and Uchiha Shisui went deeper and deeper in the mountainous forest, and the distance from the other shinobi who were watching the battle increased. Throughout the battle, the scene may have appeared that both Homuzubi and Uchiha Shisui are fighting unrestrained and aiming to kill or mutilate each other, but in fact, both of them have been incredibly restrained all the while and the power of Susanoo was majorly displayed in the stray attacks that left deep scars in the surrounding mountain range. Homuzubi instructed the other member dressed in the Amatsukami outfit to intercept the other Konoha shinobi led by Shisui, while he led Shisui deeper into the mountain range such that their battle was temporarily obscured by a giant rock. Shisui continued the make-believe battle and questioned with some vigilance, so, just who are you? Do not worry Shisui, it is I. Homuzubi took off half of the mask he was wearing to show Shisui that it was him, Hyuga Kuroto, and then put it back on immediately. As soon as he saw that it was none other than Kuroto-san who wore the Homuzubi disguise, Shisui's was extremely shocked and remembering that unique pattern spinning in Kuroto-san eye sockets, Shisui asked with an expression that stated, I don't really want to hear the truth of this but I don't have any other choice, and asked in a whisper that was only heard by Homuzubi, Kuroto-san. SHHHHH. Homuzubi, I am Homuzubi right now. Homuzubi interrupted midway. Right, Homuzubi? So, Homuzubi, why do you have the Mangekyo Sharinon? Shisui asked with a sluggish tone. Things have gotten way beyond what he expected. I will answer that question once this matter resolved. First we should conclude our make-believe battle. Speaking up to here, Homuzubi added, remember Shisui, after I retreat, you have to inform the others that you managed to extract some information out of me, and according to the intelligence that you have gained, Amatsukami will soon start targeting the baijuyus kept by the different shinobi villages. Shisui was startled by the sudden reveal and asked, why? Homuzubi explained, we made a critical mistake before, how can a secret organization like Amatsukami who has amassed such great power not have a goal, right? You are right I suppose. Shisui nodded and then asked with a confused expression, but why target baijus? Baijuyos are the war weapons of the other villages and are highly guarded, wouldn't putting them as the target be a bit too much? Amatsukami will be considered too arrogant and a very big threat by the entire shinobi world. Homuzubi chuckled, the more threatening everyone considers us, the better for us. There's also the fact that currently, I can only think of collecting baijuyu as a suitable fake goal that would make other villages also feel the crises and subside the conflicts with Konoha. Besides, from the information I have gained, the goal of the Akatsuki organization is to collect the 9 baijus, so our early warning will make the other villages vigilant, which will be beneficial for us in the bigger picture. This is the original goal of Kuroto. Besides making Amatsukami seem more real and threatening, there is also the consideration of preventing Obito's plan from succeeding if possible. Once the news that Amatsukami is targeting the 9 baijus kept by the different shinobi villages spreads in the entire shinobi world, all the villages who have bijus will obviously strengthen the protection of their jinchuriki. By that time, Akatsuki's Baijuyu collection plan will obviously not progress as easily as it did in the original series. Shisui was surprised by this new information and nodded. If that is the case, then it works for Konoha's benefit. So not delving too long in this matter, Shisui's attention turned towards the other member of Amatsukami and asked in confusion, "So, Homuse Yubi, is that the other member of the organization you mentioned to earlier? But who is he?" Homuse Yubi smiled lightly and stated, "Oh, you have already seen him before, why don't you try to guess?" Hearing Homuse Yubi's words, Shisui thought of all the possible identities that could fit that person and can also be convinced to be a part of Amatsukami, and soon an identity appeared in his mind. As soon as Shisui thought of that possibility, Shisui's eyes widened in surprise. He wouldn't happen to be the Sandaime Kaze cage puppet, right? Homuse Yubi nodded. "Yes, that's him all right, and his disguise name will be Fujin." "Fujin," Shisui muttered. "Yup, Fujin of the wind chakra nature." Homuse Yubi said. "But then how will his strength be even higher than Sujin and Homuse Yubi?" Shisui can't help but ask. Sandaime Kaze cage may have been the strongest Kaze cage ever, but that puppet is not Sandaime Kaze cage himself. It's just a shell of the previous Kaze cage, and that autonomous puppet wouldn't ever reach the level of a cage, much less that exaggerated strength. Homuse Yubi nodded. "True, but nobody other than the two of us knows about this, and that's something we can use to our advantage. Other than that, I will also try some methods to increase the strength of that puppet, so we have nothing to worry about for now." Shisui was speechless and did not know what to say anymore. With all said and done, there are only 2 alive people in the Amatsukami organization, but the Amatsukami has already shown off 4 of its members, being Yama, Sujin, Homuse Yubi, and now this Fujin. Shisui can't help but feel that they are going in the wrong direction. Taking a deep breath, Shisui calmed his emotions and quickly said, "Anyway, you should retreat as soon as possible. This time, the encirclement is very systematically prepared. The sensor nin and sealing squads have also been assigned a special duty to keep track of the enemy and trap them in barrier formations. I am afraid that if you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave at all." Homuse Yubi smirked. "Is there anyone who can fly at a high altitude?" Shisui was again speechless by Homuse Yubi's words. Konoha has every kind of talent: the Taijutsu experts, the ninjutsu expert, the genjutsu expert, fuinjutsu, juinjutsu, bokuhatsu, shurikenjutsu, kanjutsu, Iryo ninjutsu experts, carcinogenic shinobi that decay the village internally, loyal shinobi who are ready to lay down their life for the village, many types of talented researchers, censors, trackers, brainwashed shinobi, brainwashers shinobi, tortured class, and many more, but the kind of talent that has always been rare in Konoha are the shinobi who have the ability to fly. And as far as Shisui can remember, currently there is no shinobi in Konoha who has the ability to fly, except for Kuroto-san, nor does Konoha have any extensive measures to deal with the shinobi who can fly and are masters of air-to-air combat. And it is for this reason that even in the canon, the Land of Sky was able to cause extensive damage to Konoha during their air raid, causing Konoha too much loss. At that time, the Godame Hokage, Tsunadeheim, could only watch the actions of the Land of Sky from the Hokage building with rage and anger, but was actually helpless and did not have any good way to fight back. Later, they may have dealt with the Land of Sky thanks to Konoha 11, Heitake Kakashi, Sai, and Uchiha Sasuke, but that's another thing that we aren't going to delve into, as that mainly involves the presence of Sai and Nara Shikamaru. Coming back to this story, the encirclement troops deployed this time may not lack anything, and the extremely strong shinobi are sent for the hunting purpose, but what they still lack is a shinobi apt with air combat. As such, there is no reason to worry. Homuse Yubi said, "That's why I was saying, do not worry, I will be perfectly fine." One of his purposes of bringing Fujin here is to have a secure retreat. Otherwise, Kuroto may be able to stay alive, but he will have to give up a pair of Mangekyou Sharinon, which is a loss Kuroto can't afford. After all, it took a great amount of hard work to torture Uchiha Ryuta and Uchiha Hideki and finally got the yield in the form of Mangekyou Sharinon, and if Kuroto were to give it away so easily, then wouldn't that work all be meaningless? At novel bin at. So, not getting sidetracked, it must be known that Sandaime Kaze Cage, who has mastered magnet release, can easily fly through the air and is very apt in air-to-air as well as airborne combat, and his method of flying is also very different from the low-altitude flying that Kuroto used while controlling Sujin clone body. Being an Anbu, he is naturally aware of most of the deployment, so he is confident that he can make an easy escape with the help of Fujin, and nobody would be able to stop him. Shisui thought about it a little, then as if he suddenly remembered something, he stated, "Homuse Yubi, Kumo forces are also participating in the hunting operation Thin Time." "What?" Homuse Yubi exclaimed in shock, and then asked, "Why am I not aware of this information?" Shisui explained quickly, "High-level suspects that there are spies planted by Amatsukami, so only people who are aware of this intel are the people who participated in the War Council, and the Root Shinobi, and I am sure that none of the Anbu, including Captain Kakashi and Gai-san, also don't know about this intelligence. I know because I attended the War Council meeting." "What the cough? What hell is my shadow clone doing?" After coughing heavily because of the burden from maintaining Susanoo for so long, Homuse Yubi controlled his rugged breathing and asked, "Kimagakuer does not have anyone apt in air-to-air combat, right?" Shisui thought for a while and said, "I am not much aware in this regard, as far as I can think. there shouldn't be anyone, but even if there is, I am not sure if they are participating in the hunting operation. The Kumigakuer unit participating in this operation is only known by Hokage-sama and Danzo-sama in the village. Not even the leaders of various teams are aware of their members. But considering what Amatsukami did with Watanabe, it can be presumed that whoever the Yondaime Reikage sent to avenge the death of one of their head ninjas wouldn't be weak. Is it possible that the Yondaime Reikage will come himself? Homusubi thought, in his heart, he really wants to fight with the Yondaime Reikage, the shinobi bearing the title of the fastest ninja alive. It's just that the clone he is controlling at the moment wouldn't be able to bear the burden of competing with the Yondaime Reikage with the pressure that the Mangekyo Sharinon pair put on the clone. Even if he strengthens the physique with Yayo Rozo, it still wouldn't be able to last for much time. Sigh, I guess I will have more opportunities to fight the Yondaime Reikage in the future. There is no need to take unnecessary risks at this time. Shaking his head in disappointment, Homusubi said to Shisui, "Don't worry, I will be careful." At this moment, Fujin suddenly appeared in front of the two and spoke in a not-so-cold yet indifferent tone. "Homusubi, the reinforcements from Konoha are here." Shisui was dumbfounded. Homusubi, am I the one hearing things or did it just speak? Ignoring Shisui's expression full of surprise, Homusubi turned over and jumped on the top of a huge rock and looked into the distance. He was able to see that a large number of shinobi of the Konoha military police force as well as members of the 5th unit were coming here under the leadership of none other than Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku's side. While rushing towards the eastern peak of the Tojinbo mountain range, Fugaku was able to notice the two giant phantom figures, one of golden-orange chakra color while the other of the green color, and as soon as he saw this, the last bit of suspicions he had regarding Shisui also disappeared instantly. Previously he received the transmission and was still a bit doubtful as Homusubi appeared exactly where Uchiha Shisui volunteered to be. This can, of course, be a pure coincidence, but in the same way, it could also be a planned-out strategy to clear the way suspicions on Uchiha Shisui, because there are countless ways to disguise into someone else, through transformation, shadow clone transformation, genjutsu, Sharinon genjutsu transformation, etc., but Fugaku knows that there is. No one can disguise two completely different Susanoo. This is because the color of Susanoo is the representation of the color of a shinobi's chakra, and just like no two shinobi have exact same chakra signature, similarly no two Susanoo can be of the exact same color. There will be minor differences, and the color of Susanoo is not something one can ever change. That's because one can never change the color of his chakra. Therefore, disguising or faking a Susanoo is impossible. With this confirmed, Fugaku can confirm that the Mangekyo Sharinon user posing as Homusubi of Amatsukami is not Uchiha Shisui. While increasing his pace to hurry towards the battlefield as soon as possible, Fugaku made up his mind. "Damn you Homusubi, no matter the price I must pay today, I will eliminate you this time." It did not take much longer for Uchiha Fugaku and the shinobi led by him to arrive at the battlefield and spread out everywhere surrounding Homusubi and Fujin at the center of the battlefield. After taking a brief look at Homusubi's golden-orange Susanoo, Fugaku shouted towards Shisui, "Shisui, it's the best opportunity." For a single moment that Shisui turned to look towards Fugaku, Homusubi sharpened all the 4 chakra blades of his Susanoo with the help of Yayo Rozo and slashed them towards Shisui's Susanoo. Shisui's Susanoo was heavily damaged by this sudden attack as many of its parts were cut open by the 4 chakra blades. Fugaku's eyes narrowed at this moment, and he started running towards the battlefield. "I guess I will have to use Susanoo to fight him, but if I do so, my Mangekyo Sharinon will no longer be a secret, but I guess I do not have any other option either. Everything be damned, once Homusubi is taken down and his Mangekyo Sharinon is obtained, Uchiha clan will no longer have to bear suppression from Hokage faction. Such a small sacrifice is nothing if it's for the survival of the clan." While a certain unique chakra fluctuation started to emit from Fugaku's body who was running towards Homusubi, who damaged Uchiha Shisui Susanoo with his previous attack did not turn towards the incoming Fugaku but released his golden-orange Susanoo. At the same time, Fujin disguised started printing hand seals and shouted, "Iron Sand, Black Iron Wings." Instantly, Black Iron Sand emerged from inside of the black Fujin cloak that the puppet Kaze Cage wore and the Iron Sand gathered at his back giving form to a pair of Iron Sand wings. Fujin with the Iron Sand wings immediately flew in the air. Fugaku's expression changed drastically. He was instantly surprised and came to a sudden halt. Even the chakra fluctuations subsided and he muttered in disbelief, "Magnet release." Not only Fugaku but even all the members of the Konoha military police force were also shocked. No one could have expected that the other member of Amatsukami who has been watching the entire battle so indifferently could be the possessor of Magnet Release, the unique Kekii Genkai of the Kaze Cage clan. Taking advantage of everyone's momentary shock, Homusubi leaped high into the sky and gently landed on the back of Fujin, and without even glancing backward or any word of greeting, he flew away from the battlefield, leaving the shocked shinobi in a daze and awkwardness. Not only do they have Mangekyo Sharinon of the Uchiha clan, Ice Release of the Yuki clan but even the Magnet Release of Kaze Cage clan? Damn, just where in the hell are these people emerging from one after another? Seeing that Homusubi disappeared into the sky, Uchiha Fugaku who is accustomed to suppressing his emotions also showed anger and depravity. While standing on the back of Fujin, Homusubi looked at the ground leisurely. From his current point of view, he was able to see countless Konoha shinobi coming towards Tojinbo Mountain range from all directions. He could even spot Jiraiya among them. Of course, Jiraiya, who was running towards the eastern peak of the Tojinbo mountain range, also noticed Homusubi and the other Amatsukami member flying high in the sky. It's because the outfit they were wearing is really too conspicuous to go unnoticed. Staring at the sky with a helpless expression, Jiraiya sighed. Now there is a shinobi in Amatsukami who is able to use magnet release? Is the next question I am going to be asking will be about wood release. When speaking till here, Jiraiya suddenly shook his head and laughed at himself for overthinking, as that is something that's not going to happen. There is no way a wood release user will suddenly appear in the shinobi world, right? Everyone, right? Jiraiya asked again, only with more pressure. By traveling at a high altitude in the sky, it did not take long for Homusubi and Fujin to get past the encirclement deployed by Shimura Danzo. Seeing that there was no presence of any more Konoha shinobi left on the ground, it was at this time while Homusubi started to consider whether to land on the ground or continue traveling as they are. Boom, huiyeistali. Suddenly a sharp sound of something cutting through the air at an extremely fast speed came from behind him. Homusubi instantly looked backward and without delaying for even a second he used all his chakra that he could control to activate the Susanoo. The reason? The reason is that he saw a freaking Baijuodama coming towards him. With an ear-piercing sound, a huge explosion took place in the sky. Homusubi did not have enough time to react. Just as the skeletal body of the Susanoo armor covered over him, the Baijuodama that was coming towards him at an incredibly fast speed collided with the Susanoo, causing a massive explosion. It not only produced a huge rumbling sound, there was also terrible air pressure that knocked him and Fujin away. Hwala, hwala, whoosh. During the fall, Homusubi still had tinnitus and could barely hear the screaming wind in the ear. At this moment he was both dizzy and, in a stupor, and lost control over his body as if his nervous system was a bit unresponsive. Being unable to even control his thought process, Homusubi wasn't able to confirm what happened to the Kaze cage puppet who was disguised as Fujin. Slowly and steadily, he was able to get some air in his lungs and finally regain his thought process. After taking in a few deep breaths during the continued fall, Homusubi managed to get rid of the dizziness. Although his ears were still buzzing, he started to hear some of the things around him, and trust me, it's really not of the best experience to falling from such a high altitude. Gulping down the surging blood down his throat, Homusubi tried to adjust his falling posture. If he was going to be injured, then it was better to be injured in a way that would at least not affect his mobility. After some twists here and turns there, he was finally able to adjust his falling posture. Soon his eyes widened as he spotted Fujin that was not far away from him and was similarly falling down to the ground. Now there was some hope to be able to land safely, but the problem is that most of the iron sand around the puppet that is used to fend off against the incoming Baijuodama was blown away by the explosion caused by it. As a result, the puppet's control over the blown away iron sand was lost. So, at this time, only a small amount of iron sand was left around. Perfect, just perfect. Homusubi cursed in annoyance and unstoppable anger started taking over him, but I guess there is no use in complaining. The fact that the Kaze cage puppet managed to help Inbara Baijuodama alone is worth the praise. Having too many expectations is only going to lead to disappointments. Taking a deep breath, Homusubi calmed his emotions and thought, what was that just now? I rarely lose control over my emotions, so how could I have gotten angry? Is it possible that the Sherry-non is affecting my emotions? After just a momentary thought, Homusubi put it at the back of his mind to consider it again in the future. Currently, he did not have enough time to be entangled with this issue. Closing his eyes, Homusubi focused on sensing his connection with the puppet and was soon able to re-establish the telepathic link between the two and confirmed that there were no serious damages on the puppet as the explosion was majorly tanked by the Yayo Rozo hardened Susanoo. The only problem was temporary chakra system disordering, making the puppet non-responsive for a short while, but now that the telepathic link was re-established, the puppet was working to stabilize as soon as it can and will shortly be back to a functioning state. After confirming that the puppet will soon recover, Homusubi, who was midway down the fall, looked in the direction that the Baijuodama came from. The attack was all too sudden, and with how fast a Baijuodama travels, Homusubi was unable to notice the exact direction it was fired from. Fortunately, he was able to use Yayo Rozo hardened Susanoo to shield against most of the damage, causing both him and the puppet to only suffer some extent of damage and violent shock. Otherwise, if both of them were directly hit by Baijuodama, then let alone an arm or leg, not even bones would have been left by the time dust of the explosion would have cleared away. While he was searching for the exact direction that the Baijuodama came from, Homusubi's expression turned into a solemn one. This is because he was able to notice a row of dust clouds that was continuously rising and was moving in the same direction that he was falling in. Aside from that, there was also a faint sound of lightning flickering and someone running towards this side while plowing the ground. Seeing that faint glow of lightning amidst the dust and smoke, Homusubi's expression condensed. That has to be Yondaime Reikage. No one other than Yondaime Reikage can have such violent lightning chakra nature at this point in the timeline. Therefore, Homusubi did not need to think about it too deeply, as only Yondaime Reikage, who bears the title of the current fastest shinobi, can have lightning chakra that could even rival that of a Baijuyo. As soon as he realized this, he can't help but feel a bit depressed. If only he was in his main body right now, not only would he have sensed the incoming Baijuodama before it was even fired, but would have also absorbed it pretty easily. And he could have also thrashed the Yondaime Reikage, who would have lost his title as the fastest shinobi alive. Alas, that's just wishful thinking. The Mangekyo Sharingan might also grant high-level insight and all, but it does not give you 360-degree vision, unlike the Byakugan and the Tenseigan. While Homusubi was mulling over this, the Kaze cage puppet regained complete control over its body. As such, he was able to use magnet release, controlled the remaining iron sand to form a smaller pair of iron sand wings, and immediately flew towards Homusubi, caught him mid-flight and controlled the falling speed such that the two of them somehow managed to offset most of the impact and safely landed on the ground. As soon as he landed, Homusubi noticed the tremors on the ground coming closer and closer. As such, he understood that Yondaime Reikage would soon arrive, so regardless of the burden that this clone body would bear, he again urged his chakra and used Susanoo to defend against the incoming attack. In an instant, the Mangekyo wheel spinning in his eyes shed bloody tears, and the golden-orange chakra phantom emerged with a roar. From bones to musculature, then the golden flame armor and the two swords on the two hands appeared, while the other two hands were kept free, and in just a few breaths the half-body Susanoo was ready for the warfare. Thump, thump. He is here. Just as Homusubi thought this, suddenly something flew out of the smoke cover with a whistling sound that carried buzzing of lightning along with it and directly pounced on the golden chakra phantom. Whoosh! Zzz. At the moment that something appeared out of the cover of smoke, Homusubi was able to easily notice that it was just an ordinarily massive boulder. Therefore, instead of taking any rash action, he controlled Susanoo to shatter that giant boulder to pieces with a united state of SMAMIASHHHH. BOOMM. The giant boulder, which was thrown by Reikage as a feint, was shattered to hundreds of pieces with just one punch. The splattered gravel and rock chips flew everywhere like tiny raindrops, while Homusubi also blinked subconsciously. Whoosh! And just as he opened his eyelids past the blink, another shadow jumped out of the cover of smoke, but the difference this time was that this shadow had a blue aura around it. To be more specific, this shadow was clad in a blue lightning chakra armor. Reikage. As soon as Homusubi's words fell, the Yondaime Reikage, who was already clad in the violent lightning chakra armor, jumped out of the smoke cover and pounced on the Susanoo with all his might, overturned it in the process. The overturned Susanoo knocked down several trees on the way. Homusubi, who was finally able to stabilize his figure, spoke in wonder. Was Yondaime Reikage always so fast and strong? Although he knows that Yondaime Reikage is incredibly fast while using the lightning release chakra mode, he was still very surprised when actually facing the real deal. Thinking of Reikage's incredible speed, he can't help but wonder, will Shisui be able to reach such speed? And if he will, by when? While Homusubi was thinking that, another person appeared on the battlefield. Looking at the shinobi who was wearing oval-shaped sunglasses and carrying 7 swords on his back, Homusubi instantly realized who this person is, and his face sank because it is none other than Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of Hakusabi. Kumigakure's AB combo. Homusubi muttered in surprise. After turning over the Susanoo, Reikage landed on top of a tree and shouted at Homusubi, "You two are the members of this so-called Amatsukami? Come on. It's time for you to pay the debt you owed to Kumigakure for killing Watanabe." Although AB Combo was standing in front of him, Homusubi was not panicked and replied calmly, "Although I am a little surprised that Yondaime Reikage would personally come here, and it's hilarious that the so-called great shinobi villages have fallen so low that they are colluding together to deal with a mere mercenary organization. But regardless of all that, whether you can make me pay the debt I owe to your village or not depends on whether you have the ability or not. You bastard." The already fuming Reikage was further angered by Homusubi's words. "You think that just because you have gained the Mangekyo Sharingan you will be able to escape? Today is the day that I will extract out all of the debts you of Amatsukami has ever owed in your whole life." Finishing the sentence, he suddenly disappeared and the next instant flashed directly next to Homusubi. But this time, Homusubi was prepared. He has already activated Yayo Rozo and strengthened this clone body, and Susanoo, coupled with the Mangekyo Sharingan, even if Reikage's movements were extremely fast, they didn't go unnoticed by him. Just based on the trajectory he was taking, Homusubi was able to judge the direction he would be taking and controlled the Susanoo to wave a chakra sword. Slash! The chakra sword swept across the ground, evenly cutting off everything in its path. However, just at the moment, it was about to chop the Reikage in half, several octopus legs came out of Killer Bee, clutched the Susanoo's arm that was waving the sword. While Homusubi started battling Killer Bee and his 8 octopus tails, the Yondaime Reikage again turned into a blue flash of light that traveled from one position to another rapidly, and taking advantage of the fact that Homusubi was busy in battle, he again pounced at the Susanoo's chest and punched with all his strength. Crack! Followed by a crisp sound, the upper armor and some of the bones of Susanoo cracked inch by inch, and soon the cracks spread to some parts of Susanoo. But Reikage wasn't finished there. Elbow bolt, lightning oppression horizontal chop, lightning straight, were some of the attacks used by him one after another, without even giving Homusubi any time to take a breath, who was busy fighting Killer Bee. Boom. Once again, a heavy fist slammed. Boom. Again. Boom. Again. Boom. The Reikage's fist that was especially heavy this time again slammed at the cracked chest of the Susanoo. Finally, the Susanoo couldn't bear the damage anymore, and with a loud noise, it was completely shattered from the front. Seeing that there was an opening, his figure again flashed and broke inside the Susanoo. Leaping high, he rushed towards Homusubi while shouting, "Go to hell." Homusubi's face inside the mask was a bit panicked. This AB combo turned out to be completely unreasonable that he didn't even know what to say anymore. Firstly, Homusubi didn't expect that in just a few years Reikage has become so reckless that he dared to use pure brute force with lightning release chakra armor to battle with Susanoo. And what's more surprising is that he actually managed to get past the so-called unbreakable defense of Susanoo. While Homusubi was a bit panicked as Reikage was approaching him and was just about to hit him, suddenly a black barrier made of iron sand appeared between the two while another arm of iron sand dragged Homusubi backward. Reikage's attacks obviously pierced through the iron sand barrier, but it also created a short time window for Homusubi before Reikage gains enough momentum again to start another round of attacks, and that small opportunity was enough for the other hand to pull Homusubi back. At the same instant Homusubi retreated backward and got some distance between himself and the Reikage, who was now covered with iron sand all over. He urged his chakra through the Mangekyou Sharinon and again used Susanoo. Other than Susanoo, he doesn't really have any better way to fight both Reikage and Killer Bee at this moment. As a result, he used Susanoo, so Susanoo again appeared on the battlefield. Roar. However, this time, the Susanoo was different from the previous as it was more massive and let out a heart-quivering roar. Immediately afterward, golden flames covered the entire Susanoo body. These flames seemed to have a soul of their own, they seemed alive. The chakra swords that protruded out of his hands were now covered with these golden flames that burned as hot as the sun itself. Without the slightest hesitation, Homusubi, who was inside the armor of Susanoo, waved two swords at once, slashing towards the Reikage, who was currently entangled in prison iron sand burial. Slash. Slash. The two upper to lower slashes cut apart a large cavity in the ground and stirred up a lot of dust and smoke. Anything that came in the way was also cut into fragments and turned into ash with ease. At novel bin at. Did it work? Homusubi muttered while trying to observe the area of attack. The rising smoke and dust were also having an effect on his vision, as even Sharingan's vision is hindered by smoke. Therefore, he was unable to see the entire battlefield clearly. When the smoke was cleared up by the wind-style jutsu used by Fujin, all Homusubi saw was two large ravines in front of him that stretched far away, but there was no corpse of Reikage, who had actually retreated far away thanks to his brother B. Seeing that the planned attack failed, Homusubi frowned. Just when he was confused why the attack failed, the Kaze Cage puppet's telepathic message arrived. The lightning release chakra armor of Reikage has very strong lightning chakra reaction on his body, and it is interfering with the electromagnetic field induced by my magnet release chakra. Hearing this, Homusubi realized the problem and nodded in understanding. Magnet release may be a Kekkei Genkai, which is the result of the fusion of wind chakra nature and earth chakra nature. However, its principle and mechanism are quite complicated. Generally, wind nature has an advantage over lightning because of its cutting properties, but iron sand is controlled using an electromagnetic field. Therefore, lightning is a weakness of magnet release. In the presence of a strong electric current, the magnetic field would either disrupt or another magnetic field will be induced in the system depending on the direction of the flow of current, ultimately causing the iron sand attacks to fail. And Yondaime Reikage's lightning release chakra armor is doing just that. Sandaime Kazakage's iron sand. Of course, the stronger your magnet release chakra, the stronger electric attacks would be needed to disrupt the electromagnetic field, but Yondaime Reikage happens to possesses the strongest lightning chakra among the people currently alive, and his lightning chakra is more than enough to disrupt Sandaime Kaze Cage puppet's chakra. What to do? Thought Homusubi as he observed I. At this moment, I dusted off the iron sand on his body and looked around the battlefield. There were many spots ignited with that raging golden flames, and the temperature of the battlefield was continuously rising. Seeing this, his expression became a bit dignified. Just a moment ago, he was about to be cut by that chakra sword which is covered in those golden flames, and if that attack really hit him, then it would either mean death or he would be forced to cut off the affected part of the body, and both options are unacceptable for him. It appears that I have to be a bit more cautious. The enemy is by no means weak, and seeing that his actions are calm all along, he hasn't been cornered enough, thought Reikage as he seriously tried to evaluate the enemy's strength. While Reikage was evaluating Homusubi and the other guy's strength, Homusubi was also evaluating Reikage's strength. In terms of speed alone, although the Yondaime Reikage is clearly inferior to Yama when Yama uses the Tenseigan chakra mode, however, against the current Homusubi, Reikage has an absolute advantage when it comes to speed, and considering how high his defense and brute strength is, it is really impossible for Homusubi to win this battle against Yondaime Reikage with Killer Bee by his side. Sigh. And here I thought that I might be able to give AB brothers some tough time with this weak clone body too, but it appears that I was getting too ahead of myself. Sighed Homusubi. Based on the strength and speed Yondaime Reikage has displayed up to now, Homusubi can judge that the current Yondaime Reikage is clearly stronger than the current Sandaime Hokage. The reason why he is so sure is that he has already experienced Sandaime Hokage's strength as Sujin. Although at that time, Sandaime Hokage was very restrained and did not use his complete strength, Homusubi still feels that Sandaime Hokage, who has been getting older, has already been surpassed by Yondaime Reikage. As far as Homusubi can think, other than Yama, only the Toad Son in Jiraiya, when using the Sennin mode, can match up to the Yondaime Reikage. Aside from the two of them, no matter who they are, it would be almost impossible to defeat Reikage, and because Yama's presence in Tenseigan chakra mode is unknown to most, so Yondaime Reikage feels that no one matches him in terms of speed. This is the most likely reason why Reikage has started to flare up so much and become unruly to such a degree. Fortunately, there was Namikaze Minato during the Third Great Shinobi War who kept AB combo in check, otherwise, Kumigakure would have continued the war in the same unrestrained manner. Such a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Cough cough. The blood that he has been suppressing down his throat was no longer restrained and was coughed out violently. Shit, this clone is about to reach the limit and will no longer be able to bear it anymore. Realizing that if he didn't hurry, he will be in a pickle very soon, Homusubi controlled the Susanoo who brandished 4 golden flame swords and started to continuously slash towards both Killer B who was clad with Hakusabi's chakra and I who was clad with lightning release chakra armor. Slash, 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 slash. The continuous onslaught of slashes started, each slash caused massive damage to the surrounding forest, and curtsy to the golden flames, each slash carried an extreme amount of heat that would melt you alive if not burn you into charcoal with the slightest of contact. The forest was already engulfed in golden flames, countless trees that were cut in half by the sword winds were now charcoaled in those golden flames, tens of meter-deep ravines were left in the surroundings, the sky was also full of black smoke and cloud of eroded dust, clearly telling the tale of the apocalypse. As soon as they were covered in smoke and dust, Homusubi who was coughing turned over and jumped on the iron sand platform created by Fujin and said, "Go." Fujin immediately sprouted iron sand wings at his back and flew away from the battlefield using additional wind chakra to increase their flight speed. While they were leaving, Homusubi still didn't let down his guard and continued firing Susanoo Senbon from the chest part, shuriken from 2 arms of Susanoo while also adding Yasakani Megatama amidst those shurikens and senbons made out of golden flames, and that wasn't all, the other 2 hands kept waving the twin golden flame swords continuously which again caused devastating damage to the surroundings. These series of attacks when combined were no less catastrophic than the explosions caused by Baijuidama. After making sure to leave horrifying scenery to be burned in the memory of all witnesses, Homusubi did not wait here to confirm the result of the battle but chose to tacitly escape. As Fujin and Homusubi kept moving away from the battlefield, Homusubi turned back to look at the large mushroom-shaped cloud which rose to hundreds of meters in the sky and the endless sea of raging golden flames continuously spreading throughout the forest like an unstoppable forest fire and nodded in appreciation towards his artwork. Although he wants to fight Raikage in a toe-to-toe battle, but not in the situation Homusubi is currently in. Kuroto's face under the Homusubi mask was extremely pale as if all the blood was drained from the body, like a corpse, but that very face still had an unusual calmness on it, as if whatever he had done just now did not bother him. He knew that there are very small chances that Yondaime Raikage will be injured or burned by these attacks. Most likely Raikage would have managed to retreat considering how fast his speed is, but that did not matter anymore. This is just the start. With this series of events, Amatsukami has taken a solid footstep into the shinobi world and will soon become so fearful that no cage would ever think or dare to face any of its members head-on. Cough cough. As another violent fit of coughing started, he had to withdraw his gaze. At novel bin at. At this time, the speed at which the Susanoo armor was dispersing also hastened, and the outer armor started becoming blurry, transparent, and soon disappeared. Following which the turbulent golden flames that were ignited around the Susanoo armor also went out, then came the next layer which was the skin and musculature, and then the final one, the golden-orange skeletal body of the Susanoo was left. However, the skeletal body projection of the Susanoo also did not last for very long, and soon disappeared without a trace. As soon as the Susanoo armor dispersed, the Mangekyo wheel in the eyes also stopped spinning and deactivated soon enough, first retracting back to the 3-tomo state then to the onyx black color. But his cough still did not subside, rather escalated, and the blood that has been continuously coming out of his throat could no longer be held back. Removing the mask, Kuroto did not hold it back anymore and let it flow out. As a result, he vomited out a large amount of blood from his mouth and nasal cavity, his hand and chest were already soaked, and he suddenly started to feel dizzy and soon collapsed. Although not unconscious, he didn't have any more strength or energy to get up anymore. Kuroto tried to take some deep breaths to calm and restore. The Ryuumayaku also helped in treating the body to some extent, and soon enough he was in a state where he could at least think if anything. Being able to think and process allowed Kuroto to analyze the current state of this clone body and damn, he could only sigh helplessly. The clone body was in a terrible condition such that there was not even a single body part that might have remained unaffected, but that is also natural. To be honest, Kuroto isn't really surprised by the terrible state that the clone body is in. Using Susanoo is highly burdensome even for the Uchiha, and here Kuroto not only used Susanoo but also the other 2 techniques of the Mangekyo Sharinon simultaneously with the Susanoo, and that too when this clone body wasn't even cultivated with the intentions of being able to use Mangekyo Sharinon. As such, the burden he was put under was really too much and highly unbearable. He even estimates that he would have already collapsed while fighting Raikage if not for continuously using Yayo Rozo. If any other shinobi who has just transplanted Mangekyo Sharinon pair is switched in his place and is asked to do what he was doing, that is using all 3 of Mangekyo Sharinon abilities at the same time, they might just fall in eternal sleep just by attempting to do so. In fact, only using the Susanoo would also be too much for them. Using Mangekyo Sharinon without Uchiha clan genetics will always be a drag. I'll have to see that the next thing I focus upon is making a clone body with the Uchiha clan DNA, thought Kuroto. He can now judge that no matter the Kakei Genkai, those without the true DNA for that ability will always have a hard time mastering it, and even if they do master it somehow by whatever method, for instance by stealing it as he did with this pair of Mangekyo Sharinon, they will still never be able to showcase its full potential unless they are genetically apt with it. And this is true even in Kuroto's case. The body he is using now is cultivated from his genetics purely, and the quality of the clone is also not much high in comparison to Sujin clone body or his main body, but considering that this clone body is his, that alone makes it have good basic stats. In terms of strength alone, this clone body reaches the level of a Jonin without counting the Mangekyo Sharinon of course, so it does surpass the majority of the shinobis, and yet it collapsed so easily because of the burden imposed by a pair of Mangekyo Sharinon. And this has been proven again and again by the likes of Kakashi, Nagato, and Danzo from the original Naruto series. All three of them were able to use the transplanted eyes, but neither of them was ever able to bring out their true potential. The reason for this? There are many, but one of the major reasons is the lack of proper genes. On the battlefield. At this time, the massive 8 tails of Hakubi retracted, revealing 2 figures they were guarding. These 2 people are obviously none other than the Raikage and the Hakubi's Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Homusubi's frantic attacks just now also posed a huge threat even for Kumigakure's AB combo. Especially the last sword attacks and the fact that Homusubi actually even threw off those 2 swords from the air using Susanoo. Those 2 swords flew at an extremely fast speed and were directly aimed at the heads of AB combo. If not for Killer Bee's instant approach to shield them inside the Baijuyu's defense, then it is hard to say whether Raikage would have survived that attack even after taking the sturdy defense of his body into account. Coming out unscathed, Raikage looked around the battlefield with a gloomy expression. Right now, he can see many things on the battlefield, the devastated forest, sea of golden fire that was spreading everywhere and burning anything and everything to cinders that it came into contact with, massive ravines caused by sword-slashed, cracked up ground, and pits because of giant chakra senbon and Susanoo punches, and much more, but the only thing he couldn't see the presence of the 2 members of Amatsukami. That is to say, both of their presence has long since disappeared. Apparently, they managed to escape using the chaos to their advantage. When he thought of the fact that both members of Amatsukami managed to slip away from his hands, I couldn't help but feel anger surging inside him. Gritting his teeth in frustration, I slammed the ground with his fist and roared, "Damn it!" And not far away, Killer Bee crouched on the ground and curiously looked at the burning golden flames in front of him. He outstretched his finger and tried touching the golden flames in front of him, and soon cried out in pain, "Ouch, ouch, 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 burns, burns, it burns." Raikage, who was already very frustrated, gave Killer Bee a punch in the head which soon turned into a bump while also added, "Idiot, don't touch that fire, these are obviously not your regular flames." "Fear not, brother, I am stronger, Beikaro Konmoyaro. P.S. That's the only rhyme I could come up with." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before Raikage could continue chiding Bee, one after another, silhouettes of shinobi started to appear on the battlefield, and these shinobi had 3 different styles of clothing they wore. Few were dressed in Kumigakure shinobi uniform while some were in Konoha Umbu gear, subunit root, and the rest were dressed in Konoha Gakure shinobi vests. These shinobi are obviously members of the Kumo unit led by Raikage as well as Konoha shinobi who were chasing after the 2 members of Amatsukami. Raikage was long since aware of them and was not surprised by their arrival. Instead, as soon as that particular person appeared on the battlefield, Raikage turned towards him and shouted, "You of Konoha are really incompetent. What good was the entire encirclement when both of the members of Amatsukami managed to escape so easily?" Shimura Danzo, who was observing the battlefield and some of the signs that very much reminded him of that mountain collapse a few days ago, tapped his cane on the ground upon hearing Raikage's words and snorted coldly. Raikage Dano's method of single-handed approach also didn't work, or did it? I did not have any words to refute Danzo's taunt and could only say, "I really don't understand why there are so many defected nin from Konohagakure. Hokage should be ashamed of himself that so many of his shinobi are betraying the village one after another." Shimura Danzo obviously wanted to refute those words, but when he opened his mouth to speak something, Danzo was at a loss. Nothing came to him that could counter Raikage's words. In the eyes of the public, a shinobi who has Mangekyo Sharinon is obviously a member of the Uchiha clan of Konoha. It does not matter whether he has betrayed the village or not, but this fact remains unchanged, so it is very reasonable to classify Homusubi as a former member of the Uchiha clan. And counting Homusubi together with Orochimura, Hiriko, Uchiha Shinichi, etc., it wouldn't be wrong to say that half of the missing nin, regardless of whether they belong to Amatsukami or Akatsuki, have belonged to Konohagakure at some point in time and have now defected. Because most of these shinobi have defected during the reigning period of Sandaime Hokage, then obviously he must be ashamed of himself. Someone who can't even keep the subordinates under him in check is totally unworthy to be a cage of a shinobi village. Therefore, even if he tries to think of something to counter Raikage's words, Shimura Danzo couldn't think of anything that would pose a sound argument. While both parties stood in silence and all the other shinobi that were present around did not dare to interrupt anything, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui arrived at the battlefield, and they were also followed by many other shinobi who were part of the units led by Fugaku. Fugaku had a grim expression as he looked at the battered up and the burning battlefield. Just seeing the scene before him, Fugaku can roughly judge how the fight between Amatsukami and Kumigakure's AB combo turned out. While Fugaku was busy thinking some things, Shisui sighed in relief. He was really worried about what would happen when he learned that Yandere Reikage and the Jinchuriki of Hakusabi had managed to knock down the escaping Amatsukami members. Although he understands that Kuroto-san's strength is very high, Shisui wasn't sure whether Kuroto-san would be able to resist the combined might of AB combo. After all, both of them working together undoubtedly makes the strongest tag team. The reason for worry was more reasonable because Kuroto-san didn't have Byakugan in his eye sockets, rather it was a pair of Mangekyo Sharinon, so he would obviously not be able to use that chakra mode, right? Fugaku obviously wasn't aware of Shisui's worry, and after signaling him to follow behind, Fugaku once again glanced at the battlefield and walking towards Danzo and Reikage, he said, Shisui managed to extract some information out of Homusubi while the two were fighting, and according to what he has obtained, soon Amatsukami will be targeting the Baijuyu of the different shinobi villages. What? Both Reikage and Danzo were shocked by this news and exclaimed in unison. Danzo was surprised because he couldn't quite understand Amatsukami's purpose for eyeing the Baijuyu. After all, someone like Konohagakure, who is the strongest of all the shinobi villages, can't properly control the Baijuyu, so why would Amatsukami want Baijuyu? Was it just so that they can gain war weapons? This cannot be the only reason, because they would be extremely stupid if that is true. After all, controlling Baijuyu is obviously extremely difficult, and if Amatsukami is eyeing Baijuyu understanding this, then does that mean they have some means to control Baijuyu? But if they start eyeing Baijuyu, Amatsukami will make itself an enemy of the 5 great shinobi villages at the same time. Would they be foolish enough to take such risks? Because offending 1 or 2 shinobi villages at the same time in itself is extremely foolish, not to mention offending all 5 great villages at the same time? Or do they have the confidence to take on the combined might of the 5 great shinobi nations and still come out unscathed? So, many questions, but not a single answer. Contrary to Danzo, who was confused and trying to figure out Amatsukami's purpose for going after Baijuyu, I was extremely angry as soon as he heard this information. He didn't expect that Amatsukami would have enough courage to eye the Baijus. Today, Kumagakure has 3 shinobi who reach the level of a cage, and 2 of them are obviously Jinchuriki of their respective Baijuyu, and if Amatsukami manages to steal both the Baijuyu, then that would put Kumagakure in an extremely passive position. Not to mention, one of the Jinchuriki of Hakusabi is Killer B, who is his sworn brother, so upon learning the news that Amatsukami is eyeing Baijuyu, Reikage clutched his fist in anger, whether for his village or for his brother, he would not let those bastards have their way anymore. Now things just got personal between him and Amatsukami? Danzo noticed Reikage's reaction to the news and spoke after thinking a little bit. Amatsukami's threat is greater than we initially expected, not to mention their intentions are more harmful to the entire shinobi world. The other shinobi villages must also be informed of the news that Amatsukami is eyeing the 9 Baijuyu. As such, I suggest that we must convene a Gakage summit as soon as possible to discuss a suitable method to deal with the rising threat posed by these upstart bounty nin organizations. Reikage thought for a while, and he also understood the threat posed by these bounty nin organizations and nodded in agreement. As Yandere Reikage, I agree to the proposal to convoke the second Gakage summit. Inside Kuroto's secret laboratory. Phew, when his soul returned to his main body, Kuroto finally breathed a long sigh of relief. He felt very relaxed and energetic, as if his soul was very lively. Looking at the clone body lying on the test bench, Kuroto had a contemplative look on his face. For the past few days that he has been Sharinon and Mangekyo Sharinon, he has deeply experienced the difference between Sharinon and Byakugan. At the same time, Kuroto has also developed a personal understanding of Mangekyo Sharinon. And from his personal experience, the first conclusion that Kuroto has reached is that Kakashi is really worth respecting. To be able to bear continuous chakra drain and an additional burden imposed by Sharinon for almost 2 decades is really not an easy feat. Not to mention he isn't an Uzumaki or Senju, neither does he has Hashirama cells transplanted into his body, nor does he have any Baijuyu to support him, and yet he managed to keep that Sharinon for almost 2 decades. That's something really worth respecting. Kakashi might really have the potential to reach Super Cage level in strength if not for the restraint that Sharinon put on him. Kuroto muttered with emotion, but soon he calmed himself down and focused on the matter at hand. At novel bin at. Kuroto knows that it is impossible for him to convince Kakashi to give up that Sharinon, and doing so forcefully would only have a negative impact. Therefore, he decided to not think about this matter for now and focused on the clone lying on the test bench. Taking out the experimental records log, Kuroto began recording the data of this clone, which is way past the stage where it could be recovered or healed. He then analyzed and compared the recorded data with the data he recorded at the time of taking out this clone from the nutrition tank and found that the most severely injured part of the clone was its nervous system. And even in the nervous system, the damage was most severe to the cranial nerves. Whether it was the optical nerves or the oculomotor nerves, both of them were way beyond recovery even with the best Iryo ninjutsu. Why are cranial nerves most damaged? Kuroto muttered to himself. I guess it's because the ocular nerves of this clone couldn't bear the burden of Mangekyo Sharinon for too long and were damaged beyond recovery. This does sound reasonable. After recording some more of his analysis about Mangekyo Sharinon in the experimental log, Kuroto removed the Mangekyo Sharinon pair from the eye sockets of the clone body and then processed the clone to be destroyed. At this point, the Mangekyo Sharinon project has finally come to an end. In the whole project, including the 2 clones that Kuroto destroyed to make the Uchiha brothers witness the death of their brothers, the clone that Ryota destroyed at the time of escaping from his prison cell, and this final clone that Kuroto himself destroyed, he has destroyed a total of 4 clones. Combining the total cost of all the raw materials that were used up to cultivate these 4 clones, then the cost of these 4 clones is worth more than 70 million ryo. And if he adds up the loss of equipment, cost of construction of the prison dungeon, as well as the various props and pieces of equipment that were required to carry out this whole Mangekyou Sharinon project definitely exceeds 100 million ryo. And this is just the start. Any high-end experiment project involving any field requires a lot of economic funding, something that only a daimyo, a shinobi village, or some extremely rich such clans and families can afford. Individual shinobi such as him or Orochimaru without a suitable background funding will always be constrained by their budget unless they have a source of solid funding. But there is nothing he can do about this issue for now. After destroying the clone, Kuroto thought of his short fight with Kumigakure's AB combo. In the original Naruto story, Yondaime Reikage did not have many records, but the few records or battles that he had were very meaningful and clearly dictated his strength. Especially the fight he had with Uchiha Sasuke at the Gokage Summit in the Land of Iron. The speed and strength he showcased at that time were extreme. Reikage was even able to dodge Amaterasu while in his lightning release chakra mode. That alone is an accomplishment worth mentioning. After all, the appearance of Amaterasu is at the same instant that Sasuke would use the ability of his left Mangekyou, and being able to dodge something so dangerous in such a short instant is incredible indeed. If Yondaime Reikage had shown some degree of restraint in that battle, did not recklessly attack the Amaterasu encased Susanoo with the intent of sacrificing his arm if necessary, then he might have truly killed Uchiha Sasuke in that battle. After all, at that time, Sasuke not only had to maintain Susanoo armor but had to also use Amaterasu and Kagutsuka to cover the Susanoo armor with the black flames using the shape transformation. Simultaneously using all the 3 Mangekyou Sharinon dojutsu is obviously not easy even for the shinobi of Uchiha clan, therefore Sasuke had to bear a great amount of burden at that time and he wouldn't have lasted much longer if Reikage had opted to have a battle of endurance while also simultaneously putting enough pressure on Sasuke to keep him on edge. And then there is Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of Hakubi, who singled out the entire Team Taka and almost killed Uchiha Sasuke. If not for Yugo to save Sasuke at that time by merging some of his cells with Sasuke, then Sasuke might have been done for at that time. And even then, Killer Bee might have killed the complete Team Taka if he didn't use that opportunity to sneak out of the village to take a holiday. From both of these battles, it wouldn't be wrong to judge that whether it is Yondaime Reikage or the Jinchuriki of Hakubi, both of them had strength higher than Uchiha Sasuke when he awakened the Mangekyou Sharinon. Although, we have to also take into account that Sasuke had just awakened Mangekyou Sharinon and did not master that completely at that time while both I and Killer Bee were already through countless battles and were more than familiar with their powers. Still, it wouldn't be wrong to say that both of their strength reaches a high-tier cage level. And when these two works together as the AB combo, they really make the strongest duo. Therefore, the fact that Kuroto managed to escape from them is also not a small achievement. The next thing Kuroto thought was about the suspicions on Shisui. I made such big disturbances this time as Homu's Yubi, so the suspicions on Shisui should be completely cleared up. Now that the suspicions on Shisui are cleared up, Kuroto can calmly carry out the fusion of the 2 Mangekyou Sharinon pairs into the Eternal Mangekyou Sharinon and the Fire Nature clone with Uchiha genetics. But as said before, to fuse the 2 pairs of Mangekyou Sharinon into Eternal Mangekyou Sharinon, he has to first learn the transcription seal, and for that purpose, Kuroto will have to seek Shisui's help. Because Kuroto thinks that only Uchiha clan will have the knowledge of this seal, and there will be no scroll in Konoha's ninjutsu library about it. It is because all the time transcription came into play in the canon, all the time it was used by the Uchiha, and nobody else. Therefore, Kuroto thinks that this technique must be in the hands of the Uchiha patriarch. So, only Shisui can help Kuroto with this. Then next comes the matter of Fire Nature clone with Uchiha clan genetics. When thinking about this matter, Kuroto is in a bit of a bind. The issue that is entangling him is the choice of genetics. Whose genetics should he choose from? There are too many options that he has. To be honest, if it is up to Kuroto, then Uchiha Madara is undoubtedly his first choice, but Kuroto did not consider this option more than a few seconds. This is because of 2 reasons. First is that Uchiha Madara's body age is really old, so even if he was a beast in his prime and the first and the only person after the Sage of 6 Paths to have awakened the Rinnegan, his body would have undoubtedly deteriorated to the point that Kuroto doubts whether the cultivated clone will be good enough. The second and more important reason is that the place where Uchiha Madara's body is located/buried should only be known to Obito and Zetsu. Therefore, Kuroto has no way of finding where that body is located, and he certainly does not have enough time to specifically search for that location. So, the option of using Madara's genetics is directly ruled out by Kuroto. Then the next few choices that Kuroto has are Hideki, Ryota, Fugaku, Shinichi, Shisui, Itachi, and even Sasuke is available for Kuroto to choose from. Rubbing his hand over his chin, Kuroto muttered, which one to choose from? Fugaku, Hideki, Ryota, Shinichi, Shisui, Itachi, or Sasuke? While rubbing his chin, Kuroto muttered with a thoughtful expression, I suppose I should not count Uchiha Fugaku as an option, it's because obtaining his cells would be very troublesome, so it's best that I don't take him as an option. And the next is Sasuke. Aside from Madara, Sasuke is technically the best option, but I am not sure if I should use his cells and DNA for the clone. After all, he is the current reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra. Therefore, it is hard to judge how will Rakudo Sennin respond if I create a clone with the chakra of the current reincarnation of Indra. It is obviously hard to infer Rakudo Sennin's thinking in regards to his two sons. Whether he is keeping a watch over Sasuke and Naruto and what are his plans for them is not something Kuroto can understand. After all, Rakudo Sennin has existed for centuries already. Even if he is in his soul form after death, Rakudo Sennin is undoubtedly the current strongest being on the planet. Therefore, I think that it is the best choice to not do anything that might offend him or leave a negative opinion towards me. What's more, Sasuke's yin chakra is probably the strongest, so that would probably unbalance the intensity of 7 chakra natures at the time of fusion through Chimera technique. As such, it's best to avoid using his cells for creating the clone. After excluding Fugaku and Sasuke, the remaining choices that he is left with are Hideki, Ryota, Shinichi, Shisui, and Itachi. Among these 5, Shisui and Itachi are obviously the most talented, and it is very difficult for even Kuroto to judge whose talent is higher among the two of them. If the age at which they awakened Mangekyo Sharingan is taken into account, then that obviously Shisui seems to be more talented, but then we have to also consider that Shisui was born before Itachi and experienced more stimulations during the Third Great Shinobi War, so he was able to awaken Mangekyo Sharingan at a younger age compared to Itachi. Other than the age of activating Mangekyo Sharingan, both of them are impeccable in all other shinobi arts, so it wouldn't be wrong to say that both of them are equally talented, so both of them seem to be the best options. Thinking up to here, Kuroto suddenly remembered, but Itachi's illness. The illness Itachi suffered from was a bit mysterious. There were many speculations and theories about it. Some stated that Itachi suffered from some sort of lung disease, while others pointed to the illness being the result of the overburden because of being too strong for his own good. It could be possible that Itachi suffered from his Mangekyo power being too strong and his body was unable to bear the burden it caused. As a result, he lacked the necessary stamina to partake in drawn-out battles. The illness could also be the result of his desire to die because of guilt. After all, depression, despair, and desire to seek death can stem from various causes that would ultimately kill you. It's similar to how the Solomon Islands cursing works. Then again, his illness could also be a result of a bloodline illness. So it is very difficult for Kuroto to judge what kind of illness Itachi suffered from, but one thing that is very clear is the fact that this illness took away Itachi's life. So without having a proper understanding of the true cause, it is best not to use Itachi's cells. After all, if Itachi is suffering from bloodline disease, then his cells are obviously not suitable for making the fire chakra clone. Therefore, Shisui's cells seem to be a better option of the two. Although both Itachi and Sasuke are also very good choices, there are still some hidden dangers in choosing them, but no such danger is associated with Shisui, so it is obviously better for Kuroto to not take unnecessary risks. And Shisui's talent is unquestionably superior to Hideki and Ryota, so there is no need for consideration. Finally, there is also an option of choosing Shinichi, but I guess I will start with Shisui. If my and Shisui's cells do not have compatibility, then I guess I will try using Shinichi's or Itachi's cells. Till then, using Shisui's cells is fine. With that decided, Kuroto packed up everything and left the secret laboratory. 1 week later. In this 1 week, the various units part of the hunting operation carries out some intensive search to locate Homuzubi and the other member of Amatsukami, but since there was no result, so the troops returned back to the village. The shinobi who participated in the encirclement operation brought back all sorts of news with them, and aside from the classified news that was not to be released in public, most of this news was now the talk of the village. Konoha's repeated failure to capture or kill Amatsukami only flared up Amatsukami's reputation, and people even started to wonder whether Amatsukami was truly an organization with God's part of it, as its name suggests. Of course, such devoted religious people were very few and were mostly ignored by others. At novel bin at. Although the intelligence about Amatsukami's next target being the 9 Baijuyo was not made public, the threat that Amatsukami poses to Konoha and the other 4 great shinobi villages was now more than ever clear to the high level of all the villages. Aside from all this, what was important was that rumors about Shisui being Homuzubi were completely cleared up, as Shisui's and Homuzubi's fight was now public knowledge. With suspicions on him cleared, Shisui was no longer subjected to house arrest and was now again free. After regaining his freedom, the first thing that Shisui did was obvious. He hurriedly rushed towards Kuroto's home as he was in desperate need of so many answers, and only Kuroto had those answers that he needed. Arriving at Kuroto's home, he knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. A few seconds later the door was opened. Oh, it turns out to be Shisui-kun. Please come in. Shisui is both a member of the same Ambu squad as Kuroto and also a regular visitor to Kuroto's home. Therefore Yui is very familiar with Shisui and welcomed him inside very enthusiastically. Sometimes when she sees Kuroto and Shisui working together or discussing some things, she even feels that both of them are like siblings. Shisui nodded politely, "Thank you, Yui-san," and followed her to Kuroto's study. Kuroto, who was busy doing some work, was not surprised by Shisui's arrival and nodded for him to take a seat. Yui also sat on the other side of the kotetsu, and seeing that Kuroto was still busy, she decided to ask Shisui a few things that she was somewhat curious about. So, Shisui-kun, I heard that you fought against Homusubi of Amatsukami again. Is he really that powerful? You know, as powerful as the rumors describe him to be? Shisui was a little embarrassed by Yui's question and glanced towards the so-called Homusubi sitting on the side. Seeing that the Homusubi that he fought against a few days ago had no intentions of speaking anything, Shisui scratched his hair awkwardly and nodded. He is really strong. He was even able to hold his own against Kumigakure's AB combo, which in itself dictates just how strong Homusubi is. Hearing the word Kumo AB combo, Yui was a bit worried and turned towards Kuroto. She wanted to speak something, but it was better to not be spoken in Shisui's presence. Kuroto seemed to have noticed Yui's worry, so he put down the scroll in his hand and said, "Don't mind Shisui's presence. You can speak freely, there is no need to be worried." Yui looked at Kuroto, then turned towards Shisui and then again towards Kuroto, and spoke, "Will you really be alright, Kuroto-kun? All the members of Amatsukami seem to be extremely strong. One can fight against Yondaime Reikage and Jinchuriki of Hakusabi at the same time, while the other can fight against Sandaime Sama and still manage to escape. Amatsukami is too dangerous, even Shisui-kun says so." "Right. Shisui-kun? See? He is agreeing. Should we mention this matter to Hayashi-sama, so that he can, make arrangements with Sandaime Sama?" As the last words came, Yui's voice kept going light and light. If not for the fact that both Kuroto and Shisui being extremely perceptive, they might not have been able to hear the last part. And hearing Yui's words, Kuroto snorted in contempt towards Amatsukami. What dangerous? Just some small-time mercenary organization. They even have the gall to name themselves Amatsukami? All they do is hide and don't even dare to come forward. From beginning to end, all they do is run away. In fact, I am telling you, whether it was against Sandaime Sama or AB combo, both the time what Amatsukami did was run away. The last time I and Shisui encountered them, we were unprepared and were ambushed by 3 of them at once. If not for that, we would have obviously defeated them. When I meet them next time, you will see the result. As soon as she heard Kuroto's words, Yui complained, "You always do this, Kuroto-kun, and I hate this." Speaking up to here, she turned towards Shisui and requested sincerely, "Shisui-kun, I want to ask you something. Will you please consider it?" Shisui, who was suddenly brought to attention, hurriedly nodded. "Yui-san, just speak. What is your request? If I can do it, or it is within my power to be able to do it, I will definitely do my best to help out." Yui glanced towards Kuroto with the corner of her eye, then turned back towards Shisui and spoke. "Kuroto-kun always does this. In order for me to not worry, he always lighten up the threat posed by anyone when speaking about anything. He would look down on all the enemies and all when describing them to me. In fact, he even omits out most of the details where his life was in danger. Although I understand why he does this, it still does not relieve me. Moreover, I don't even understand where Kuroto-kun's confidence comes from. To be able to look down on people such as Homusubi and Sujin, Sai, even Hisashi-sama said that Amatsukami is very dangerous, and here he is treating them as nothing. I can't speak about this to Kakashi-kun because of I can't speak about this to Kakashi-kun due to certain reasons, and Gai-kun is just too weird and I am not too sure how to talk to him about this, so you are the only person I can ask of. Everyone knows that after awakening Mangekyou Sharinon, you are no longer a normal shinobi. Your strength obviously surpasses all 4 of your squad, so will you please do me this favor and look after Kuroto-kun and make sure that he doesn't get careless and when performing missions." "But, Kuroto-san, Shisui opened his mouth to speak, but he didn't know what to say anymore. Protect him? Protect him what? Amatsukami? What a joke? He is the leader of Amatsukami, and he is sitting right here. Aside from Amatsukami, even if a threat of such a level that could endanger Kuroto really existed, and if Kuroto-san couldn't deal with it with his strength, then Shisui can be sure that there are very fewer chances that he would be able to deal with it." Seeing that Shisui seemed to have some reservations, Yui said with a worried tone, "Shisui-kun, is my request really so troublesome?" Hearing Yui's request, Shisui was more embarrassed and looked at Kuroto as if asking, "What should I do?" Kuroto also didn't know what to say and could only give him a look that said, "Don't ask me." Shisui's look changed from "what should I do" to "then who should I ask if not from you?" "You don't need to ask Kuroto-kun's opinion on this. This is a request I am making and Kuroto-kun would obviously not deny my request, right Kuroto-kun?" Yui asked Kuroto with a very sweet look that sent chills down Kuroto's spine. He knew that if he said anything other than a nod, he wouldn't be getting any food for the next whole month. Kuroto hurriedly nodded. Never anger or offend your woman, the consequences would be too terrible, and Kuroto has no desire to face those consequences. With Kuroto's nod, Yui again turned towards Shisui and spoke, "You see? Kuroto-kun doesn't have any problem with it. Now will you consider my request?" Shisui sighed helplessly and nodded. All right, you don't need to worry, Yui-san. I will take good care of Kuroto-san." Finally, Kuroto said to Yui with a smile, "Okay, no matter how strong Amatsukami may be, it won't be stronger than Konoha. You don't need to worry about these issues. For now, what you need to focus on is your training, Yui. I hope you remember my words and understand what I said back then. That aside, I have some important matters to discuss with Shisui, so you can leave us be and finish the things that you have to do." Yui nodded. "Well, I understand." I have some matters to take care of. I will leave you both to your devices. By the way, Shisui-san, would you like to have dinner with us today? No, I wouldn't want to intrude. Shisui said. It's not troublesome at all. After all, I will obviously be cooking dinner for both Kuroto-kun and myself, so adding for you would require the same amount of work, therefore there is no trouble. Besides, there are very few opportunities when Kuroto-kun stays at home because of all the missions and all, and we would really love it if you would have dinner with us, right Kuroto-kun? Kuroto nodded. Right. Have dinner with us. This is actually a good thing. Shisui is also an orphan just like Kuroto, so he obviously stays alone. Therefore, it would be better for Shisui if he gets to experience some familial environment. Seeing that both Kuroto and Yui insisted, Shisui finally relented and nodded. All right, I will be troubling you then. In that case, I will be going shopping. I have to make sure that something good is cooked tonight that Shisui-san will love. Yui said with a cheerful look. Please don't push yourself too hard, Yui-san. Shisui said. Don't worry. Yui said to Shisui, nodded towards Kuroto. She got up, left the room. A few minutes later she came back with a tray carrying 2 teacups, hot water, tea powder, matcha tea leaves, and some rice crackers for snacks. Without interrupting the light discussion that Kuroto and Shisui were having, she brewed the tea for 2, placed the cup before them, placed the rice crackers, and then left. As soon as Yui left, Shisui couldn't hold himself anymore and hurriedly asked, Kuroto-san, what was up with that Mangekyo Sherry-non pair that you had in your eye sockets at that time? Kuroto didn't directly answer the question, but took out a storage scroll, printed the required hand seals, and tapped on it with his right hand. Poof, poof. With a soft sound, white smoke appeared over the scroll. As soon as the shite smoke cleared away, 2 small glass capsules appeared before the 2. Looking through the glass cover of the capsule, Shisui noticed some light green solution that filled the capsule and 2 spherical objects floating within the light green solution in each capsule. As soon as he saw the 2 objects floating inside the nutrition capsule, Shisui's eyes narrowed, because those 2 objects make up a pair of eyes, and not just any pair of eyes, they are Sherry-non. But Shisui was doubtful about something. These are Sherry-non. Kuroto nodded casually. Right, these 2 pairs of Sherry-non belonged to Uchiha Hideki and Uchiha Ryota. Although Shisui expected this result, when his doubt was confirmed, Shisui had a complicated and saddened look. He understands that Hideki's and Ryota's death was inevitable, but seeing their eyes floating in the capsule, Shisui only feels guilty that he didn't choose any other method. Kuroto saw that although a little saddened, Shisui was still calm, so he decided to drop the bigger bombs. Both of these pairs of Sherry-non are Mangekyo Sherry-non. And boy did it work. What? Shisui suddenly exclaimed and stood up at his position when he heard Kuroto's words, looking at him with an incredible expression. Seeing that Kuroto-san doesn't seem to be joking, he looked at the 2 pairs of Sherry-non that are actually Mangekyo Sherry-non pair with inexplicable expression. How is this even possible? Kuroto didn't answer this question, as Shisui should already know how a pair of Mangekyo Sherry-non is born. Instead, he pointed at one of the capsules and said, this pair of Mangekyo Sherry-non belongs to Uchiha Ryota, and it is this pair that I was using when I enacted as Homusubi. Shisui looked at the 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sherry-non, then turned towards Kuroto and asked seriously, Kuroto-san, what did Ryota and Hideki go through so that both of them awakened Mangekyo Sherry-non? Since Kuroto showed both of the Mangekyo Sherry-non pairs to Shisui, naturally he does not intend to conceal what he put Ryota and Hideki through. As such, he briefly mentioned the Mangekyo Sherry-non project to Shisui. Of course, Kuroto did not disclose everything and only roughly mentioned some of the details of the experiment with just a few words that would give Shisui a general idea of what exactly he did. After listening to Kuroto's words, Shisui's conscience was screaming to him, Kuroto-san, you really are a cruel person. At novel bin at. From a rational point of view, Kuroto's Mangekyo Sherry-non project is not only a test on living humans but is actually mind-breaking, gruesome torture. Of course, that's not a problem, as shinobi have to constantly torture out all sorts of intelligence out of their enemies, so torture is not that big of a deal. And even human experimentation is also not wrong. After all, if you don't study all sorts of things, then how will new things be researched? What's important is that the subjects used for torture and human experimentation generally are enemies and criminals, but here the subjects of the experimentation were neither enemies nor criminals. Putting them through such a stimulation test is really inhuman. But considering the fact that both Hideki and Ryota would have been killed anyway, so whether the stimulation tests were carried out or not does not change their inevitable death. In the first case, they would have met a simple death, but because of the Mangekyo Sherry-non project, that was no longer the case. And the result of this project also cleared up the suspicions on Shisui, at the same time created another Homusubi of a Matsukami who poses a great threat towards the Uchiha clan and the village. So, to a certain extent, this whole Mangekyo Sherry-non project helped in saving the Uchiha clan from heading towards destruction in one way or the other. But with human beings' hypocritical nature, no matter how rational and correct something is, they would feel some sort of aversion and rejection towards certain things. What's more, the test subjects Kuroto used were still living and breathing Uchiha clan members who were not even charged with any crimes. As such, Shisui can't help but feel a bit of disgust after hearing such a thing. It is basic human nature and there is nothing wrong with it. Unless you are too familiar with such things, you would naturally be repelled. Therefore, Kuroto did not mind Shisui's words. He knows that he was cruel towards them. Kuroto is not a saint like Uzumaki Naruto, nor does he plan to become one. He would do what's necessary, irrespective of whether that is morally a good thing or bad thing, it does not matter to him. Even though Kuroto did not say anything, Shisui realized that his tone was not correct and apologized. I am sorry Kuroto-san, I was a little rude just now. I know you did this to clear up suspicions on me and for the sake of Uchiha clan, and yet I spoke as such. Please forgive my conduct. Shisui is obviously not stupid. He obviously understands that this is not the only reason Kuroto-san did so, but does it really matter? In the end, it did clear up the suspicions on him as well as paved a way for the Uchiha clan to integrate back to Konoha. Throughout the incident of Uchiha Hideki and Uchiha Ryota, the tension between Uchiha clan and Hokage faction has calmed down a little. Even people of Konoha have some sympathy for the Uchiha that their shinobi had to go through such attacks by a Matsukami. Overall, the emergence of a Matsukami has not only disrupted the Uchiha clan's plans for the coup by shifting their attention from rebelling against the Hokage faction to destroying the Amatsukami but also forced them to unite with the Hokage faction if they want to be able to do so. If Uchiha clan alone plans to destroy a Matsukami or if the Hokage faction alone intends to annihilate a Matsukami, then that's just a pipe dream. As such, both the factions have no choice but to work together to deal with a Matsukami, and when people work together, they form emotional bonds which are hard to break, so the relationship between two sides will obviously be mended and the distrust will also disappear. Of course, all this will take time and continuous pressure. Kuroto did not say anything in regards to Shisui's words. Clearing up Shisui's name or preventing the annihilation of the Uchiha clan is not the only reason he conducted these tests. He obviously has his own reasons and selfishness involved, which he is obviously not going to mention to Shisui for now. Therefore, instead of discussing this, he changed the topic and said, I am going to fuse these two pairs into a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. Shisui was confused, into an eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. From Shisui's reaction, Kuroto can judge that he isn't yet aware of the secret of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. In today's shinobi world, apart from Kuroto, Uchiha Shinichi, Uchiha Hideki, and Ryota brothers, and perhaps the Uchiha Patriarch, only Obito and Zetsu should be aware of what an eternal Mangekyo Sharinon is. And Kuroto thinks that Uchiha Fugaku would not be idiot enough to give out such critical and important secrets if not necessary for many reasons that aren't even needed to be explained. So, Kuroto thought a little and said, if I didn't guess wrong, your vision should have started to decline, right? Not to mention Shisui's Mangekyo Sharinon pair, even the vision of Ryota's Mangekyo Sharinon pair that Kuroto used has started to decline because of such heavy use both the time. Even in the original series, Sasuke, who awakened the Mangekyo Sharinon, was nearly blind after using his Mangekyo Sharinon in only a few battles. Therefore it is not strange that Shisui has had his Mangekyo for so many years and even used several times will start to have his vision declined. Shisui did not hide this and nodded, yes, my eyesight has declined somewhat. Hearing Shisui's words, Kuroto spoke, the reason why your patriarch chooses to keep his Mangekyo Sharinon hidden and would rarely use its power is also somewhat related to this issue. A Mangekyo Sharinon will always lose its vision after each use. Explaining up to here, Kuroto added, and that vision will keep declining until you become blind eventually, but eternal Mangekyo Sharinon is one of the ways to not only gain eternal eyesight but also increase the power of the Mangekyo Sharinon. Shisui nodded, but there was something really puzzling him. I guess I understand that, but Kuroto-san, I have a question. Why do you know of so many secrets of the Uchiha clan that even I, as an Uchiha, is not aware of? Kuroto said, I learned these secrets from some hidden scrolls that I permanently borrowed from Shimura Danzo's root base, without taking his permission of course, and from what I can tell, Naidame-sama seems to have conducted quite a lot of research on Sharinon and all that research was inherited by Danzo, and since I have borrowed some of that research, I managed to learn some secrets. Of course, that's a lie. Naidame-sama may have some research on Sharinon as Kuroto stated, but Kuroto neither needed to borrow it nor did he try to. But Shisui does not need to know that. As long as the blame is put on Shimura Danzo or Naidame-sama, then everything is well and good for Kuroto. After all, these dead people and soon-to-be dead people must have some uses, right? Permanently borrowed without permission? Isn't that literally stealing? Forget it. Just think that you didn't hear any such information. Shisui thought with an awkward smile. Kuroto said, well, from there I learned about eternal Mangekyo Sharinon and the method to gain it. After a short pause, Kuroto continued, and I plan to fuse these two pairs into a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, but before doing so, I still need something from the Uchiha clan that only you can bring me. It's called a transcription seal. Transcription seal, I seem to have heard that term before. Where have I heard it? Shisui thought about this for a few seconds and then replied, right, I remember, I heard Patriarch mention this technique once. It is a technique that can seal a Mangekyo Sharinon dojutsu power into the targeted subject, which could be many things, like sealer's own Sharinon, others' Sharinon, and into some other objects. This seal can activate when a certain requirement set by the sealer is fulfilled. Kuroto nodded, yes, that's exactly the one I am talking about. Shisui hesitated a little, then said, I will try to ask Patriarch if he can teach it to me. As long as this technique is not too dangerous, I think he should agree to it. Now that the suspicions on him have been cleared up, so Shisui is once again the second figure of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Uchiha Fugaku should not deny his request. What's more, transcription seal is not some kinjutsu like that of Izanami or Izanagi, so Uchiha Fugaku should agree to teach it to Shisui. Kuroto nodded and said, after these two pairs are fused into a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, they will be kept with me for some time. When your eyes go completely blind in the future, make sure to inform me. I will replace your eyes with this pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Shisui shook his head. I don't think I will ever transplant that pair. It's better that I stay away from them. Deep down inside, Shisui was still resisting the two pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan in front of him. In regards to Shisui's words, Kuroto did not say much. He also understands Shisui's character. Therefore, there was no need. Moreover, it will be a while before Shisui's eyes go completely blind because Shisui has always had an awe of Mangekyo Sharingan and has been very restrained in using it. Even the few times he has used Mangekyo Sharingan, he has mainly used Susanoo, did not once use Kota Amatsukami, so the speed with which his vision is dwindling is a bit slow. As long as he keeps this up, he should be fine for a few more years. With that out of the way, Kuroto led the two glass capsules in the sealing scroll and put the scroll away. At this time Shisui suddenly asked, Kuroto-san, you mentioned before that our method will delay the conflict between the clan and village, but it won't solve the conflict for good, and you also said that the situation in the village will change for the better in the future. What will be happening in the future? What is the way out for the Uchiha clan from all of this? Kuroto raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect Shisui to suddenly ask this question out of the blue and fell into a bit of contemplation. Shisui didn't interrupt Kuroto. While he was thinking, he sat in silence as he sipped the tea, which was already cold, and ate the rice crackers. After a long silence, Kuroto recovered to his senses and said, Shisui, do you believe in fate? Fate. Shisui muttered to himself. He was puzzled why Kuroto-san would suddenly ask something that has no definitive answer, so after a bit of thinking, he shook his head. No, I don't believe in the so-called fate. Kuroto smiled bitterly as he said, yes, I don't believe in fate either, but what I want you to tell you, and what I want you to know is that this damn fate really exists. The shinobi sect was founded by Rakudo Sennin. His intentions of spreading the ninjo among all was because he believed that power must not be concentrated within one individual and must be distributed among everyone so that people could understand each other on equal grounds. Only then can people develop love and understanding for each other. The teachings of ninjo were meant to give people a better understanding of themselves as well as others, and eventually lead the world towards peace. It was all because he believed that the chakra is meant to connect people's spiritual energies with one another. However, Rakudo Sennin's elder son, Atsutsuki Indra, did not follow his teachings. Not being chosen as the successor of ninja and because of being manipulated by Black Zetsu, Indra weaponized ninjo into ninjutsu. Others followed his footsteps, and soon the two sons of Rakudo Sennin became the source of disputes in the shinobi world. From that first fight to this day, even if they have actually died, both brothers have been continuously fighting against each other. They reincarnate over and over and continue fighting each other. Their perpetual battle is like a curse that the shinobi world has been enduring for the past millennia. Even the main cause of grievances between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan is none other than the reincarnations of Indra and Asura. The previous generation of Indra, Uchiha Madara, had his final battle with Asura of the previous generation, and that battle was also called the Battle of the Valley of the End. Although Uchiha Madara died in that battle, he greatly wounded Senju Hashirama in that battle, which made the already paranoid Senju Tobirama more vigilant of the Uchiha clan, fearing that another Uchiha Madara may again rise from this clan. The succeeding Hokage, Senju Tobirama, excluded the Uchiha clan from the central politics by making Uchiha clan responsible for the security of the village, and thus Konoha Military Police Force became a second name for the Uchiha clan. Although Konoha Military Police Force seems to be a very glorified thing with honor and all, that is actually not true. By making Uchiha clan solely to be responsible for the security of the village and by establishing the Konoha Military Police Force next to the Konoha prison, Uchiha clan's movements were greatly restricted. They lost their power in the central politics and were now guards of the village with superficial authority and complete restrictions on their movements. Moreover, the police duties come with an added disadvantage. As such, all the clans started to distance themselves from the Uchiha clan. And the same policy was continued by Sandaime Hokage. If Yondaime-sama did not die, then maybe things would have turned for a better future, but unfortunately, he died on the night of the Kuwabai's attack. And Uchiha clan was silently deemed as the culprit responsible for the death of Yondaime Hokage. The Uchiha clan obviously can't continue bearing such unfair treatment, therefore the idea of coup germinated within their minds, which has led us to the current circumstances. Uchiha clan has fallen into such a precarious situation. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is fate, right? What exactly is fate? What exactly is a person's fate? Events that we don't have control over are what Kuroto defines as fate. And Kuroto is very disgusted with such things as fate or destiny, because fate also implies that everything has been prearranged and no amount of effort can change what's prearranged. No amount of effort will allow you to resist what has already been decided for you. You will never be able to change anything. It is as if personal effort and hard work one put in everything all amount to naught and meaningless in the face of the so-called fate and destiny. Can fate really not be changed? Kuroto, who has been trying to resist the so-called fate, has always wanted many things to change, but even he is not sure whether the fate that has been intervening this shinobi world can be changed or not. Shisui looked at Kuroto's face that had an uncertain look. Shisui was also a bit worried. Kuroto-san, are you alright? Kuroto sighed and did not think about all this extremely complicated stuff anymore. Smiling bitterly he said to Shisui, it's nothing. I am no longer able to figure out the direction that this shinobi world will progress in. Why did you suddenly mention the topic of fate? Shisui asked in confusion. Then as if he suddenly realized he something, Shisui exclaimed, could it be? Does it mean that the Uchiha clan is fated to doom? Is there no way? Kuroto shook his head. Don't worry. Whether it is fated or not no longer matters. I have given you my words, and I certainly intend to keep them. I will not let Uchiha clan be destroyed and I will not get back on my words. The Uchiha clan will not only not be destroyed but also gain everything it truly deserves as the co-founding clan. Regardless of how much time and whatever means it takes, I will make it happen. This is my promise to you Shisui, both as a friend and as the leader of Amatsukami. Kuroto firmly believes that as long as someone is powerful enough, they can have complete control over how things around him will progress. Although Kuroto can't control everything now, he can make it so that many of the major things change. As long as one works hard enough, everything is possible. Fate or destiny may as well be a shackle that restricts you, but it is not indestructible that you won't ever be able to break free of it. Shisui was really emotional by what Kuroto said. He couldn't describe how glad he felt when Kuroto said those words. All he could speak was, thank you so much Kuroto-san, your assurance means a lot to me. No matter how much effort I have to put in or how much trouble I have to go through, I will continue to follow your lead. Here and now, I swear that I, Uchiha Shisui, will always be loyal to you, be that as Shisui of the Uchiha clan, Homusubi of Amatsukami or Cat of Umbu Team 11. Kuroto was surprised by Shisui's words. Swearing eternal loyalty is a very big decision, and the fact that Shisui chooses to do so really surprised Kuroto. Kuroto did not deny it. Shisui is a truly loyal person, the most trustworthy person Kuroto could have ever asked for. Therefore, he did not deny Shisui's decision. Because this decision represents Shisui's conviction, and if Kuroto were to deny it, then he would be disrespecting Shisui's determination, which he does not intend to do. So, all he did was smiling slightly and ruffled Shisui's hair slightly. With that, the serious talks came to an end. Kuroto and Shisui also discussed many things about various techniques, genjutsu in particular. Kuroto has never really touched the field of genjutsu, but now that he has Sharingan in his hand, Kuroto obviously plans to not let this opportunity go to waste. So, Shisui, who is undoubtedly one of the best genjutsu users in not only Konoha but the entire shinobi world, gave Kuroto a lot of insight into this new field. The discussions continued. Soon the sun dipped in the northwest horizon and it was already past the twilight. Both of them didn't know that Yui had returned home some time ago and the dinner was already prepared. By the time Kuroto and Shisui's discussion came to an end, the dinner was already set up on the dining table. At Novel bin at. Looking at so many dishes set up before him, Shisui couldn't help but salivate slightly. It has been so long since he has had such an incredible feast. Yui giggled at Shisui's childish antics. The three of them soon got busy with the food, talking, laughing, discussing many light topics during the meal. The atmosphere was very cheerful, giving an illusion as if they were no longer living in this war-ridden shinobi world. No burden was placed on any of their shoulders. Between the talks, the food was already finished, and Shisui undoubtedly ate the most. Yui was happy that Shisui liked her cooking. After the meal, Shisui expressed his gratefulness to Yui for letting him have such delicious food and promised that he would take extra care of Kuroto-san during the mission, especially when they encounter Amatsukami, and then left. While Kuroto and Shisui were having a peaceful evening, the Hokage building was brightly lit and not having peaceful evening. Sandaime, the three elder advisors of Konoha, and Jiraiya sat together to discuss the matter of the upcoming Second Gakage Summit. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was not very happy about Shimura Danzo's personal request with the Raikage to hold the Second Gakage Summit, he did not criticize Danzo for this, because Danzo's reason is very good. Amatsukami has declared that they will be going after the 9 Baijuyo. This declaration directly implies that Amatsukami intends to make the enemy of all the shinobi villages who hold Baijuyo with them, and based on what little information about Amatsukami they have, only 3 of its members aside from the leader are known. As for how many other members have yet to make an appearance is completely a mystery. Therefore, it wouldn't be wrong to say that the organization is strong enough to be able to accomplish what they have declared unless the shinobi villages unite to resist Amatsukami. Otherwise, whether it is Konoha or Kumegakure, or any other shinobi village for that matter, it seems unlikely that any shinobi will be able to resist the combined might of Amatsukami alone. Therefore, it is very logical to hold the Gakage Summit to discuss the plans on how to deal with Amatsukami. After he carefully read the report of the entire hunting operation submitted by Danzo, Sandaime frowned. So this member with the wind nature as his disguise has also appeared. Jiraiya nodded. I have seen him with my own eyes. It can't be wrong. Sandaime said with a sigh. It seems that Eagle and Cat of the team 11 did really encounter an ambush from 3 members of Amatsukami at once. Danzo said, if not for him to be able to escape with Homusubi by flying, we would have already captured him and Homusubi. Magnet release Sandaime had a thoughtful look. Different from ice release, magnet release Kekii Genkai has an extraordinary significance in Tsunagakure. The research of magnet release was started by Nidame Kazekage, then passed on to Sandame Kazekage, who went missing mysteriously and is also the Kekii Genkai that the Yondame Kazekage uses. The Kazekage of the past 3 generations have mastered magnet release. Therefore, it wouldn't be wrong to say that once someone masters magnet release Kekii Genkai, he will naturally gain the qualification to be a Kazekage candidate. So, it is difficult to imagine that someone who can be a Kazekage candidate would choose to betray the village and join an organization such as a Matsukami. Now that I think about it, Hyuga Kuroto once encountered a mysterious shinobi with magnet release Kekii Genkai which resulted in the death of the root shinobi who was following him. Is it possible that that shinobi with the magnet release is the same one from a Matsukami? If they are the same, then how did Hyuga Kuroto manage to escape from him? Is it possible that Hyuga Kuroto's strength has increased to such a level? No, that seems unlikely for now. So, the other explanation could be that Hyuga Kuroto was not his target and the target was that root Umbu. Members of a Matsukami do not kill any shinobi who is not their target. This has been confirmed from their actions over and over, so it is possible. I guess we will have to look into that root Umbu's history to have a better understanding of why he was the target, and see if we can find anything about this shinobi with magnet release from there, thought Sandame. At this time, the elder consultant Yudiden Koharu said, first, a mysterious shinobi with the Kekii Genkai of Kirigakur, then another mysterious shinobi with the Manjikyu Sharinon of the Uchiha clan from Konoha, now a shinobi with magnet release. If this continues, then will a next member pop out of nowhere with Shodame-sama's wood release? Moreover, how in the world is a Matsukami able to recruit shinobi with such sensitive identities? Are they really not afraid to make an enemy out of the 5 great shinobi villages? Mitokado Homura said, it's difficult to say. After all, other than Shodame-sama, nobody else has inherited the wood release, not even Senju Tsunade or her expired brother Senju Noeki, who are descendants of Shodame-sama, so I think that is unlikely to happen. Rather than caring about whether they are afraid or not, what she should be worried about is this fellow Yama. Just how strong is he to be considered a leader by such strong individuals? Jiraiya thought of the more important issue and said, since a Matsukami has declared that their targets are the Baijuyu, then Uzumaki Naruto's protection must be strengthened. As soon as Jiraiya's words fell, a glint in Danzo's eyes and he immediately said, I propose that Root should be responsible for Uzumaki Naruto's protection. Jiraiya was immediately angry, are you kidding me? Sandame chided Jiraiya a little then said to Danzo, I have made arrangements for the protection of Uzumaki Naruto, so you do not have to worry about it. Danzo, for now, your task is to continue gathering intelligence about a Matsukami and keep a watch of all their movements. Very little is known about this organization with its secretive behavior and unique methods of working through things. Now we have come to understand that a Matsukami is not something we can deal with by using the conventional approach by using numbers or deterrence, so we have to change our methods and I trust that you will be able to figure out the perfect method. Danzo was not frustrated by Sandame's early words and nodded seriously after he heard the later part. I will make sure that a Matsukami is rooted out if it's the last thing I do. By the way, what plans do you have for the second Gokage summit? Sandame pondered over Danzo's question. It stands to reason that he, as the current Hokage, should go from Konoha's side for the Gokage summit, but it highly likely that a Matsukami will take this opportunity to take advantage of his absence and cause all sorts of troubles, possibly even attempt to kidnap Uzumaki Naruto, who is the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi. To make sure that such a thing does not happen, he has to stay in Konoha. After thinking a little, Sandame ordered, Shimura Danzo, since you are the commander of suppression and encirclement operation to hunt down a Matsukami, as such you will represent Konohagakure at the Gokage summit as my representative. Danzo seems to have expected such a thing and nodded as if it was only a natural thing. Do not worry, I will live up to your trust. With that, the meeting was concluded, and the 3 elder consultants left one after another. Now only Jiraiya and Sandame were left in the Hokage office. Jiraiya has obviously stayed behind because he has something to discuss with Sandame. Sensei, I am still a little worried about Naruto. With what happened to Minato, it is difficult for me to forget it so easily if something were to happen to Naruto. Sandame was not surprised by Jiraiya's words and said, do not worry, I am going to assign Umbu Team 11 with the mission of protecting Uzumaki Naruto. They are currently the strongest Umbu team in Konoha, as such he will be safe. Jiraiya was frozen. Team 11? Isn't this the same Umbu team that Uchiha Shisui is part of?
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.